Mortal, your hands are dyed with the blood of an Asgardian warrior. They are all Asgard's greatest warriors. They are the Protoss, and you, the Van that Asgard protects. Mortal, your hands are dyed with the blood of an Asgardian warrior. They are all Asgard's greatest warriors. They are the Protoss, and you, as a mortal protected by Asgard, commit the crime. You will be severely punished. Odin slowly walked towards the person in front of him. With every step he took, his aura rose to a higher level. Although they are revered as gods, the howling of their death can't even cover the howling wind. Liu Xing coldly looked at the god King Odin in front of him. It was this guy who brought him and a bunch of mortals from Earth to Asgard. He was also the one who indulged Loki's tricks and played with them wantonly. When Liu Xing raised the horn of resistance, he still regarded them as a test for his son. Test with life. Heavenly sin. Odin was so angry that he held up the eternal spear. Oh, the high god king. Now you can't help the anger in your heart. Then when the gods come at dusk, how do you face it? Liu Xing looked coldly, and said without fear. Twilight of the gods. Odin's face changed slightly. In the past 100 years, when he entered Odin's sleep, he would indeed dream of the dusk of the gods. But how did the mortals in front of him know? Father, can't wait any longer. Seeing that Odin was still preparing to speak, Loki hurriedly stood up and reminded him. Yes, it is. Odin recovered and recovered his calm. The mortal in front of him has the power of war. This was once one of the theocracies of his eldest daughter Hela. After the elder daughter was sealed, it came to him. In fact, this mortal can only stay strong for 1 hour a day, and then he will return to that fragile mortal body. But even this fragile mortal body is still alive today. But the brave Asgardian fighters all return to the Hall of Valor. Can't kill. This attribute appears on a mortal. It is too strange. In order to deal with Liu Xing, Odin even made a quiet move, causing him to fall into the habitat of the dead legion under the hall and awaken half of the legion. The results of it: Liu Xing spent 3 days and 3 nights killing the legion of the dead and Fenrir, the giant wolf that once belonged to Hela. Now, I can only choose to seal it, just like sealing his eldest daughter Hela. And you must hurry up. Once the mortal's power is restored during the seal, then, in the name of Odin, the king of the gods, I will completely exile and seal you. Odin chanted a cold spell, and opened a dark green portal at the feet of Liu Crossing. This dark green portal is full of death and gloom, and it is very unstable. Seeing this terrifying mortal fall into the abyss, the gods breathed a sigh of relief, and Odin was also preparing to close the portal. At this moment, a starlight burst from the universe and shot into the portal. This is not good. The Protoss of Asgard are too familiar with this scene. This is a sign that the mortal has regained his strength. Odin also noticed something was wrong, and immediately squeezed the eternal spear, speeding up the closing of the portal. Fortunately, the portal closed at the end. However, at the last second, a starlight accompanied a sound, resounding through the hall. Spear and shield, to the gods. Boom! Exclamation mark. A spear and a shield rushed out of the portal, and hit the Liuangning of the Immortal Palace Hall like a comet. The dome cracked and collapsed. Looking to the sky through the broken Liuang temple, Asgard's Protoss once again deepened their fear of Liu Crossing. Where is this? It's been an entire hour. Could it be a bottomless pit? Liu Xing, who was still falling, made a move, and the spear and shield bound to the soul of his war star spirit returned to his hand. Boom! Exclamation mark. I don't know how long it took to fall. Liu Xing finally fell to the ground. When it hit the ground, Liu Xing felt that his soul was about to be knocked out of his body. But because of his permanent ability Indomitable Spear, he will never die. Indomitable Gun. Title. Description: the spear is unyielding, and I am unyielding. The Protoss of War was originally a mortal named Atreus. After numerous defeats, he lit up his own stars in the sky with the will of a mortal, becoming a new generation of Protoss of War, and beheaded the arm of the world-destroying demon Attucks. Effect: the mortal's will is indestructible. As long as the will does not yield, they can resist the call of the kingdom of death and be immune to death. When fighting against gods and demons, the strength is increased by 100%. Oh, Odin would even send others in? There was a frivolous female voice in the darkness. Chapter 2 Hela in the Seal. In the endless fall, Liu Xing's power of the star spirit, which could only last for an hour, had already dissipated. Falling from endless heights, he can survive as a mortal, relying on his unyielding will. But this will can only make him refuse. In the endless fall, Liu Xing's power of the star spirit, which could only last for an hour, had already dissipated. Falling from endless heights, he can survive as a mortal, relying on his unyielding will. However, this will only allow him to refuse the call of the kingdom of death and try to maintain the integrity of his body, but it could not help him recover quickly. Therefore, Liu Xing, who had a comminuted fracture, had no choice but to respond to the sudden sound of a strange female voice. "Oh, what a poor mortal, I can't even speak." In the darkness, a slender figure came over, squatted halfway in front of Liu Xing, and pressed his hand on his head. A strange force penetrated into Liu Xing's body and instantly healed part of his injuries. "Okay, can you speak? Answer my question. What the hell did you do? Why did Odin seal you into this place as a mortal?" Hela stood up coldly and returned to her only throne in the darkness, staring at Liu Xing. "Don't you already know it?" Liu Xing sat up on the ground, exhaling a black breath, coldly looking at the endless darkness ahead. The power that healed him just now was called death. If it weren't for Liu Xing's ability to refuse any call from the kingdom of death, Hela has now become a soldier of her Legion of the Dead. Not dead. It's just that, it's not enough for Odin to do it himself. You definitely did other things. Hela leaned on the throne, supported her chin with one hand, and looked at Liu Xing. "I killed 1024 warriors who claimed to be gods." "Oh, that's okay. There's more." Hela raised her brows and nodded. "I gave Odin's son a violent beating and threw down the Rainbow Bridge. If he comes a step late, he will be the last." "Good job. What heroic deeds are there?" Hela's mouth rose frantically when he heard that Odin was deflated and her brother who had never been masked was beaten. "Odin threw me into the bottom of the fairy palace, where I killed a giant wolf and countless skeletons." The smile on Hela's face froze, and she slowly turned her head to look at Liu Xing. "What did you say?" "I feel the familiar killing intent." Liu Xing took a deep breath and stood up, dragging his severely injured body. "I want to thank that old thing for sending me such an immortal plaything, which allows me to have some fun in the boring seal." Hela slowly stood up from the throne, held her hands in the void, and two swords of the night sky appeared in her hands with the breath of cold death. "I'm tired of endless fighting, but I will not escape." A ray of starlight broke the seal, cut through the dark sealed space, and shone on Liu Xing. The power of the Protoss instantly repaired his originally mutilated and seriously injured body, and the power also emerged again. "This is your real power? Interesting. Come and please your queen." Seeing Liu Xing's mysterious changes, instead of being afraid, Hela was even more excited. He changed from holding a sword to Liu Xing to charge. The war is about to start. In the seal, death and war merge. Darkness and starlight are intertwined. I don't know how long this battle lasted. Liu Xing's prosperous power can only last for an hour, but his unyielding will allows him to persist until the next awakening. At the beginning, he also relied on this unyielding will to carve his scars in Asgard with the mortal body. As for Hela, after staying in the lonely seal for so long, she wanted to vent once, and would not stop easily at all. On the endless grassland, two people lay side by side on the ground, looking at the sky. "So it's not dark here?" Liu Xing took a breath of air, felt the long-lost sunlight, and narrowed his eyes. After an unknown amount of battle, Hela also felt a little tired, and simply took the initiative to stop. After stopping, the dark green aura symbolizing death and darkness all around was sucked back into her body. Then, the present scene appeared. "This is the atrium, your hometown. You didn't even recognize it?" Hela said with a mocking tone. "Courtyard." Liu Xing pondered for a moment. "The atrium, isn't it the earth?" That said, he went around and came back again, thinking of this. Liu Xing stood up with a somewhat exhausted body and looked around. Don't look, the surroundings are blocked by the old guy. No living creatures can get in or out of here. Hela thought Liu Xing was looking for a way to break the seal, so he couldn't help but reminded him, as the goddess of death, are you a living thing? Liu Xing heard the sound and asked casually. Give up, unless Odin is dead, this seal is indestructible. Hela was silent for a second, then said, what if the one who lifted the seal was someone with the same strength as Odin? Who? There is still this kind of existence in the atrium. Hela frowned and asked, I'm not sure how long has passed, but the future can be expected. Liu Xing looked at the sky and said, he returned to Earth. Then Guyi must have noticed it. When he was taken away from the Earth by Odin, Guyi had just succeeded to the position of Supreme Mage, and he failed after colliding with Odin, causing Liu Xing and other mortals to be taken away. Guyi promised at the beginning that she owed Liu Xing once, as long as he could return to Earth. He could go to her if he encountered difficulties. Chapter 3 The Great Jeffries. Just when Liu Xing was thinking about how to let Guyi know that he had returned to Earth, a voice rang in his ear. This is the system he obtained after crossing, whenever he touches a master. Just when Liu Xing was thinking about how to let Guyi know that he had returned to Earth, a voice rang in his ear. This is the system he obtained after crossing. Whenever he touches a main character, he will spawn a specific task based on that character. If you don't want to complete the task, if you don't accept it for a month, it will automatically refresh into another one. Since Liu Xing was sealed here by Odin, his mission from the beginning of breaking the seal and killing Hela gradually became enslaving Hela and defeating Hela. Until this time, the task of making Hela feel happy was finally completed. Jeffries, isn't it that thing? Liu Xing took out the newly acquired items from the storage space of the system. A magic lamp. Great Jeffries. Effect. Consume the second-order magic power, rub the magic lamp, summon the lamp spirit, and the lamp spirit will try to satisfy one of your wishes. Cooling time, 1 month. Maybe we don't need to wait for that person. What is this? Hela walked to Liu Xing's side with her hands in her waist, and looked at the magic lamp slightly curiously. Wishing machine. Do you know magic? This thing may help us out of trouble. Liu Xing took the magic lamp and looked at Hela. He didn't have any magic power in him, and he didn't even know the classification of magic, let alone second-order magic power. Know a little. Hela frowned slightly and took the magic lamp from Liu Xing. What do you want me to do? Friction. Use your magic power to activate this magic lamp, and then make a wish to let us leave here. Odin's seal will be broken by this thing? Hela was skeptical. As the first user of this seal, she tried countless ways to break it. Can this item with almost no magical power fluctuations break the seal? Hela rubbed the magic lamp, and felt a little bit of magic in his body. Then, a burst of blue smoke floated from the magic lamp, forming a human form. I try to satisfy your wishes. The spirit of the lamp floated in the air and said this word mechanically. How many times can this be used? Hela didn't make a wish right away, and turned to ask Liu Crossing. Once a month. What do you want to do? It's nothing. The corner of Hela's mouth raised slightly, and then looked at dangling Jeffries. Let me leave this ghost place. Hela made a wish to leave alone without any ethics. I try to satisfy your wishes. Dangling Jeffries waved his finger. Hela's figure disappeared instantly, and then he also slipped back into the magic lamp and fell to the ground. Hela really left. Liu Xing stepped forward and picked up the magic lamp, and looked around suspiciously. Liu Xing didn't feel much about Hela choosing to leave alone. If he really succeeded, he would only need to stay for another month. But if it fails, or something unpredictable happens, then you can only pray to yourself. Liu Xing sat down and waited silently. Fortunately, Hela took the shady away before leaving. Liu Xing could at least watch the sunrise and sunset, knowing how long a day had passed. After Liu Xing drew 2 straight numbers on the ground, he suddenly heard a little noise. In a sealed space that is completely isolated from the outside world and is extremely silent, a small sound can make people very sensitive. Boom! Before Liu Xing could react, A black object fell heavily in front of him. "So, you didn't go out." Liu Xing stepped back 2 steps, looking at Hela in the pit, silently put away the magic lamp, lest Hela waited to get angry and ruin it. "Thank you. Let me experience once again the feeling of being sealed." Hela's long black hair was scattered on the ground, and she coughed out a black breath. "I think you may have used the wrong words." Liu Xing sat on the edge of the pit and said to Hela in the pit, "Words? What did I say?" Hela was a little confused and didn't think of it for a while. "What you said was leave this ghost place. In essence, you did leave this place after you made your wish. So your wish has indeed come true," Liu Xing explained seriously. "How long is it until next time?" Hela supported the ground with one hand, crawled out of the pit, looked at Liu Xing coldly, and asked, "All right, I can use it when I write 6 straight characters." Liu Xing pointed to the words carved on the soil not far away. 20 days later, Hela took the magic lamp from Liu Xing again. Friction. The magic is absorbed, and the lamp spirit Jeffries floats out of it. "I try to satisfy your wishes. Let me leave this seal." As soon as Hela's voice fell, her figure disappeared again. "I don't know if I can succeed this time." Liu Xing stepped forward and picked up the magic lamp, but there was not much hope in his heart. The djinn named Jeffries may be mentally retarded. Chapter 4 Ways to Leave the Seal. Heim Underworld. Hela, who came out of the dark green portal, spit out these 4 words indifferently. It was obvious that she was not in a very good mood. See Heim Underworld. Hela, who came out of the dark green portal, spit out these 4 words indifferently. It was obvious that she was not in a very good mood. Hem Underworld, isn't that your territory? So you did leave the seal? Liu Xing raised his brows and asked, "Leave a fart? Do you think that old man would not have thought of this? As soon as I go to the underworld of Heim, I will be rejected immediately." Hela, very unhappy, walked to the stone throne and sat down. She now had doubts about the magic lamp Liu Xing took out. Is this guy deliberately taking a tricky toy to play with her? It seems I can only wait for another month. Liu Xing shrugged, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. 1 month later. Let me leave this sealed area. Hela carefully made her wish again. 6 hours later. Hela crawled out of the ground in a mess, and took the sword of the night sky aside, and rushed towards Liu crossing. "You are definitely playing tricks on me. The 2 fought for another month. I have to play you. Do you think I like to be sealed?" Liu Xing reluctantly took out the magic lamp again and threw it to Hela. "If I didn't know magic, I would definitely do it myself." Humphrey. Hela took the magic lamp with a cold face, and after rubbing and injecting magic power, he said, "Let me see Odin." After several failures, Hela was quite smashed. "I try to satisfy your wishes." The blue-skinned mentally handicapped lamp god said this sentence like a repeater once again, and then got back into the magic lamp. Then, a stone sculpture of 1 person tall appeared in front of Hela and Liu crossing. "This is the fulfillment of my wish to see Odin." Hela looked at the stone sculpture of Odin in front of her, and slammed it up with an angry punch, shattering it. At this time, in a city not far from here, a stonemason was looking for the statue of the god king he had just completed in his backyard with a question mark. "Forget it, this thing is a trash. Jeff is a mentally retarded." After failing countless times, Liu Xing gradually became irritable. "Don't. What if it succeeds?" Hela's fingers hooked on the handle of the magic lamp and turned casually, but his face was full of joy. Why did their attitude change like a reversal? It turned out that since Hela summoned Odin's stone statue, Liu Xing was the protagonist every time he made a wish. Let him leave this seal. Liu Xing experienced a free fall again. Let him be free. Liu Xing somehow put on Banana Jun's pants and headscarf. Let him kill Odin. Liu Xing fell from a height of 100 meters and sat down on the stone statue of Odin. Mason. Liu Xing now seriously suspects that Hela has already begun to treat the great Jeffries as a toy for him. No. Liu Xing resolutely refused. What if it succeeded? I would have gone out if I could succeed. Then what do you wish for? Hela returned the option to Liu crossing. Liu Xing sighed. I haven't eaten in a long time, let's have a few burgers, a few catties of fried chicken." As soon as he finished speaking, Jeffries hadn't spoken yet. Liu Xing suddenly became alert and changed his words immediately. "No, it's a few kilograms of fried chicken, right? I try to satisfy your wishes." Boom! Several paper bags containing fried chicken burgers fell in front of Liu Xing and Hela. "The appetite, the low-level desire of mortals." Hela spoke, but Liu Xing took out a burger first, opened the package and took a bite. "Well, it tastes good." It seems that this mentally handicapped Jeff can only be a takeaway. Liu Xing sighed and took out a hamburger from the bag. With one bite, Liu Xing's original sad expression changed instantly. "What burger is this?" Liu Xing's senses were impacted by a strong salty smell. "Open the hamburger slice to see that it is not traditional fried chicken or beef patties. Stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, lemon, and a tablespoon of old godmother. Go to NM's secret little burger." Liu Xing looked at Hela, who was eating with relish not far away, and silently threw away the burger. Perhaps it was this stench that stimulated his brain. Liu Xing suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he had an idea. First of all, it is basically impossible to make a wish to leave the seal by the magic lamp, and Yi discovered that Liu Xing arrived on the earth, and this did not know how long it would take to wait. So, is there any way to convey information to Yi? Have. Odin's seal can only block everything that was originally sealed here, and the magic lamp the Great Jeffries was obtained by Liu Xing after completing the mission. In other words, the magic lamp can leave the seal. The use of magic lamps requires magic, and the probability of possessing magic on Earth is the mage of Kamar-Taj. Act immediately when you think of it. A starlight fell from the sky and bombarded Liu Crossing. He once again turned into a war Protoss state, with spears and shields in his hand appearing along with the stars. "Why? Do you want to fight again?" Hela put the last piece of hamburger into her mouth, looked at Liu Xing, who suddenly transformed, and asked suspiciously. Liu Xing hung the magic lamp on the spear, and tried his best to accumulate energy towards the upper side. And then threw it suddenly. The star lance rushes toward the sky like a comet. Boom! The spear was blocked by Odin's seal in the air, but the magic lamp flew out without any reduction in speed due to inertia. Above 10,000 meters in the sky, Captain Carol Danvers, the surprise captain who had just solved the Kree, lifted the double star form, and all the energy was recovered in his body, ready to return to Earth. An unknown object slammed into the back of Captain Marvel Carol's head, and Carol, who didn't react at all, fell dizzy and quickly toward the ground. Chapter 5 Guangxing referring to the double star Carol. As for the culprit who hit her, he flew in the other direction and lost his trace almost instantly. The Kree. As for the culprit who hit her, he flew in the other direction and lost his trace almost instantly. The Kree did not leave. Captain Marvel, who was awake from a semi-fainted state in the air, immediately had this doubt. She had just destroyed the Kree's fleet with her front foot, pushed back the people behind the scenes, and was conspired on the back foot. Is this a pure coincidence? But Carol recalled that the feeling she had just given her was not an energy attack, but a pure physical attack. It was like a meteorite hit her head. Is it really a meteorite? Carol shook his hair. No, that thing seems to have come up from the ground. It can't be a meteorite. Stop it first. Carol, who was constantly rolling and falling in the air, looked at the ground that was about to fall, and his hands burst out with shining energy rays. Recoil the ground with energy to stop this huge momentum. Boom! Exclamation mark. What Carol didn't expect was that when the hot energy emitted by her hands was about to reach the ground, it suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This weird phenomenon caught Carol by surprise. That's right, she was indeed able to overturn a cosmic fleet by herself, but that was simply crushed by force. In terms of combat experience, Carol has been abused many times when he was in Kree. That's too late. Seeing the energy he emits constantly disappearing out of thin air, Carol knew that it was no longer feasible to slow down by recoil, so he could only cover his head with his hands at the last moment. Boom! Exclamation mark. The originally clean and tidy grass was plowed into a long pit by the huge impact. Liu Xing, who was eating the last piece of fried chicken, was stunned, and the fried chicken fell to the ground. Who stole my skills? Dawang Xinian? Wait, how did she get in? Liu Xing returned to his mind and immediately got up and walked towards the end of the tunnel. Although it was only a moment, he still saw that it was a person who had fallen, not a meteorite or satellite. She's the woman you said can match Odin? Hela stood beside Liu Xing, looked at the figure in the tunnel and slowly climbed up together, and asked, "There is a terrible energy in this woman." It's not this, it's another one. Liu Xing glanced at the task that was triggered suddenly, and shook his head. She is considered an average. He remembers that Marvel officially said that the strongest heroine in the movie world is Captain Marvel in the form of a double star, and there is no one. This also means that in terms of combat effectiveness alone, Yi has to rank second. However, it is a pity that, as Liu Xing said, Captain Marvel Carol is just too upstart now. If you really face Yi, who has vast knowledge and countless experience and methods, then the outcome will have to be said otherwise. As for the task, Captain Marvel series mission, defeat Carol Danvers in the form of a double star. Just forget it. Are you from Kree? Carol slowly stood up from the tunnel, shook the flowing blonde hair, and looked at Liu Xing warily. This person seems to know her. I was smashed to the ground by something comparable to the power of a comet from an altitude of 10,000 meters, but he was still alive and well, with a clear will. Now this is the only person on Earth who can do it. WTF? Liu Xing was taken aback, but didn't realize how she came to the conclusion that she was from Kerry. Carol didn't speak anymore. Without saying anything, a wave of energy was thrown out with his right hand. Boom. Is it a bit unpleasant to come here as soon as we meet, or do you women like it? Let's start with a fight, and then ask questions when you fight. Liu Xing put down the Protoss shield on his right hand, glanced at Hela, who was watching the drama, speechless. I just want to see the color of your blood. Carol looked at the shield in Liu Xing's hand that completely blocked her energy wave, got up and leapt, jumped out of the tunnel, and stood in front of Liu Xing and Hela. The color of blood is the easiest way to distinguish Kree. Do you want to fight with the man in front of you? Carol glanced at Hela and slowly clenched his fists. Don't look at it. I am a native of the earth. Liu Xing put the spear in the ground, threw the shield, sat up, and looked at Carol in front of him. Why are you so vigilant? We didn't take the initiative to attack you, but you broke into our territory. Liu Xing didn't know that he smashed Captain Marvel down, and Carol didn't know that the unknown object that attacked her was thrown by the person in front of her. Right. Carol nodded slightly, then sat down beside Liu Xing talking to himself, and pointed to the stellar power shining on his body. But how come I don't know how Earthlings can do this? She thought that there was only one person on the Earth who gained superpowers by chance. But now she suddenly encountered another ... perhaps two. I don't think people on Earth can throw energy waves at will. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. Captain Marvel was ashamed to say that she herself is the biggest hanger. Okay, right. Carol curled his lips and glanced at Hela, who had been standing by without speaking. So, who are you? Where is this place? The new book sets sail, begging for everything. Comments and date 2 are the biggest motivation for the author to update. Thank you. Comments and date 2 are the biggest motivation for the author to update. Thank you. Chapter 6 Technology Defeats Magic. Liu Xing pointed at Halo with his hand and said, What about you? Which character in the myth? Carol glanced at Hela in surprise, and then returned to Liu Xing. Liu Xing pointed at Halo with his hand and said, What about you? Which character in the myth? Carol glanced at Hela in surprise, and then returned to Liu Xing. Compared with the characters in the fairy tale appearing in reality, she is now more concerned about Liu Xing's identity. There is no existence of me in the myth. I have said that I am just an ordinary mortal. Liu Xing shook his head and replied, Yes, ordinary mortals. Hela snorted and said, Odin sealed an ordinary mortal and his daughter together. This mortal is really ordinary. This tone, You can hear it as an old yin and yang person. Carol immediately turned to look at Liu Xing, still smiling. It seems to be saying, look, your teammates sold you. You still pretend. If you can take me out, I'll tell you. Liu Xing pointed to the seal barrier in the distance, and said to Carol, come here and I will try. Carol frowned slightly, stood up and walked to the edge of the seal. You agree? In case he is a world-destroying demon, let it out of your atrium and it will be over. Hela on the side looked at the two in surprise. Maybe she is confident of her own strength. Liu Xing shrugged and walked over with Carol. Carol shot energy toward the seal with one hand, and grabbed Liu Xing with the other, trying to take him out of the enchantment with the previous method. Boom! Liu Xing bumped his head against the seal. Sure enough, boom, boom, boom. Carol, who was outside the seal, didn't seem to believe in evil yet, and pulled hard a few times. Hey, stop. Are you playing the drums? Liu Xing was hit a few more times, and he directly backhanded Carol back into the seal. It looks like a failure. Carol media wrinkled and looked at the seal she couldn't understand, and the good mood of having solved the Kerry fleet gradually disappeared. I just thought I was invincible, but I hit a wall. Didn't it feel bad? The two returned to sit down on the lawn. Liu Xing looked at Carol, who bowed his head in silence, smiled slightly, and said, indeed. Carol nodded without evasiveness. She was actually ready to leave the Earth. In order to end the war, she must help the skrulls find a new home, and to expose the Kree conspiracy to prevent the supreme wisdom of war. Carol originally thought that the Earth was safe now, but as soon as she came into contact with Liu Xing and Hela today, she knew that what she had seen before was only the tip of the iceberg. You don't have to worry about the Earth. There are others guarding it. Other people? Carol was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly, since there are two transcendents, Liu Xing and Hela, in front of them, it is not surprising that there are more. But Carol felt more and more that his knowledge seemed too scarce. How many secrets are there in such a profound and vast universe without even knowing the Earth on which it was born? Do you have any more requests? I can try to help you, as long as you tell me more things I don't know. Carol looked at Liu Xing sincerely and asked, then you can plug in the network cable for me. It's too boring here. As a result, this guy needs to fight with me when he doesn't move. Fights in various senses. Liu Xing thought for a while and said, Hela, network. You mean the internet? Can it be transmitted in this seal? Carol looked incredulous. Why not? Air can circulate here. Liu Xing shrugged and said. But Carol looked tangled, still feeling a bit contrary. Isn't this seal arranged by the legendary King Odin? Even she needs a lot of energy impact to break open, and can't take Liu Xing away. As a result, now a small network can make the two worlds the same. If you ask someone to try it, don't you know if it will be done? Liu Xing patted Carol on the shoulder and said, Asgard seems to master the technology of interstellar travel, but it is actually more magic than technology. Because of the limitations of the Earth people, the science and technology tree must be moved upwards one by one. Asgardians, with magic as a base, can jump the technology tree at will. This also led to the fact that Asgard had no internet, no computer, or even a telephone or mobile phone. This can be learned from the dialogue when Thor went to find Doctor Strange in Thor. Since Asgard doesn't have a network, even if Odin knew it, he wouldn't be specially prepared for this. Then the network data transmission must be like the air, which can enter and exit the seal at will. I really can't break the seal. I'll be in otaku here. I'll talk about it when Odin is dead. Liu Xing watched Carol leave, rose to the sun and lay down on the ground. Carol said she was going to ask her friend for help. If she guessed correctly, there will be a bitten egghead next time. Chapter 7 True and False Moms Provoked Faxia. Nick Fury, who was pushed into the sealed land by Carol, glanced at Liu Xing and Hela silently, and picked up a small hamburger. I didn't eat lunch, don't mind. Nick Fury, who was pushed into the sealed land by Carol, glanced at Liu Xing and Hela silently, and picked up a small hamburger. I didn't eat lunch, don't you mind if I take one? Random. Liu Xing shrugged. indicating that it didn't matter. You don't believe what they say? Carol frowned slightly and asked, if I didn't believe it at all, I wouldn't bring so many people here. Nick Fury took a bite of the burger, his face changed suddenly, and he spit out, damn, this burger is bad. Why is it so smelly? Then what do you mean? Carol remembered a bunch of agents outside the seal who were pulling the wire, nodded, and continued to ask. You are still too young. Nick Fury smiled and shook his head, walked to Liu Xing, and stretched out his right hand. Hello, this gentleman who has been sealed here for not knowing how long. How did you know the existence of the internet? Obviously, the old fox Nick Fury only found a loophole by Carol's simple retelling. If Liu Xing has been sealed in this place and cannot leave, how did he know the news from the outside world? However, will Liu Xing make such an obvious mistake? You don't think she is the only one who can break the seal, do you? What do you mean? Nick Fury, who originally smiled confidently, was taken aback. I remember, when I just landed, she seemed to ask you if I was the woman who is the same as Odin. Then you denied it, which means... Carol recalled something, and when he pointed at Hela, he suddenly realized Carol's words confirmed that Liu Xing's words were not a temporary fabricated lie, which also meant that the so-called loopholes disappeared. Sorry, it was my fault. Nick Fury apologized decisively, although he still had some doubts, but now there is no evidence. What's more, if Liu Xing really did what Liu Xing said, then his worldview would be subverted again. Just because of alien invasion, the worldview was subverted, but now even the ancient myths are true. It will take a while before the internet is connected. Can you tell me your story now? Carol carried in some sofas from outside and looked at Liu Xing expectantly. Is this going to be a story? Liu Xing looked at the three-piece tea set and coffee set in front of him, feeling a little speechless. Can I listen in? Nick Fury asked. He is an agent friend of mine, who is in charge outside. Nick Fury can stay. Okay. Carol was about to explain Nick Fury's responsibilities, trying to get him to stay, but Liu Xing did not expect to agree directly. But the promise was a little strange. What is Nick Fury okay? What he meant, you can go out and change your deity and come in. Inferior form changing creature. Hela appeared in front of Nick Fury, pinched his neck with one hand, and raised it up. Seeing Hela's sudden attack, Carol got up abruptly and was about to rush to rescue Nick Fury. But the next second, something that surprised her happened. Talos, how do you dress up as Nick Fury? Seeing Nick Fury suddenly turned into a green-skinned skrull, Carol stopped the attack and asked, Ahem, he asked me to do this. Talos the skrull, who was dropped by Hela, fell to the ground, took off the intercom headset on his head, and handed it to Carol, who walked forward. Can you come out and pick me up? Nick Fury's helpless voice came from the intercom headset. Click. The walkie-talkie was crushed to pieces by Carol expressionlessly. Change back. Caroling the skrull posing as Nick Fury, Carol rushed out of the seal again. Within a few seconds, she floated in with another black charcoal head holding an orange cat. Obviously, this Nick Fury is real, because Liu Xing triggered the mission. Elemental Eater series missions has not changed, but it has already paying gratitude, put any major part of the body into the mouth of Elemental Eater. Marriage Fakerman series missions Trust of the Doubters, increase the trust of Nick Fury to more than 50%. Let the trust of this product reach half. Liu Xing suddenly got a little big head. But any change to any other person is easier to complete than Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury is not the future director of SHIELD and the king of agents, he has already begun to take shape after experiencing the invasion of the Skrulls and the Kree. Think about it. Nick Fury didn't even tell Carol about the skrull pretending to be himself. It is estimated that this guy has gradually started to regard lying as instinct. Trust reached 50%. For Nick Fury, it basically amounts to a completely trustworthy existence. But it's not without chance. Liu Xing raised his brows, and he suddenly remembered that Nick Fury now has the initial idea of forming the Avengers. So, as for stuffing any major part of the body into the mouth of the beast, isn't that pure breed to die? Hello, This is Nick Fury. The deity Nick Fury shook hands with Liu Xing again, then glanced at Hela, who was walking towards the distance. She doesn't want to talk to you. Liu Xing saw Nick Fury's doubts and explained. Why? Can you talk to ants? Okay. Nick Fury took a breath, let go of his handshake, and sat on the sofa. You just said, I can listen. Then, please tell me your origins, Mr. Mortal. Chapter 8. Starting from the Big Bang. Liu Xing has decided to take out dry goods. Naturally, he changed his lazy and relaxed posture during this period of time. Speaking, Nick Fury and Carol. Liu Xing has decided to take out dry goods. Naturally, he changed his lazy and relaxed posture during this period of time. Speaking, Nick Fury and Carol looked at each other and nodded seriously. Snapped. Hela did not know when he came back and sat next to Carol. Facing the gaze of several people, Hela shrugged casually. I am also very curious. You don't have a trace of divinity in your body, but you are filled with the breath of death that makes me intoxicated. It is absolutely impossible for you to kill more than 1,000. It's just an Asgard soldier. Liu Xing curled his lips and started speaking without saying more. A long time ago. Don't be so long ago. Why don't you start from the Big Bang? Hela waved her hand impatiently and said. Although Nick Fury and Carol didn't speak, they both nodded secretly, obviously in line with Hela's thoughts. A long time ago, when this universe had not yet been born, there were 6 singularities in a chaotic and disordered world in an endless void. Carol, Nick Fury, Hela. Amazing. Really start with the Big Bang. These 6 singularities are time, space, power, soul, mind, and reality. After the Big Bang, these 6 singularities turned into 6 infinite gems with the power of endless laws, scattered to all corners of the universe, and were chased by generations of generations. However, these 6 gems cannot be grasped at will. Ordinary people who touch the gems can be severely injured and exiled, and at the worst, they will be wiped out, and their souls will be scattered. But there are also a handful of chosen children who have been endowed with the mystery of the universe by gems and become powerful superheroes. Having said that, Liu Xing looked at Carol. She is the chosen one among the chosen ones, and the power obtained from the universe's Rubik's Cube even surpasses the power displayed by a single gem. You mean, the universe demon is the 6 singularities. No. One of the 6 gems? Nick Fury frowned slightly and asked tentatively. Not bad. Liu Xing nodded slightly, looked at Carol with a surprised look, and said, the universe demon is a container for space gems. Although your superpowers seem to have nothing to do with space, if it is not the power of space gems, you can enter and exit Odin's seal at will with just the energy impact. It turned out to be so. Captain Marvel. Carol nodded suddenly. Carol was like a baby who had just gotten a submachine gun and learned how to shoot. Now, she knows how a gun fires bullets. Where are the other 5 gems? Nick Fury did not disappoint Liu Xing, and he asked such a question as expected. After you learned about the existence of aliens, do you have ideas about the other 5 gems? Liu Xing smiled, looked at Nick Fury, and asked. When Liu Xing reminded him, Nick Fury's complexion suddenly became a bit bad, and he even felt that the cosmic Rubik's Cube that had just been spit out had become a hot potato. Piff was not guilty, and Nick Fury thought of it immediately. This infinite gem originally belonged to Asgard. Hela on the side interrupted and said, according to records, during World War II, the Cosmos Rubik's Cube was called the Dragon's Treasure. I didn't expect it to be Odin's treasure. Nick Fury suddenly felt a bit big-head. He wanted to find out the flaws in what Liu Xing said, but reason told him that everything Liu Xing said was true. Not only is the logic meticulous and flawless, but it also explains all the unknown phenomena that have occurred. So, the Earth already has 2 infinite gems, so don't stare at the others anymore. At least in the universe, let other people help the Earth divert their eyes. Liu Xing said in a preaching tone to Nick Fury. Yes, I understand. Nick Fury nodded subconsciously, and then realized something was wrong. Wait, You said 2? Why, have ideas again. Liu Xing could see Nick Fury's careful thoughts at a glance, and now the future king of agents has not yet achieved his anger. You know, if this kind of thing falls into the hands of evil people, it will cause much harm. For example, during World War II, the Cosmos Rubik's Cube was used by Hydra. Nick Fury explained. You can rest assured that your Nick Fury has turned into a Hydra, and she will not rebel. As a guardian who has protected the Earth from other dimensions for hundreds of years. Liu Xing curled his lips and said, sorry, I've seen too many betrayals. It's hard to believe anyone easily. A hint of curiosity about the guardian in Liu Xing's eyes flashed in Nick Fury's eyes, but he still chose to stick to his own point of view. Then there is no way, because no matter how much I say, you won't believe it, and there is no need to continue. Liu Xing spread his hands and said, so you talked for a long time, and you didn't mention your past at all. Hela, who had been listening quietly for a long time, suddenly spoke. No one believed what I said. Why did I say it? Liu Xing shrugged and said, I can help you. Hela slowly stood up and walked to Liu crossing. What are you doing? Liu Xing watched Hela walk in front of him, closed his eyes somehow, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Shut up, in remembering how to use that magic. Hela groaned and continued to stand there. The other three were silent and looked at each other for 5 minutes, drank the instant coffee in the cup, and Hela finally ended her memories. This is a spiritual magic that allows the caster to go back to the past memory, and this memory can be viewed by the caster. At this point, Hela changed her words slightly and looked at Liu Xing. However, I have made some changes. You can choose to block the memory that you don't want to be seen, and you can let both of them see it. So, you became a repeater and projector. Liu Xing was silent for a second before speaking. Chapter 9: The Demise of Olympus God System. Hela didn't know what repeaters and projectors were, nor did he care about Liu Xing's ridicule. From the waist. Hela didn't know what the repeater and the projector were, nor did he care about Liu Xing's ridicule. He drew 2 daggers from his waist and threw them in front of Carol and Nick Fury. Grab the hilt. And then Carol did not hesitate, and did what Hela said. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the goo in his arms, with a little bit of confidence. He also grabbed the hilt of the sword. See what I see? Hela's slender fingers guided a ray of black energy to link the 2 daggers with himself, and then placed the other hand on Liu Xing's forehead. Liu Xing felt a force slowly seeping into his consciousness, and after discovering that this force was not hostile and intrusive, he let go a little bit. At this moment, images of Hela, Carol, and Nick Fury appeared in front of them. It was an unknown and long time period. The current Supreme Master Yi was still an apprentice, and he also had golden curly hair, which looked like Gabriel in Hell Detective. At that time, the god Olympus, who had left a legend in ancient times, returned. Similar to Asgard, Olympus is a Protoss alien in another dimension. Hela, Carol, and Nick Fury's perspective is on Yi, listening to the previous Supreme Major talking about the purpose of another dimension Protoss. Once the Olympus plan is realized and rooted in the Earth, it will be impossible for the Earth to have superpowers in the future, and the Earth will become the pasture and nourishment of the gods from then on. When the angle of view was changed, the perspective of the 3 of them shifted to a mysterious character who was big in height. In their perspective, there were 2 people standing in front of them. One was Liu crossing, and the other was the master they had just seen, a young female mage. Hercules, you have half of mortal blood flowing in your body. You are a hero eulogized in the world. Why did you become the gatekeeper of Zeus? Yi was the first to ask, his expression calm and indifferent. The blonde hair on his forehead swayed by the wind. The divinity in him surpasses humanity, and it is no longer the Berserker who has completed the 12 trials. From the perspective of the 3 of them, Liu Xing slowly stepped forward, exhaled, and then rushed forward without saying a word. Next, the 3 of Hela experienced a battle from a second perspective. The fighting time was not long. but towards the end, they personally enjoyed the feeling of being beaten up. The angle of view changed again, and the three found that they had appeared on a golden carriage with golden light shining all around. However, before they waited for them to observe the surroundings carefully, they spun around and fell to the ground. Later, they saw the familiar figure Liu Xing was familiar with, but this time, for some reason, Yi disappeared. QE brand sun god flashlight. Here. Liu Xing came up with words of inexplicable meaning. Before the three of them could think about it, they only felt a tearing force coming from the neck. In the end they only saw a headless body lying on the ground. Countless images flashed in front of the three of them, and epic battles came to the fore. In the end, a shining sword pierced the hearts of Zeus, the god of Olympus, and Gaia, the mother of the earth. Declared the end. Hela released the magic, her expression a little complicated. The ordinary person Nick Fury, and the former ordinary person Carol, are still intoxicated. They witnessed Liu Xing's past and his rise from the perspective of the person who was beaten. But in the end, when Liu Xing killed the last Olympus god and declared the gods at dusk, the power of the gods he acquired in Olympus also dissipated with the Olympus god system. It can be said that as long as he keeps any Olympus god, then he can become the new god king. However, he refused, and the divine nature did not obliterate humanity. Odin should feel lucky. Witnessing the demise of a god family and the tragic death of Hades, who is the same god, Hela couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. At this moment, Carol, who was sober, heard Hela's words and nodded in agreement. Odin should be fortunate that the divine power that Liu Xing obtained in Olympus has dissipated, and it should be fortunate that the Asgardian Protoss is just the guardian of the 9 realms, and has not interfered with the earth. Too crazy. When Nick Fury woke up, he took a bottle of mineral water from the side, unscrewed the cap, washed his face, and looked at Liu Xing. So, myths and legends are real. Why is there no record of you in it? Having said that, Nick Fury paused for a moment and glanced at Hela. Or, are you discussing the false picture arranged by illusion? The more mediocre people, the more they have doubts about everything because of their limited vision. Hela glanced at Nick Fury with disdain, said, also, let's show you a few things, although these things are no longer useful. Liu Xing thought for a while, got up and walked to the open space nearby, and decided to throw out the garbage that had been stored in the system space for a long time. Nick Fury heard the words and immediately followed. He wasn't suspicious for the sake of being a lever, but he hoped that there was enough evidence and reason to believe Liu Crossing. Chapter 10 Head and Sword. Liu Xing took a human head out of the system space and threw it to the ground. Oh, it's a little bloody. As an agent, Nick Fury would naturally not be scared, but he was a little curious about where Liu Xing came from. Liu Xing took a human head out of the system space and threw it to the ground. Oh, it's a little bloody. As an agent, Nick Fury would naturally not be scared, but he was a little curious about where Liu Xing came from. This is the head of the sun god Helios. Carol squatted down and glanced at it with a slightly frowned eyebrow. This head was almost rotten, almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. With the fall of Olympus, this thing has long lost its divinity. Now it can be used at most once. Would you like to try it? Liu Xing picked up the head of the sun god and looked at Nick Fury and Carol. If you can, let us have a real insight. Nick Fury thought about it for a while. In the memory he saw just now, the power of the sun god seemed to emit a strong light, which was no different from a flash bomb. So he nodded. Okay, pay attention to yourself. Liu Xing kicked the head of the sun god, and the skull, which was originally rottenly like a mortal bone, shook, and a dazzling light burst out of his dim eyes. It's hot. Nick Fury put on his sunglasses and was about to take a closer look. Suddenly he felt a pain in his hand. In just a moment, his arm was burned. Meow. Just when Nick Fury was about to retreat, the elemental devourer in his arms rubbed his eyes with his paws. It seemed to be pierced by the bright light, screamed, and jumped to the ground, then swallowed the head of the sun god in one bite. The scene was very embarrassing. Sorry, It was my fault. Nick Fury stepped forward and carefully picked up the elemental eater that was licking its claws, and then stood up and apologized to Luo Crossing. It's okay, I have said it, this thing can only be used once, and it will be non-recyclable garbage after it is used up. Luo Xing was slightly stunned, and waved his hand after regaining consciousness. When the Chi-Yuan beast swallowed the head of the sun god, it unexpectedly completed the task magically, which made Luo Xing feel a little inexplicable for a while. Then he turned around and read the description of the task again. Elemental Eater series missions has not changed, but it is already paying gratitude. Put any major part of the body into the mouth of Elemental Eater. Any major part of the body is not said to be the major part of Luo Xing's own body. Luo Xing couldn't help cursing his mother in his heart. How could this mission system play a word game like the mentally handicapped lamp? Jeffries. As for the task reward, complete the series of missions of the Bitter Beast and get the contract card Magic Cat Yumi. Sure enough, Luo Xing thoughtfully, if the content of the mission and the mission reward are related, what would Nick Fury's be? Thinking of this, Luo Xing took out the last souvenir he had left in the system space. This is. Looking at the big sword that suddenly appeared in Luo Xing's hand, both Nick Fury and Carol shrank their pupils. Very familiar, isn't this the sword that pierced into the hearts of Zeus and Gaia in the picture just now? The former Olympus Excalibur is now just an iron sword with no blade. Luo Xing threw the Olympus Excalibur to the ground like trash. Hela couldn't help feeling full of emotion when he saw this scene. If Asgard were to be destroyed one day, would the former glory be trampled on like the Olympus next door? Moreover, as Asgard's first successor, when Odin passes away, her power will be bound to Asgard. It will be her peak time. But what if Asgard is destroyed? The scene even appeared in front of Hela. Do me a favor and this sword will be given to you. Luo Xing looked at Nick Fury with straight A's, chuckled and said, no matter how brilliant the Olympus Excalibur's record was, it is now a waste product. No matter it was the forging material, the divine power that was originally attached to it, and the power of Pandora's hope, they had all dissipated and became a complete mortal thing. Of course, if Nick Fury finds the SHIELD scientist to observe carefully, he can still find a trace of the past. But it's just a trace. These traces can only prove that the Olympus Excalibur was once an artifact, and it is no longer useful. But it is clear that Nick Fury is not clear now, or he knows. But he still chose to take a gamble if it was possible. What do you need me to do? Nick Fury retracted his gaze and asked. Find someone for me. That mage? Nick Fury remembered the person in his memory who fought alongside Luo Xing and nodded. No problem. But where can I find her? 3 places in the port of Neon, or near the Himalayas. Luo Xing shook his head slightly and said, but if you have a chance to get in touch, you have to say otherwise. Although the mage of Kamar-Taj is not as self-proclaimed as Hogwarts next door, he will not easily show his power in the Dooney world, let alone contact ordinary people at will. Chapter 11 Nick Fury's Trust Mission. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. In fact, even if Luo Xing did not make this request, he would try to find the power of the mage hidden in the Dunya. It's just that he didn't think of the law that he originally thought should exist outside the world. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. In fact, even if Luo Xing did not make this request, he would try to find the power of the mage hidden in the Dunya. What he didn't expect was that the wizard organization, which he thought should exist outside the world, was actually located in the current 3 major economic centers of the world. Is this a coincidence, or is it that the gathering place of these mages will change with the rise and fall of the world? Are you wondering why these 3 places are? Luo Xing saw Nick Fury's doubts, chuckled, and said, who told them to be the guardians of time gems? Maybe their ancestor Agamotto used the time gems to see all these places in the future. It occupied a piece of land ahead of time. What? Nick Fury, who was thinking about it, was stunned when he heard Luo Xing's words. There is this kind of operation. My guess. Nick Fury's mouth twitched, opened his mouth to say something, and finally swallowed again. It's a good guess. Can you guess this kind of thing casually? You believe it or not? Liu Xing curled his lips. He guessed. But it wasn't baseless. If it wasn't for the guy Agamotto to see the future with the gem of time, why would he choose these three places thousands of years ago? If Britain and Hong Kong had already had a certain civilization at that time, then America was still barren at that time. Are a bunch of wizards building the supreme sanctuary over there, in order to deal with primitive people? As for why Hong Kong was chosen instead of the magic capital in the Great Eastern Country, it is naturally because most of the magic capital was still in the water thousands of years ago. Did he? Nick Fury was about to speak when the communicator on his waist rang. Hello, got it. I will come out now. Nick Fury picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words, then looked at Liu Xing. The outside has been set up, and now it's worse than the inside. If you can. Do you want me to agree to let those people in? Liu Xing looked at Nick Fury with a smile. No, let me do it myself. As soon as Liu Xing reminded him, Nick Fury reacted. The less people know about the things here, the better. You do it yourself? Liu Xing raised his brow. I can help too. Carol also spoke. Then, the strongest heroine of Marvel and the future director of SHIELD, in the next half an hour, helped Liu Xing and Hela to pull the network cable in and connect to the network. Then, Nick Fury left with the Olympus Excalibur, which had become an ordinary iron sword. I am going to leave the Earth, and maybe I won't see you again in many years. I hope you have already come out by then. Carol stepped forward and gave Liu Xing a hug and bid farewell. Although she and Liu Xing were only first acquaintances, and did not become temporary comrades in arms like Nick Fury, but those who traced back the magical experience deserve her respect for the person in front of her. When are you going to leave? Liu Xing glanced at the painful task in the system task list and asked. Almost a month later. There are still some preparations to be done, and some materials need to be purchased. Carol thought about it, and said. A month later? Liu Xing's eyes lit up. Then come here again before you leave the Earth. 1 month's time is exactly the task refresh time. If you are not sure, how about a mission that Liu Xing can complete? Okay. Carol nodded without hesitation, and then was a little confused. Is there something you can't say now? It won't happen until a month later. You'll know when you come. Okay, then I'm leaving. Carol smiled helplessly, turned around and jumped up, bursting with energy in his hands, breaking the seal, and flying out. Call. After everything was over, Liu Xing lay down on the sofa and let out a sigh of relief. It's a pity. It's only in the 90s, this old machine is too bad. Seeing Hela sitting at the table in the distance and beginning to explore how to use the computer, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. But it's better than nothing. But it's only 95 years now, and none of StarCraft, Red Alert, and Diablo have appeared. The only thing that seems to have an impression is Fairy Sword 95. But it is clear that Nick Fury did not bring him the game CD of Fairy Sword 95. Fortunately, at least a few pirated digital games such as Pac-Man, Mario, and Contra are installed in these two computers. When Liu Xing was playing the game to pass the time, after Hela tried the game, he chose to open the search engine and began to look up various materials, not knowing what he was thinking. A few days later, tired of playing games, a voice suddenly rang in Liu Xing's ear when he registered a social account. Complete the quests in the majestic Fakerman series Trust of the Doubters, increase the trust of Nick Fury to more than 50%. Nick Fury, the old fox is too cautious. Liu Xing looked at the task just completed, and couldn't help being a little speechless. If the guess is not wrong, Nick Fury should have now let the scientists of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau explore the Olympus Excalibur. Until now, Nick Fury really chose to believe Liu Xing's previous words. Chapter 12 Nick Fury, the King of Lies. These substances are decomposing into carbohydrates at an extremely fast rate, which cannot be stopped. Report. We failed, the substance above could not be extracted, and it has completely dissipated. These substances are decomposing into carbohydrates at an extremely fast rate, which cannot be stopped. Report. We have failed, The substance above cannot be extracted and has completely dissipated. Faced with the failure of analysis by several scientists, Alexander Pierce, the current director of the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, who looked 2 points similar to the future Emperor Quen, turned and looked at the person beside him. Agent Fury, you have made countless great contributions and fully demonstrated your ability to the World Council. At this point, Alexander Pierce gave a slight pause. I am old and will soon retreat to the second line. Maybe you can inherit my mantle, old friend. I think you can work for another 20 or 30 years, Nick Fury said half-jokingly. He didn't know that the boss in front of him was changing from light to dark, and he didn't even know that he was a Hydra person. At this time, he was still feeling a little excited about the upcoming promotion. But apart from the excitement, Nick Fury also felt a little strange, and his boss seemed a little overjoyed. No, I'm already tired, and it will be yours in the future. Alexander Pierce is now like a kind elder who is leading the younger generation. While talking, he greeted the scientist who came out with the Olympus Excalibur. After receiving the iron sword wrapped in white cloth from the scientist, Pierce suddenly asked, Nick, where did you get this sword? Are there any analysis results? Nick Fury didn't answer directly, and asked the question. The report will come out soon. Pierce took a deep look at Nick Fury, and then stopped talking. 5 minutes later, Pierce took a printed copy of the information from an agent and flipped it through. This sword comes from Hela. Nick Fury spoke suddenly. Hela, the goddess of death in Norse mythology. Agent Fury, are you kidding? Pierce slowly put down the information in his hand, turned his head and stared at Nick Fury's single eye earnestly. Dragon treasures can be real, why can't Hela be? Nick Fury asked with a smile. This sentence suddenly silenced Alexander Pierce. After being in a daze for half a minute, Alexander Pierce lowered his head and quickly flipped through the information. Dragon treasure, this name he is too familiar with as a member of Hydra. According to tests, the genetic sequence of the owner of the blood remaining on this sword is completely different from that of humans. According to this weird sequence, this creature will have many strange characteristics. Alexander Pierce said. What feature? Nick Fury asked. Life is long, life is prosperous, and muscles store more energy. Alexander Pierce turned a page, but there are too few reference data, only these. Hela is the goddess of death in Norse mythology. It is not surprising that her sword is stained with the blood of the gods. Nick Fury said calmly. He has already decided, just like concealing Captain Marvel, Carol, concealing Liu Xing's existence from the world. To this end, he did not hesitate to throw Hela as a shield. Lies that can really confuse people are often 90 points true and 1 point false, and Nick Fury is proficient in this way. It is recorded above that during the detection, for a short period of 1 millisecond, the test machine received a weird and powerful current attack, at least 800,000 volts. And part of the machine was damaged. Alexander Pierce continued to read the information and read it out. As the evil queen of the underworld, it is not surprising that Hela has fought Thor. Nick Fury continued to talk nonsense with his eyes open. In fact, Nick Fury was secretly frightened at this time. As expected of Zeus, the former king of Olympus, the god system has disappeared, and there is still a trace of power on it. Of course, Nick Fury didn't know that Liu Xing's system storage space had a preservation function. If it weren't for the things thrown in that would tend to stop time, then Helio's head and the Olympus Excalibur would have been completely decayed a long time ago. How could it still retain a trace of power? You are right, but it's a pity. Pierce agreed with Nick Fury's analysis and speculation, and sighed at the same time. What a pity. Alexander Pierce was heartbroken, because the information has already stated from the beginning that this sword has become an ordinary iron sword, without any power and supernatural energy. If the sword remains the same, the Red Skull can become a super criminal against the US team with the Dragon Treasure. It is not a problem for Alexander Pierce to jump up with this sword. Unfortunately, There is no if. Did you make a deal with that goddess of death? Alexander Pierce threw the information aside and suddenly asked. Among the agents who followed Nick Fury to help Liu Xing pull the network cable, there is naturally no shortage of Hydra undercover agents. So Alexander Pierce, who suddenly thought of this, had a little extra expectation. Yes, but I don't know if it's the entrance to the underworld, or somewhere else. Now I can't get in. Nick Fury naturally didn't conceal the slightest bit, and said directly and generously, in fact, Captain Marvel Carol will leave the Earth soon, and no one will be able to enter that area. Even if Nick Fury brought all the agents and scientists to the edge of the sealed area, nothing could be inspected. Chapter 13 Western Shadows Demon Contract. Boom. Liu Xing playing Pac-Man in front of the computer. Boom. Liu Xing, who was playing Pac-Man in front of the computer, suddenly felt a slight shock on the ground and knew that the person was coming. "I'm leaving the Earth soon. What on earth do you have? Can I say now?" Carol fell from the sky tossing his hair and walked towards Liu Crossing. Liu Xing dragged the mouse and clicked to pause, glanced at the task refresh time, and then continued to play. Wait a second, there are still 5 minutes. Carol twitched his mouth slightly and sat on the sofa, looking at Liu Xing, who was still playing games over there, and his eyes were a little uncomfortable. The relationship between the old lady is not as important as a game. Want me to wait for you to play a 5-minute game? 5 minutes later, Liu Xing glanced at the task after the refresh. Captain Marvel series mission, fight head-on with the normal Carol Danvers for 3 hours, and never fall down. The former beat Carol Danvers in the form of a double star has become this, and it can be said that the difficulty has been greatly reduced. But there is also a fatal problem: can't fall. If it just couldn't fail, Liu Xing would still be able to easily stick to the end with the will of the indomitable spear after the war Protoss transformation time is over. But if you can't fall, this requirement is too harsh. Not to mention the strength gap between normal Liu Xing and normal Carol. Even if the two are of equal strength, it is impossible not to fall to the ground once under full combat. But, looking at the Magic Cat contract card in the storage space and the rewards for completing the Nick Fury series of tasks, Liu Xing felt that he still had the capital for a battle. "Then, come and fight with me." Liu Xing got up and walked to the open space next to him, then stood still and spoke. "Oh, okay, I was about to beat you up." After being dragged for a month and being pigeoned for 5 minutes, Carol was feeling a little upset now, got up and jumped, landed on the opposite side of Liu Xing, and geared up. "Then we have 3 chapters for 3 hours. You just use your normalcy and make your best effort. If you knock me down, even if you win," Liu Xing calmly spoke. "Okay, just give me a warm-up before I leave. Come on, like the hero of Achilles." Carol, with a hint of teasing, stepped on her feet. The waves of energy dispersed, and the whole person rushed towards Liu Crossing. "Achilles, like Hercules, died in my hands. If there is a record, I should be the great demon king." Liu Xing chuckled lightly, and took out the rewards of the Nick Fury series of tasks from the storage space. Complete the series of quests in Mars Falker and get the reward of the Western Shadow Demon Contract. Magic Shadow of the West Demon Contract. Effect: randomly contract a demon, introduce it into the body, and gain all its power for 1 hour. Side effect: most demons will fight for control of the body. Once the body is taken away, the soul will also be harvested. Cooling time: 1 second. Devil, come on. Liu Xing used the Western Demon Shadow Demon Contract, and a hideous pattern instantly appeared on the back of his hand, and then slowly disappeared. As far as the devil is concerned, Liu Xing has no fear at all. The unyielding spear brings not only unyielding will, but also an additional 100% increase in strength when fighting against gods and demons. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge sword suddenly fell from the air, inserted in front of Liu Xing, and knocked off Carol, who was rushing towards him. "What is this again?" Carol floated in the air, looking at a huge sword that suddenly appeared in surprise. Compared with the gorgeous Olympus Excalibur, this giant sword is more like a magic sword, as if it is composed of flesh and blood. It is still beating slowly, as if it has a heartbeat and life. Are you a demon? Seeing this somewhat familiar giant sword in front of him, Liu Xing stepped forward to grab the hilt and pulled it out, somewhat puzzled. Demons, gods, are all mortal names? I am Dark Descendant. A heavy hoarse voice came from the giant sword. Whatever you are, now, you are just a weapon. Liu Xing squeezed the hilt of the sword and swung it at Carol, who rushed again. Boom! Exclamation mark. Carol hit the sword with a punch, and a huge shockwave spread rapidly. Hela, who was surfing the internet in the distance, frowned, had to leave the keyboard with both hands and waved to extinguish the shockwave that was about to smash the desk and the computer. Humble mortal, I want to devour your will, strip your soul, and erase your memory. The great sword let out a painful wailing, followed by a roar. However, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Can't you be quieter? Liu Xing glanced at his left hand. This giant sword named Atix only eroded half of his arm, still under his anger. Boom! Exclamation mark. Carol hit the sword with another punch. Humble mortal, I want to chop off, cut, and chop your body. Being repeatedly attacked on the body, suffering tremendous pain and humiliation, Atix shifted his attention from Liu Xing to Carol. Accept my strength and witness immortality. The giant sword uttered a roar. The heart on the sword beat abruptly. Liu Xing suddenly opened a pair of demon wings. Great extinguish, turn on. Chapter 14. Lilith. Come on, don't keep your hands. I didn't keep my hands. Carol rubbed a few times and felt a little sour. Come on, don't keep your hands. I didn't keep my hands. Carol rubbed a sore fist under the impact several times, and rushed up again. Liu Xing knew Carol's strength, and he no longer kept his hands. Flew directly into the air, raised his sword high, and smashed into the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. Carol crossed his hands to block his head and took the blow abruptly. In the distance, Hiraman stood expressionlessly leaning against the table. Whenever a shockwave came, she would take action to prevent things from being damaged. This feeling of being a babysitter made her very uncomfortable. If the two were not in a fair duel, Hela would have liked to stop and fight Liu Xing immediately. As the battle hit the ground from the sky, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers finally felt the meaning of the battle, and was progressing rapidly. Since Captain Marvel awakened and was able to fly, the ordinary fighting skills she had learnt had no meaning. But she couldn't practice the new fighting skills, because ordinary enemies only need to hold both hands, and the burst of energy is enough to destroy them. 10 will be reduced in one effort. Those are just ignorant words spoken under the condition of being crushed by force. Once you encounter an opponent of equal strength, a drop of 10 will become a joke. Think of the Hulk in Avengers 3 who was beaten by Thanos. Has Thanos crushed Hulk in terms of power? No, he didn't even use the power gem, just relying on his fighting skills. He beat the Hulk who had always beaten others violently. Your sword is so annoying. Carol panted slightly, folded his hands, and shot bursting energy toward the blade that was slashed in the air again. Nearly an hour had passed since the battle, and the magic sword had been yelling frantically over there. But the end result was that the two sides temporarily ended up in a tie. The magic sword tried to lure Liu Xing to fall with madness, and wanted to occupy Liu Xing's body, but so far it only occupied half of Liu Xing's arm. However, the time for the demon contract is approaching. Liu Xing turned over and jumped, and suddenly threw the magic sword in his hand towards Carol. The demon sword transformed the real body of Darkborn Atix in the air, and the real body took the hilt of the sword and made the final blow. Your elegy will sing my name. Boom! Carol hit the air with a punch, and looked at Liu Xing suspiciously in the distance. The sword suddenly disappeared. Who will it be this time? Liu Xing used the demon contract again, and quietly waited for his coming. Wow! In Carol's surprised gaze, the whole world on Liu Xing's left hand turned into blood. At this time, even with preparations, Liu Xing was still occupying half of his body at once. A human being like you, Dixian, but you don't seem to be my child. Is this another world? A dark and silent female voice sounded from Liu Xing's left half. Afterwards, Liu Xing's blood-stained left hand stroked his own right cheek, and the female voice sounded again. Your heart is stronger than Eudixian. It's so perfect. Are you finished? Liu Xing patted his left hand off his face with his right hand, and replied calmly. When the demon contract came into effect again, he already knew the true identity of the demon who came. In the world of Diablo, the daughter of Mephisto, the seventh demon king of hell, hates war, and created the sanctuary, the ancestor of human Nephition, Lilith, the creation virgin of the Blood Mother. As for Eudixian in her mouth, it was a human being who had awakened power, or Nephition, who swept high-level heavens and burning hells with her own power. However, it is a pity that Eudixian could not reach the depravity caused by the powerful force. In the end, human nature defeated the divine nature and chose to explode. He used his last breath to leave help and time for mankind before he exploded. You call me just for a trial? Lilith looked at Carol on the opposite side through Liu Xing's eyes. She couldn't help being a little disappointed, but she felt reasonable. After all, with Liu Xing's heart that she felt, how could he be a person who would fall for himself when encountering a strong enemy and betray his soul to summon demons? Are you finished? Then I'm ready to go. Liu Xing shook his hair and took back control of his body. When you face my coming, you don't have the slightest fear in your heart. Diablo will definitely hate your existence. Then take my power. Wow! A blood mist spread out of thin air in the surrounding air, woven around pieces of blood-colored film like silk yarn. Should I say, take it Carol, a 20-meter radius of blood in a gem splash. With a move of Liu Xing's finger, the blood mist in the air turned into blood arrows and shot towards Carol, who was standing in the center. Nourish. A blood arrow hit in front of Carol and dissipated in an instant, but it still made a corrosive sound, causing Carol to frown. Is this blood or sulfuric acid? Also, what is this blood evil existence? Chapter 15. Complete the mission. Lilith let out a scream, and Carolton, who was about to counterattack, felt her soul tremble and stopped in place. At the same time, the blood mist in the air shrank sharply, condensing a huge cavalry spear with a length of 5 meters. Lilith let out a scream, and Carolton, who was about to counterattack, felt her soul tremble and stopped in place. At the same time, the blood mist in the air shrank sharply, condensing a huge cavalry spear with a length of 5 meters. I don't want this gun. Liu Xing held the handle of the spear with some speechlessness. What he wanted was a revolver, but Lilith gave him a cavalry spear. However, it seems that Liu Xing's requirements are too high, and the world of Diablo does not seem to have such weapons as muskets. As for why Liu Xing suddenly wanted a pistol as a weapon, click. Carol slammed the bloody spear with a punch, and the spear shattered rapidly from the tip, turned into blood mist, and floated into the air. The strength and hardness are not enough. Where is the qualification to condense cold weapons? Liu Xing shook his head, then jumped up, grabbing the bloody film left by Lilith in the air. If it weren't for this film to be blood red, maybe Liu Xing could call Dor Itanlong and Kasuk. In fact, you don't need to take the initiative to attack, just get stuck. Liu Xing's goal is not to defeat Carol, just not to fall within 3 hours. When the contract demon was the sword demon Atox, offense was the best defense. But now, Lilith has personality and laws, and her strength alone is not enough for Liu Xing to initiate an active attack. Whoosh! The scarlet film quickly surrounded Carol, and at the same time, there was a continuous sound of corrosion inside. Liu Xing stood outside the scarlet orb. He didn't worry about Carol's safety, but he thought of another question. There will be no problems with her clothes, right? But after thinking about it, Carol could be able to rush out of the earth wearing this suit. It should be that she used energy to turn herself into a complete assembly, unable to break her defensive attack and not hurt her clothes. Sure enough, Hulk's pants are the least scientific. Liu Xing sat on the ground, propped his chin with one hand, looked at the blood-colored giant ball that was constantly shining with energy, and said inwardly, "The power of this mortal is beyond my expectation. I can only block her 20 rounds of attacks at most." Sitting behind Liu Xing on the ground, Lilith's demon figure appeared, and she was constantly mending the blood film that was attacked by Carol. 20 rounds? More than enough. Liu Xing mentally calculated the time. As long as he resisted Carol's 10 rounds of attacks, it would be enough to last for the last hour. In the space among the blood cells, the demon with blood condensed around him rushed towards Carol, and was immediately beaten into powder by her punches and punches. Carol, trapped by the blood film, was not eager to leave, but regarded this place as a trial. Soon, the her battle came to an end. Since Carol did not choose to actively break the blood film, but to use it to continuously improve his combat skills, it took a longer time. But this is not a release, because she is still fighting with all her strength. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Scarlet World was shattered by Carol's hands, and the slightly embarrassed figure appeared again in front of Liu Xing. "My time is almost up, right?" Lilith, who was behind Liu Xing, looked at the two with a complicated look. "Yes, there are 10 seconds left. You can get ready to go." Liu Xing yawned and said without turning his head, "A terrifying demon to ordinary people is just a tool man in his eyes. I really hope you can come to the sanctuary and end the endless eternal battle." Lilith left a word quietly, leaving the world with a cloud of blood. "This demon doesn't seem like a demon." Carol patted the dust on her body and stepped forward and said, "Lilith's image is hideous and beautiful. Her attack methods are bloody and brutal, but she inexplicably reveals a sense of humanity, especially when compared to the first grotesque and crazy sword demon attacks. Lilith seemed more elegant and calm. In another world, she was tired of endless battles with angels and created human beings. But it's too naive to say that she is a kind and good person." Speaking of this, Liu Xing laughed at Carol. "Also, if you think I am a good person, then you are too naive. Being a good person is too tired. Liu Xing just wants to be a pure person. I don't have one." Carol also smiled relieved and sat beside Liu Xing. "My hands are also stained with the blood of many innocent people, and besides, I don't need to be friends with good people." Originally, Carol still had some resistance to the behavior of the Liu Xing contract demon, even if she was not a Christian. But the environment affected by her ears made her naturally disgusted with the devil. But after calming down, Carol understood that the so-called demons and gods were just a bunch of powerful creatures with supernatural abilities, no different from herself. "Thank you. Please come over for a fight before leaving the earth." Liu Xing glanced at the completed task and raised his left fist. "Is it time to say goodbye?" "It's time. And thank you for giving me this training." Carol raised his right hand and touched Liu Xing, took a deep breath, jumped up, and flew into the sky. Complete the missions of Captain Marvel and get the reward Incarnation Glucurond, Father of Dragons. Chapter 16 The Brothers and Sisters of Sokovia. A certain bitten egg became a director from an agent, and his hair was all lost. And he still didn't find any person who could let him form the Avengers. As for agreeing to Liu Xing's task of finding a mage, a certain bitten egg became a director from an agent, and his hair was all lost, and he still didn't find any person who could let him form the Avengers. As for agreeing to Liu Xing's task of finding a mage, Nick Fury has been performing it until now. It's a pity that there are still no clues at all. As if those mages didn't exist at all. In Sokovia, a city in a small Eastern European country, citizens are holding demonstrations and protests, but there are not many official personnel to maintain order. In the protest team, there were 2 shabby-clothed children, a boy and a woman, about 10 years old. They also held signs, but their eyes were looking at other places. When no one was paying attention, the little boy put the sign on the ground and slid into the passing bakery. "Come, Wanda, lunch is here." The little boy grabbed a few sandwiches, ran back embarrassedly, and handed the food to his sister. "You haven't been spotted?" The little girl took the sandwich and looked carefully into the distance. "Don't worry, These people will rob things when they protest. No one will notice when I am among them. The little boy wiped the dust off his face, a little embarrassed. It's just that I took a little too much just now and I accidentally fell. After eating the sandwiches under the cover of the crowd, the siblings left the team. In an icy forest outside the city, two brothers and sisters took the remaining 2 sandwiches and sat in front of a cemetery. 3 months ago, they were still a happy family, and a family of 4 was having dinner at home. At this time, a missile hit their residence and a big hole was blown into the floor. Their parents fell and the whole building began to collapse. The brother took his sister and hid under the bed when the second missile fell. However, the missile did not explode, and with the label Stark on it, lying quietly in front of 2 desperate brothers and sisters, the siblings were trapped in the rubble for 2 days and nights. Every time the search and rescue team cleared the rubble, it was a death threat to them that might trigger the dud bomb. After surviving from the edge of life and death, before the brothers and sisters had time to rejoice, they discovered another thing that made them even more desperate. Without their parents, their families have completely lost their financial resources. There is no welfare home in Sokovia. They can only wait for a family to accept them. Before that, they had to survive alone. Either beg or steal. Wanda, we can't go on like this anymore. We need money and use the same method. Little Pietro said to his sister earnestly, protest. You are the thugs. Come on. Under Pietro's deliberate guidance, the protest demonstrators rioted and hit a money transport truck guarded by soldiers. The guard soldier saw the protesting crowd rushing up and showed a fierce light, and immediately picked up the intercom, and after some inquiries, raised the submachine gun in his hand. Boom! With a gunshot, a blood hole appeared on the forehead of the soldier who had not had time to attack, and he fell down. A shot was fired in the demonstrator team. As the gunfire sounded, the riots became even greater, and little Pietro, holding a safe in the chaos, ran out of the riot area. Wanda, I succeeded. Guess how much money is in it? Back in the forest, little Pietro excitedly patted the safe in his arms, showing off his achievements. How do you open this? Xiao Wangda looked away from his parents' tombstone, glanced at the locked box, and raised his doubts. I remember there was an axe left by an old carpenter nearby. I'll look for it. Little Pietro smiled awkwardly and turned and ran away. 5 minutes later, little Pietro ran back panting with an axe. Click, click. After splitting twice with all his strength, little Pietro felt a little strange in his hand, as if it was empty inside. Won't you come back with an empty box? Little Pietro hurried forward to pick up the box that had been split, shaking a few times. Ding! A gold lamp studded with gems fell to the ground, making Pietro's eyes bright. Great! This must be worth a lot of money. Let's find a chance to sell it. Little Pietro picked up the golden lamp and looked at his sister with excitement. At that time, we will eat as much as we want. We also have beautiful clothes. Xiao Wangda looked down at his worn leather jacket and nodded vigorously. In the city, the rioting protest team has been suppressed, and a bald man wearing a monocle appeared at the scene. Check losses, track them down. The bald man gave the order indifferently. Yes, Master Straker. Chapter 17 Wanda and the Colossus X-Dragon. Report that the contents of the box have been taken away. The leader of the team glanced at the safe that had been split open, held on to the headset, and reported the situation. There is a positioning device on the box, and the box is now. Report that the contents of the box have been taken away. The leader of the team glanced at the safe that had been split open, held on to the headset, and reported the situation. There is a positioning device on the box, and now the box has been destroyed, and in order to prevent damage, no corresponding measures have been installed on the contents. Look for clues. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the team leader immediately looked around, quickly scanning everything around him. Captain, that place. A soldier pointed in one direction. 2 low tombstones stood quietly over there. Ginger Maximoff, Maya Maximoff, check the information of these 2 people. In a dilapidated wooden house far from the city center, the brothers and sisters were stuffing clothes and dry food into their suitcases. You can't just sell it here. or we'll be finished if we are found out. Little Pietro picked up a photo of the family of 4, stuffed it into the suitcase, and finally took the golden lamp on the side. Before putting it in, little Pietro may have thought of a better life in the future, and also aroused the idea of making his sister happy, and said, "Wanda, do you think this thing looks like the story my mother told us before? The magic lamp in here? It's Aladdin's magic lamp. 3 wishes can be made. Is this true?" Little Wanda's cute eyes flashed with curiosity and expectation at this time. "Of course it is true. But the spirit of this magic lamp is very weak, so I can only realize a small wish. Wanda, do you want to try it?" Pietro turned his eyes sharply and handed the golden lamp to his sister. How to make a wish. Xiao Wangda broke his tears and laughed, and took the golden lamp. Although he has experienced life and death, Wanda hasn't been wiped away by life's innocence, and the long-lost smile appeared on his cheeks. Like in the story, rub this magic lamp, then close your eyes and make a wish. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Pietro said, "But remember, this magic lamp is very weak and can only achieve a small wish. If the wish is too difficult to achieve, it will be wasted." "Oh, I see." Xiao Wangdan nodded vigorously, carefully held the magic lamp in his arms, closed his eyes, and placed his right hand on the lamp pot of the magic lamp, trembling slightly. "Pete, what was the name of that dress last time?" Little Wanda closed his eyes and thought for a while, then asked tangledly. "Which?" Little Pietro heard his sister's question. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and tiptoedly took out a small box from the broken closet next to him. "It's the one we saw in the 3rd store on Sonia Street last time." "Oh, that, I asked Jennifer next door, and she said it was called JK, which seems to be the internet language on the East Island." Pietro replied while gently placing the box that had been prepared a long time ago in front of Wanda, who closed his eyes. "Then, I want a set of JK. Shouldn't this be an excessive wish?" Little Wanda wrapped up his worn-out clothes and whispered. A blue lamp spirit emerged from the spout of the golden lamp and shook twice. Little Pietro stood aside dumbfounded. He just wanted to give his sister a gift under the pretext of making a wish. How did it become real? "I try to satisfy your wishes." A strange voice rang in Wanda's ears, making her stunned. "There is a lamp god. Has the lamp god fulfilled her wish?" But before she could even think about it, Xiao Wanda suddenly felt weak, and fell directly to the ground with a limp. "Wanda, what's wrong with you?" Pietro returned to his senses, and hurriedly kicked the magic lamp and lifted up Xiao Wanda. "Who are you? At this time, a woman's scream came from outside. It's the voice of the landlord's aunt. Pietro's heart beat suddenly, and he ran to the window to look down. A bunch of heavily armed soldiers were pouring into the building. "This costume. It's the team that escorted this magic lamp. It's over. I'm looking for it so soon." Little Pietro hurriedly stepped forward and stuffed the magic lamp into his suitcase, and looked at his sister anxiously. "Wanda, are you okay? Those people are here. Let's leave from behind." "Okay." Wanda's face was pale at this time, but she stood up and nodded. The two ran to the next building by another road, and then ran to the 1st floor before the soldiers realized that the buildings were connected to each other. "Wanda, come up soon," Pietro shouted, pushing a cart. He had already seen that his sister was very tired now, and he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, so he could only go to the side and steal a scavenger's cart. "You idiots! The 2 boys from Maximoff's family have escaped. Hurry up!" Chasing back and forth in the forest. After all, Pietro was young. Even if relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he was still bitten by the soldiers behind after a certain distance. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!" Pietro gritted his teeth and wanted to run faster, but unfortunately, it was counterproductive. At this time, the originally clear sky dimmed instantly, and the entire forest became dark. "Hey, what happened? Is there a solar eclipse noticed today?" The soldiers were stopped by the sudden darkness and began to ask in their voices. On Pietro's side, because of the sudden disappearance of his vision, he accidentally stepped on a stone, was tripped and turned over on his horse, and the cart flew out. No, Wanda. Boom. The ground shook suddenly, and an unknown object caught Xiao Wanda. You summoned me? A dull and long voice came from the sky. But there was a hint of joy in his tone. Pietro looked up. A huge eye was staring at him and Wanda. And the thing that just caught her sister turned out to be just a piece of scale armor on the claws of that unknown creature. Chapter 18. Yes, I am JK. Godzilla invaded. The soldiers not far from Pietro and Wanda also followed the voice, raised their heads and saw the huge eye, and they collapsed on the ground in terror. Hey, Joyce. Catch that. Godzilla invaded. The soldiers not far from Pietro and Wanda also followed the voice, raised their heads and saw the huge eye, and they collapsed on the ground in terror. Hey, Joyce, have you caught those two little cubs? Remember to bring them back. We need fresh blood or experimental products that we don't have to worry about, Master Strack. We were stopped by Godzilla. The team leader held on to the headset and replied stiffly. The voice on the other side of the headset fell into a short silence, and then came a sentence. Your joke is very boring, Sergeant Joyce. Come back early. There are still tasks for you to perform. No, Master Straker, I'm not kidding. Then be loyal to the Hydra. Kill Godzilla and bring its body back. Doo-doo. The signal was cut off at the other end. Long live the Hydra. Desperate Captain Joyce raised his submachine gun and pulled the trigger at the huge eyes in the air. Ding ding ding. The bullet hit the eyelid of the huge monster, but as if it had encountered steel, it made a crisp sound and bounced back. You really are heifers who have entered the bullpen. It's so terrible. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge claw fell from the sky, directly like grinding a cockroach, quieting the world. It turns out that this is how Cronus feels when shooting people. It's not very good. The huge paw slowly lifted up, slinging away the blood on it. Pietro was stunned as he watched the unknown giant creature slap to death the soldiers who chased them, and then ... This giant creature gradually shrank and became a human? Did she call me out? Liu Xing glanced at the unconscious little girl in his arms and asked, It's my sister. Pietro nodded subconsciously, and then shook his head sharply. No, my sister just wants a piece of clothing. Clothes? What did she do? Liu Xing asked. She made a wish to an Aladdin's magic lamp. Who knew that a lamp god really appeared inside? Pietro scratched his hair. What happened today was too weird, and it subverted his worldview. Should I believe in science if I say yes? Mum and Dad, you lie to me. The magic lamp. Liu Xing's face suddenly showed a strange look, and he lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Wangde. So, what wish did she make? I didn't lie to you, she really just asked for a dress. Pietro wanted to cry without tears. He now suspects that the magic lamp is the temptation of a certain demon. If he makes a wish, he will release a monster. I said, what did she say? Liu Xing silently looked at the crying kid in front of him, and asked, She said, I want a set of JK. JK is the internet terminology on Toshima, which seems to mean a girl's high school student. Pietro looked at Liu Xing, who was getting closer, and explained in a panic, for fear that Liu Xing would not understand. Liu Xing glanced at the little girl in his arms with a weird look. It's really a coincidence. Jeff has made a stupid mistake this time. Coincidence? Pietro leaned against the tree with his legs trembling, and he was taken aback when he heard Liu Xing's words. The form I just had is called Galakrond, or JK for short. Pietro opened his mouth wide and wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. So, you are Godzilla? Pietro asked cautiously. Where am I like Godzilla? Liu Xing put Wanda next to the tree. His face turned black when he heard this, and he turned his head and glared. That form is the father of dragons, but I am just an ordinary person. Go to ordinary people. The corners of Pietro's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't seen any ordinary person with this ability. If Liu Xing is an ordinary person, what is he? Single-celled organisms. But the father of dragons. Father of dragons? Dragon? Is it like Smorg? Pietro's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. Since Galakrond was too large, he could only see a pair of eyes in the darkness. and couldn't see the whole picture at all, so the people below had to make up for it by themselves. Now that he learned that the dragon that had just appeared in front of him was a legendary dragon, Pietro suddenly became excited. The dragon, that is a romantic fantasy existence that is called a man together with mecha. Smaug's type of dragon is just a bigger fly. Liu Xing glanced at Pietro and said, the so-called Smaug, the last descendant of the dragon clan in Middle-earth, is just like that. Deathwing was only the size of a rabbit in front of Galakrond, not to mention Smaug. By the way, is my sister okay? At this time Pietro remembered his sister's comfort, and ignoring his fear of Liu Xing, hurried to the tree and squatted next to the unconscious little Wanda. Wanda, wake up, Wanda. It's so annoying. Can you stop making noise, little boy? A voice rang from under Wanda, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Pietro stayed. What was the sound? Chapter 19 Lucky Fishing. A golden doll hair appeared behind Xiao Wangde, dangling over her shoulder, and then a small head came out against the golden doll hair. Cat. Seeing that creature appeared, I was afraid of taking 2 steps back. A golden doll hair appeared behind Xiao Wangde, dangling over her shoulder, and then a small head came out against the golden doll hair. Cat. Seeing that creature appeared, Pietro, who had just taken 2 steps back from fear, was stunned. I have worked so hard. Is there any fish to eat this time? Is there any? No and no. Under Pietro's gaze, the cat jumped onto a book and floated to Liu Xing, complaining loudly, don't worry, I have already left that seal. You can eat as many fish as you want in the future. Liu Xing touched Yumi's head and said, in Odin's sealed space, Liu Xing summoned Yumi once, and also tried to use the book under his feet, that is, the ghost magic book, to leave the seal. But obviously, it failed, and the magic of the door cannot be used in the seal. Afterwards, Yumi, who found that there were no fish in Liu Xing world, decisively cancelled the summoning and returned to Rune Land. This kind of contract call is like the spiritism in Naruto. Really? I'm so hungry now. I want to fish now. Yumi floated on Liu Xing's shoulder, looking at him pitifully with big eyes. That's fine, you protect them, I'll catch you fish. Liu Xing glanced at the faint orb on the dull hair on Yumi's head, and smiled helplessly. In order to treat the small wonder who had been drawn a lot of magical power and passed out, Yumi consumed a lot, and his magical power had bottomed out, and he needed food to replenish it urgently. As for why Wanda was drawn a lot of magic power, rubbing the magic lamp to summon Jeffries requires only second-order magic power, which is actually not too expensive for the little Wanda who has not been awakened by the catalysis of the soul gem. But the key is that her wish is to summon Galakrond, and Liu Xing's incarnation of Galakrond is different from the incarnation of War Protoss. It is not unconditionally without any consumption. Liu Xing himself could not transform without magic, and he was forcibly summoned on the other side. Then the result is that the summoner is responsible for all mana consumption. Incarnation Galakrond, Father of Dragons. Effect: consume the 7th order magic power, randomly incarnate into one of the 5 forms of Galakrond. Duration: until the active release. Cooling time: 1 second. What is the concept of 7th order magic power? According to Marvel's official data, the Scarlet Witch's energy launch ability is the highest level of the 7th tier, which can release almost unlimited forms of energy. Of course, the 7th rank is not the limit, but the more powerful situation cannot be divided solely by rank. But that was also the Crimson Witch, not Wanda Maximoff, who is still a little girl. This is why she fell into a coma with just 1 call. If it weren't for the healing power of the magic cat Yumi, he would most likely be unconscious. By the way, you take this, those guys don't know when they will send someone to find those who are missing. If you encounter troubles that Yumi can solve, use this to contact me. Before Liu Xing left, he suddenly thought of something. With 2 fingers and 1 clip, a black scale appeared on his hand. Then, Liu Xing walked to the side and picked up a broken gun. A holy light appeared in his hand, and the broken submachine gun turned into a silver-white revolver. This is. Pietro took the scales and the revolver, and then a piece of knowledge was instilled in his mind for an instant. After returning to his senses, he nodded. I know. All transformation abilities will gain a permanent normal ability after the first use. For example, after incarnation of the War Protoss, Liu Erxing obtained the title of Unyielding Spear. Incarnate as Galakrond, Liu Erxing's normal ability is the prayer ritual. Liu Erxing can impart the knowledge of the prayer ritual to anyone, and then that person can pray to Galakrond, so that he can gain certain powers and increase Liu Erxing's strength after the next transformation. It's just that praying is costly. Like now, Pietro doesn't have the slightest magic power, and Liu Erxing doesn't have the slightest magic power, so this prayer ritual is just a BP machine without signal restrictions. As for the silver revolver, that was the normal ability magic spear transformation obtained by Liu Erxing after being incarnate in Western Magic Shadow for the first time. The magic gun transformation allows Liu Erxing to turn any gun that he touches into a holy gun or magic gun with 6 bullets, and can be used by others. When Liu Erxing uses it himself, there is no bullet limit for the holy spear and magic spear. I am leaving. After explaining things, a starlight fell from the sky and hit Liu Erxing. After transforming into a War Protoss, Liu Erxing jumped up, leapt high into the sky, and fell onto the nearest sea area with the Great Wild Star. Unexpectedly, I would actually use Guangxing's spear to fish. On the sea thousands of miles away, Liu Erxing shot into a tuna and threw it into the system space. Sure enough, you can no longer use the spear as a weapon in the future. Since ancient times, Lancer Lucky is not nonsense. Since ancient times, the spearmen have had 8 fights, and Zilong has 1 stone, and the rest have 2 fights. After becoming a fisherman, Liu Erxing's resentment gradually increased, and after catching enough fish, he returned to the shore, stepped on his feet, and rose into the sky again. On the other side, Pietro was hiding behind the tree, holding the scale armor in one hand, and squeezing the trigger of the holy gun in the other, watching the soldier squad that appeared in the distance nervously. Boom! Exclamation mark. Like a comet hitting the moon, a starlight fell from the sky, plowing a long ditch nearly 100 meters in the ground. The Hydra soldiers who had been advancing cautiously, looking for the missing persons, were just like bowling balls. The people hit by this huge impact turned their backs on their backs, and there was not one left. Chapter 20 Superhero Pietro? The 2 teams. There is no news. What is going on? There was a trace of worry on Baron Straker's dark face. Is it his foundation? The 2 teams. There is no news. What is going on? There was a trace of worry on Baron Straker's dark face. Could it be that his base was exposed? If it is really exposed, he must leave Sokovia immediately. At this time, there was a trace of regret in Baron Straker's heart. The previous team leader said in his voice that he had encountered Godzilla, and he thought it was a joke. As a result, both teams are now missing, and there is a high probability of accidents. Knowing this was the case, Baron Straker would definitely order them to evacuate immediately. Unlike the Hydra hidden in SHIELD, Baron Straker has different beliefs and ideals, and even said I don't care about the survival of Hydra in the future. Perhaps the power of Hydra is a convenient tool in his eyes. Sir, the corpse was found ahead. And a gully. A scout soldier ran up to Baron Straker who was worried and reported the situation. Turn on the searchlight. Was this being hit by a meteorite? Struck was escorted by the soldiers to the place where the great desolate starfall fell. Under the searchlight, he could see the long gully in the night clearly, and he couldn't help being frightened. Sir, I found a few footprints. Do you want to pursue it? Fart. Take the team. After checking his footprints, Straker was relieved. According to the footprints, all the people in the forest have left the city. And many more. Suddenly thinking of something, Straker raised his right hand, glanced left and right, and said, leave a team and check if there is any hair or blood left. Baron Straker has an unusual attitude towards extraordinary abilities, both fearful and yearning. His experimental base here is to create super soldiers like the US team. However, Straker applied to Alexander Pierce for the research right of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube several times, but Pierce rejected him on the grounds that he was no longer the director. Half a month passed, everything was quiet and peaceful, and nothing happened. Straker, who was in the outer forest base of Sokovia, let go of his heart, confirmed that he was not exposed, and at the same time had a deeper desire for extraordinary abilities. However, did Liu Xing and the others really leave? After getting rid of the seal, Liu Xing had two places to go. One was to find Nick Fury, and the other was to find Guyi in the Himalayas. Liu Xing naturally prefers to go to Kamar-Taj instead of going to Snake Shield. Now that Iron Man is not far away, instead of letting him go to fight the Snake Shield first, it is better to go later and let them focus on Tony Stark first, which can save a lot of trouble. However, whether it is Kamar-Taj or Snake Shield, one is in America, one is in Asia, and Sokovia is in Eastern Europe. If you have money, do whatever you want. Without money, you can't do anything. Liu Xing and his team built a small wooden house next to a lake outside Sokovia as a temporary settlement. In the cabin, Xiao Wanda, who woke up 10 days ago, is doing rehabilitation exercises under the guidance of Liu Xing, and the radio on the side is broadcasting the news of Sokovia. Emergency notification, urgent notification, the Sokovia bank in this city was attacked by terrorists at 2:31 this afternoon. But gentlemen and ladies, please don't panic, we will be safe immediately, because our new city guardian, the Sylvan Musketeer, has appeared. This is the 11th time that the Sylvan Musketeer has undermined terrorists. Let us give him applause and cheers. Hearing the broadcast on the radio, Xiao Wanda stopped his movements and looked at Liu Xing with some concern. Is he really not in danger, Pete? Those people are fully armed. Don't worry, Yumi is following him. You don't trust him. You should also believe Yumi. Makes sense. Little Wanda nodded seriously. If a Pietro knows that he doesn't have a cat to be trusted in his sister's eyes, he will definitely be extremely depressed. Yes, the Sylvan Musketeer in the radio uses Pietro. Pietro, who has an adventurous death spirit, used a holy gun to stop a crime one day on his way to the city to buy food, and he was out of control. In order to prevent this cargo from dying suddenly, Liu Xing reminded him that you can let Yumi follow, as long as he has enough fish. After experiencing a significant increase in the strength, speed, and resilience of Yumi's possession, Pietro took over the title of Liu Xing Fishing Master. You don't have to worry about it in a few days. Liu Xing took the towel and wiped the sweat on Xiao Wanda's neck and face, and said with a smile, "Huh? Why? Pete doesn't want to be a superhero anymore?" Wanda twisted his head and asked suspiciously. "Yes, he won't want to do it then." Liu Xing glanced at Pietro, who was coming back with excitement, and shook his head. Sure enough, the children are innocent. They have fought those terrorists so many times. Haven't they found any clues? Chapter 21 The Reversal of Public Opinion. As soon as he entered the door, Yumi floated from Pietro to Wanda with a fish in his mouth. Xiao Wanda also liked the cute cat that once saved her life. He held Yumi in his arms and scratched its chin. "Yumi, are you hurt?" As soon as he entered the door, Yumi floated from Pietro to Wanda with a fish in his mouth. Xiao Wanda also liked the cute cat that once saved her life. He held Yumi in his arms and scratched its chin. "Yumi, are you hurt?" "Ah." Yumi swallowed the fish in his stomach and licked his paws. "Don't worry about me, I won't be attacked in the spiritual realm." "Boss, I brought these back." Pietro dragged a sack and threw it to the ground. The rope tied with the sack was untied, and the guns spilled out. After the terrorists are resolved, Pietro will pick up their guns. After all, the holy spear transformed by Liu Xing could only be used once, and it was scrapped after it was used up. Liu Xing did not refuse this. Anyway, every time he gave Pietro a gun, he could receive a dozen of them in turn, and throw them into the system space in case of emergencies to make a profit. But those terrorists have been sabotaged so many actions, shouldn't they be able to bear it? Pietro, who possesses the Holy Spear, and Yumi's possession is far less powerful than the US team. It is not so much that Pietro takes Yumi to punish the crime, it is better to say that Pietro is Yumi's mount. Without Yumi's power, speed increase, healing ability, and automatic tracking magic missile, Pietro would never be able to fight those terrorists. Because those so-called terrorists are actually teams of elite soldiers. Liu Xing picked up 2 guns from the ground. The holy light and magic flame flashed by in his hand, and 2 guns, one white and one black, appeared in his hands. "Take it, I guess you won't use it a few times." Liu Xing threw the 2 guns to Pietro and said, "Thank you, boss." Pietro was surprised to see Liu Xing accidentally give him 2 guns, and then he was puzzled. "Why are we leaving?" "Roughly the same," Liu Xing then replied, and then continued to rummage through the gunny bag, and found a supermarket plastic bag, which contained the things Pietro went out to buy this time. "Wanda, go make a fire and prepare to eat." Taking out a few boxes of quick frozen food from the plastic bag, Liu Xing sighed inwardly. The 3 of them can't cook, so they can only rely on these convenience foods for the time being. Oh, little Wanda, who was playing with Yumi, heard Liu Xing's call, nodded obediently, grabbed the match on the table, and ran out. Soon, the lunch was completed. A few sausages, 3 mashed potatoes, a plate of dumplings, bread and soup. By the way, Xiao Wanda also helped Yumi cook the raw fish and poured her favorite tomato sauce on it. The 3 of them sat in the house listening to the radio, enjoying lunch, and killing time. "So, Mr. Owen, what do you think of the city hero Silver Musketeer?" At this time, a reporter interviewed the voice from the radio. Hearing this question raised by the reporter, Pietro, who was digging mashed potatoes, showed expectation and excitement on his face. Before he wanted to come, these citizens protected by him would begin to express their praise and admiration for him. "I don't know how to evaluate his behavior, but he escaped from the terrorist attacks last time and caused my poor coffee shop glass to be shattered," said the middle-aged man interviewed on the radio. Pietro, who was expecting to be praised, showed a trace of confusion on his face. The interview continues. "Madam, what do you think of the city hero Silver Musketeer?" "He's just a warmonger, a lowly dwarf." "Oh, forgive me for being so rude. Just 3 days ago, his confrontation with terrorists killed my Thor." A sad woman's voice came from the radio. "What? There is such a thing?" "I don't know. Thor is yours." The reporter was shocked, but he did not expect to kill anyone, so he hurriedly asked, "It's my pet dog. I always treat it as a son, but I didn't expect a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. I think the Silver Musketeer is responsible for this." Reporter: "Is this to blame?" Pietro stayed there in disbelief. "Pete, nothing." Liu Xing touched Wanda's head with worry in his eyes, and said he had guessed the ending, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. The interview continues. At the beginning, there were a few people who were speaking for Pietro, but later they were all asking him to pay compensation and be punished for the damage he caused. Sure enough, it is a qualified leak. Liu Xing stepped forward and turned off the radio, with emotion. A few days ago, Liu Xing learned about the city's past from Wanda, and coupled with the recent appearance of so-called terrorists, he has already discovered the problem. The so-called terrorists are actually Hydra soldiers stationed at the experimental base in the forest outside Sokovia. Hydra can infiltrate even SHIELD and the World Council, let alone a small Sokovia official. The so-called terrorist attacks, robberies, and thefts are nothing more than a self-directed and self-acted scene of the Hydra fund at the experimental base being in short supply. The citizens of Sokovia are good leaks for sustainable development of Hydra, and good leaks for nothing but protests and demonstrations. Chapter 22 The People of S.H.I.E.L.D. This fishing was caught at noon. Seeing the bucket full of fish and shrimps, Yumi was already crying. "Why, not to be you." This fishing was caught at noon. Seeing the bucket full of fish and shrimps, Yumi was already crying. "Why, stop being your superhero." Liu Xing walked over with the sleepy little Wanda, and sat on a wooden stake on the side. "Don't go, this world is too dirty." Pietro shrugged his face, and slammed the bait into the lake with a blaming look. "Those people are really too much. Pit is clearly helping them." Little Wanda, who was holding the radio, also looked indignant. Hearing Pietro's cynical words, Liu Xing couldn't help but laughed, and stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder. "You can't do it after a setback. This world is dirty and beautiful, but you're still young, less experience. This world is neither black nor white, but a delicate ash." Pietro did not speak, but his expression of grief and anger did gradually disappear. In any case, the two children of Pietro and Wanda are only in their early 10 years, and their outlook on life and values have not yet formed. Their parents passed away at this time, and Liu Xing happened to appear in their lives, which caused them to subconsciously rely on Liu Xing and move closer to Liu Xing's values. "Do you want to hear something that makes people happy?" Liu Xing took the radio from Xiao Wanda's arms, pulled out the antenna, and pressed the switch. "Okay." Pietro looked at the radio that made him extremely sad. He was holding the radio outside and listening to the evening news by himself last night. As a result, all the contents inside were that the citizens demanded compensation from him. Even Sokovia's officials issued a notice that when the Sylvan Musketeer appeared next time, police would be sent to intercept it. If the Sylvan Musketeer refused to compensate the citizens for their losses, the authorities would arrest him. Originally, Sokovia's official power was notorious, and everyone shouted and beaten. The citizens would march and demonstrate at every turn to protest the inaction of the official power and take taxpayers' money for nothing. As a result, now that the official forces have come out to attack Pietro, he has turned into a good man. Click. Zzz. When the radio was turned on, there was a blast of electric current, and then the familiar broadcast sound. "Emergency report, emergency report. The Sokovia bank and jewelry store in this city were attacked by terrorists again at 9:50 this morning. But gentlemen and ladies, please don't panic. We will be safe right away, because someone will come to save us. Yes, there will always be someone to protect our property." Zzz. Another sound of electricity passed. Damn. The official waste of those corpse position vegetarian meals. Why they haven't come yet? The robbers have already left. "We want to march. We want to protest." There was a voice of declining host popularity on the radio. Listening to this voice, all the audience knew that the host should have lost a lot of property in this robbery. It's really a delightful news. Pietro knew that he shouldn't be gloating at this time, but he couldn't help but laughed out loud. "It's time for us to leave. Are there any memories?" Liu Xing glanced at a black agent standing beside their cabin in the distance, smiled, and asked the two of them. "No more." "Where are we going?" "How do we go? By plane or ship?" Pietro and Wanda's eyes lit up, and they did not have the slightest sorrow of leaving their hometown, but instead asked a series of questions. "Well, then we have to ask that Mr. Agent prepared a ship or a plane for us." Liu Xing pointed to the agent in black who was walking towards the lake. "Sir, I have already met the target, which is exactly the same as the picture you hand-painted." The black agent with a touching hairline noticed Liu Xing's gaze and reported to the headset. Sure enough, he left the SEAL, Nick Fury, in the SHIELD headquarters building his a complicated look. A few days ago, Nick Fury discovered that a small credit card number he lent to Liu Xing for online consumption had suddenly added several consumption records in Eastern Europe more than 10 days ago. This made him suspicious, but he didn't immediately confirm that Liu Xing left the SEAL, or it might have been a hacker's embezzlement. So Nick Fury sent one of his most trustworthy agents, Phil Coulson, to replace him to Sokovia to search for Lozin. Follow him and try to meet his requirements. He is as great as Steve Rogers, and even greater. Nick Fury was silent for a while, then spoke. Hearing this, Coulson was taken aback. Steve Rogers, the US team, that is his idol. Now the director actually said that this person might be greater than the US team. Is it to remind him to be as gentle as possible and not to provoke exaggerated words? Coulson was in a struggle. After some struggle, Coulson chose to believe. Hello sir, I am an agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Phil Coulson. I was sent by director Nick Fury. Coulson sorted out his appearance, walked up to introduce himself, took out an agent ID and handed it to Liu Xing. I heard that Mr. has met the director many years ago. Yes, that's the year when you and Nick Fury met aliens together, and he ended up wandering alone without you. Liu Xing nodded and said, Coulson. Chapter 23. Arriving at Kamar-Taj. Coulson took out a few bottles of drinks from the refrigerator on the plane and put them in front of Liu Xing's trio. Sir, can you tell me, what are we going there for? This is. Coulson took out a few bottles of drinks from the refrigerator on the plane and put them in front of Liu Xing's trio. Sir, can you tell me, what are we going there for? This is a SHIELD transport type type fighter without any weapons, but instead has a lot of entertainment facilities. Not to mention, Pietro was sitting in his seat and playing with a computer. Nick Fury didn't tell you? Liu Xing took the juice, took a sip, and asked rhetorically. He only told me that he might see something that collapsed my worldview. Coulson couldn't help feeling a little depressed when he thought of Nick Fury's mysterious call a few minutes ago. Oh, what else did he say? Liu Xing raised his brows, and it seemed that Nick Fury didn't come to see him in person, but he was paying attention all the time. He also reminded that our records of this operation will be kept completely confidential and will not be recorded. Coulson took a can of iced coffee from the refrigerator, returned to his seat, and began to disassemble all other communication and recording devices on his body except for talking with Nick Fury, and cleared the recorded content. Do you know the language of a Great Eastern country? If you don't, there may be a lot of trouble and doubts at that time. Liu Xing smiled and asked. Yes. The language with the largest human base in the world is a required course for agents. Coulson nodded and answered Liu Xing in Chinese. That's fine. Liu Xing nodded. And it really doesn't work. I also have simultaneous translation headphones, which can identify dialects and unique words in many regions of the Eastern Power. Coulson lowered his head and opened a suitcase, took out several sets of devices, and looked at Wanda and Pietro, two little guys. Do you want it? Coulson could see that Liu Xing seemed to be good to these two children who had not been together for a long time. When he was just waiting for the Kun-type transport plane, he asked the headquarters to inquire about the information of the two children. Because of the war, the parents left not long ago, and the two children are helpless and helpless. Although Coulson is an agent, he is not ruthless, and he can naturally understand Liu Xing's approach. Thank you, Uncle. Wanda took the headset and thanked him politely. Thank you, Uncle Bald. I'm just about to learn a few sentences of Chinese in advance. Pietro went up to take the headset, and immediately stayed on his head, then turned on the computer, and started searching for Chinese movies with a look of excitement. Uncle Bald? A stiff smile on Coulson's face. He touched his head subconsciously. I just have a higher hairline, I am not bald. On a clearing platform in the Himalayas, a Kun-type fighter slowly landed. Kamar-Taj was originally just a remote village. But when one person succeeded, the chicken and dog ascended to heaven. Since Yi took over as the supreme mage hundreds of years ago, Kamar-Taj has become the center. Even the three sacred places left by Agamotto in the ancient times in Port Nyon have been concealed by Kamar-Taj. In addition, in the ordinary society, Kamar-Taj is also a tourist destination, and its economic development is also good. It can even be said that if it weren't for the strange geographical environment of Kamar-Taj, it might even become the same world economic center as the three places in Port Nyon. Agent Coulson, do you believe in magic? After getting off the plane, Liu Xing asked such a question. Sir, this is not the Middle Ages. This is an era of believing in science. Coulson was taken aback when he heard the words, and after subconsciously replied, he suddenly thought of something, and asked cautiously, "Sir, you don't mean to say that you are here looking for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Almost. Liu Xing nodded calmly, but it's much better than Hogwarts. To say that Kamar-Taj is a magic academy, there is actually no problem. It's just that unlike the Magic Academy in Harry Potter's world, Kamar-Taj doesn't pay attention to bloodline theory, but fate. And Kamar-Taj legendary magic is not simply inherited, but to protect the Earth from being infringed by other dimensions. This. Coulson glanced at Wanda and Pietro, who were not surprised at all, and said entangledly, "Sorry, sir, I am not a child. Magic is still unacceptable." Liu Xing smiled. Coulson thought that Wanda and Pietro believed in magic because of their young age, but they actually experienced it personally. "Do you think magic conflicts with science?" Liu Xing asked. "Doesn't it conflict?" Coulson was taken aback and asked rhetorically, "Isn't the essence of science expounding the logic and laws of the operation of everything? To use the words here, that is Tao. If magic also obeys the fixed logic and laws of the universe, is it different from what you think of a science?" When Liu Xing said this, Coulson had fallen into contemplation. It seems ... that's the truth. If magic follows logic and laws and can be verified, then magic itself conforms to the scientific definition. The reason why you think that magic does not exist now is just because you don't know what the rules of magic are. Maybe you can expand your horizons here. Liu Xing, who was leading the way, stopped in front of a very ordinary wooden door. Boom boom boom. Liu Xing had just knocked on the door 3 times, and a shining light circle appeared out of thin air, rushing to the 4 of them. Liu Xing, who knew what it was, did not evade, but Coulson was frightened, and it was too late when he reacted. The portal passed by 4 people. Liu Xing and his group appeared in a quiet and bright room. Back, a voice appeared behind everyone. Who? Coulson, who had already clenched the pistol around his waist, heard the sound, hurriedly pulled it out, turned and pointed at the source of the sound. Chapter 24. What Guyi did. With 2 simple grappling actions, Guyi snatched the gun from Coulson's hand, and placed it in the iron box aside under his dumbfounded gaze. Kamar-Taj prohibits firearms, and guests are requested to observe them. After Guyi dealt with the pistol, he returned. With 2 simple grappling actions, Guyi snatched the gun from Coulson's hand, and placed it in the iron box aside under his dumbfounded gaze. Kamar-Taj prohibits firearms, and guests are requested to observe them. After Guyi handled the pistol, he looked back at Coulson and said, "I will introduce you to Guyi, the guardian of the dimensions of the earth, and the supreme mage of Kamar-Taj." Seeing Guyi appearing, Liu Xing smiled and introduced to the other 3. Mage, Coulson, Pietro, and Wanda all have a little tangled look at this time. This mage. Why is it a little different from what they imagined? Especially Coulson, as a special agent. Fighting skills is one of the required courses. The result. Guyi disarmed the weapon with 2 moves. This is a mage. Or do the mages in reality, like Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, like to add all their skill points to melee combat? Thank you for unleashing my friend, little witch. After a few people sat down, Guyi poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of Xiao Wanda, and smiled slightly. This is Kamar-Taj Ning tea, which can help the mage concentrate his will and restore his exhausted spirit. Thank you. Wanda held the teacup with both hands, and then whispered, "My name is Wanda, I am not a little witch, nor a mage. To be honest, I admire you very much." Liu Xing suddenly spoke to Guyi. "I just did what I was supposed to do." Guyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Do not." Liu Xing shook his head. "I mean that after watching all the future plots, you can resist being spoiled. It is really admirable." Guyi, "You should have found out. You don't care about that thing?" Guyi asked, slightly surprised. What she was referring to was naturally that she was absorbing the energy of the dark dimension in order to continue to fight against the invasion of dimensions. Guyi knew that Liu Xing had a special perception, and he was extremely sensitive to the power of demons and gods. He must have discovered the problem with her as soon as they met. Power is not good or bad, good or evil, let's say. Liu Xing got up and walked aside, took out the pistol that Coulson had confiscated from the iron box. The magic flame flashed in his hand, and the ordinary agent's pistol turned into a magic spear revolver. Snapped. Liu Xing smiled and put the revolver on the table. I don't seem to have the right to accuse you, am I? This power, the Hell Dimension, has been completely sealed off by me. Guyi touched the magic spear and couldn't help but wonder. 100 years ago, Guyi accomplished a feat that has not been accomplished by the Supreme Mage of all generations, and almost permanently blocked almost all the dimensions that coveted the Earth in their own dimensions. Unless someone takes the initiative to lift those blockades, even if Guyi is dead, only the lords of the dimensions that were not blocked, such as Damam, can pose a threat to the Earth dimension. This is my own strength. I will talk about this later when I have time. Are your words still valid? Liu Xing did not forget the purpose of this trip and asked. It was my fault at the beginning, whether it was as a friend or a supreme mage. Guyi nodded slightly and looked at Liu Xing. So, what do you want? At the beginning, Liu Xing ended the Olympus god system, and his entire Olympus power collapsed. When he was at its weakest, he was noticed by the descending Odin and wanted to take it to Asgard. Guyi had just succeeded to the position of Supreme Mage at that time, and she was not strong enough, and after a battle with Odin, she was defeated. It was precisely because of Liu Xing's influence that she also didn't have much good feelings for the gods and demons. Naturally learn magic. Liu Xing smiled helplessly. When I use blue, I hate less. I have many abilities that need to consume magic. If I had time to learn magic first, I guess Odin would not be able to take me away. Speaking of this, Liu Xing glanced at the little wonder who was listening carefully next to him. Even if he is taken away, when he is summoned out, he won't let the little Wanda suffer so much pain. Wanda doesn't blame brother Liu crossing. Xiao Wangda grabbed Liu Xing's arm and whispered, and at that time, I just felt very tired. Magic. I almost forgot. Of course. Guyi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled relievedly. At the beginning, Liu Xing himself had the opportunity to learn magic, but it was a pity that the battle of the gods of Olympus was too urgent, and there was no free time for him to learn. Even at that time, Liu Xing used the most direct way of killing God to improve his strength, which caused his own divine power to collapse after the destruction of the Olympus god system. Kamar-Taj's magical energy is derived from the cosmic energy of other dimensions, and is closely related to those who control the dimensions. For example, the most well-known and commonly used dimension of Kamar-Taj was created by the triune god Waishandi, composed of Agamotto, Oshatu, and Hogarth. If you want to learn magic, you must first understand the concept of dimensions. Guyi directly talked about it without any evasiveness. Although Kamar-Taj's mage does not pay attention to bloodline theory, he still needs talent. People without the talent and understanding of the mage can't learn it even if they listen a million times. At this time, Liu Xing, who listened to Guyi's dimensional theory, had a strange expression. Because, after a long time, the ancient series of missions of the system reappeared again. Protracto Master Series Mission, Defeat Guyi in Dimensionality Theory. Chapter 25 Dimensionality. After Guyi finished speaking, Pietro, who was still excited at the beginning, had fallen on the table with a dejected look. Wanda was also confused when he heard it, but Coulson forced to understand one. After Guyi finished speaking, Pietro, who was still excited at the beginning, had fallen on the table with a dejected look. Wanda was also confused when he heard it, but Coulson forced to understand the beginning, but it still collapsed afterwards. As I said on the road before, since magic follows the laws of the universe, it is also a science. In the eyes of normal people, Guyi's magic theory subverts the original existence of science. So the following consciousness will conflict with the original common sense. Compared with the other three good boys who listened carefully, Liu Xing, a person who actively asked to learn magic, was holding Coulson's mobile phone and connected to Wi-Fi to surf the internet there. It is as expected. After checking on the internet, Liu Xing found that a certain theory in his memory did not exist in this world. Guyi's series of missions require Liu Xing to surpass her in dimensional knowledge, which in itself is almost an impossible mission. But according to a law discovered by Liu Xing, the more supernatural abilities appear, the more scientific and technological development will jump, and the more basic theories will be lacking and missing. This is why there are so many civilizations in the universe, but technology does not seem to lead the Earth too much, because part of the technology in the universe has fallen into a stagnation and bottleneck. There has been no exponential growth like the description of the Dark Forest. On the contrary, due to sufficient basic theories, the PIM particles produced by quantum mechanics, and the various steel suits that have not yet been born, are not like the technology that can appear on a primitive planet that cannot travel between stars. In other words, when the gap is not large, the fewer extraordinary powers a civilization has, the richer the basic theoretical knowledge. So, what other civilization has less extraordinary power than the Earth? Of course there is. That is, Liu Xing's previous Earth did not have any extraordinary powers. Can you lend me a piece of paper and a pen? After Liu Xing confirmed, he suddenly spoke. Do you have a new understanding? Guyi opened a miniature portal, took out a pen and paper and placed it in front of Liu Xing, and asked curiously. It's convenient for ordinary people to understand. Liu Xing shook his head slightly and said, in fact, if only Pietro and Coulson didn't understand, Liu Xing would not choose to complete this task, and it would be finished after another month. But now Wanda is the same. Liu Xing has an idea. As Guyi said just now, any magic is essentially a n-dimensional magic, and Wanda's unawakened chaos magic is no exception. If Wanda is allowed to study systematically, he may be able to awaken without the help of the key to the soul gem. You all know the theory of 0 to 4 dimensions, right? Liu Xing looked at several people in wonder and asked. Their 0 dimension is a point, the 1 dimension is a line, the 2 dimension is a surface, and the 3 dimension is an object with length, width and height. And time is added to the 4 dimension. Perhaps it was because the mentality caused by Guyi's theory just now exploded. As soon as Liu Xing's voice fell, Coulson immediately answered his question. After answering, Coulson was greatly relieved. Fortunately, he is not illiterate. So it is convenient for you to understand. We regard this line as a 4-dimensional, how to turn it into a 5-dimensional. Liu Xing drew a line on the paper, looked at a few people, and asked, draw another one. Xiao Wanda's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the pen and drew another vertical line on the paper. Yes, 2 lines form a surface. The n-dimensional line has a bifurcation and becomes a 2-dimensional. If the 4-dimensional bifurcates, then a 5-dimensional is born. Liu Xing touched Wanda's head and continued. This is the objective theory of the existence of parallel universes. In Reunion 4, when Dr. Banner asked Guyi to borrow the time gem, Guyi mentioned this point. Once the timeline diverges, a parallel universe will be born. Moreover, a person who exists in 5 dimensions, then she can see the forks and possibilities at all times in the future. To some extent, it is to predict the future. Having said that, Liu Xing glanced at the eyes of Agamotto hanging in front of Guyi. Good understanding. Simple and convenient. Guyi nodded in agreement after listening. How do you explain the 6 dimensions? Coulson had forgotten his original intention of learning magic knowledge, and eagerly looked at Liu Xing and asked. Liu Xing picked up a pen and drew 2 dots on the paper, and looked at Coulson. How can the 2 dots be the shortest? Naturally it's a straight line. Coulson answered subconsciously. Wanda. Liu Xing handed the paper to Xiao Wangda beside him and blinked. I know. Wanda pouted for a moment, showing a happy expression, and then carefully folded the paper in half. The 2 points coincide. This is the shortest path. Remember, this line is a timeline, so in theory, 6 dimensions can travel through time and space and arrive at a certain point in time in a parallel universe. To be honest, Liu Xing's theory feels a bit of a pull, but if it develops normally in the future, it will all exist. Whether it is to predict the future, check the possibility of victory against Thanos, or travel through time and space to reverse the future. Is there any more behind? Coulson asked cautiously. Now you regard the whole of the universe with all the parallel universes created by the Big Bang as a 7-dimensional, then 8-dimensional can be understood, right? Liu Xing glanced at Coulson and said, 7-dimensional forks, so that means. Yes it is. Liu Xing nodded. The 8th dimension is another universe outside this entire set of parallel universes. In different sets of universes, the laws of physics will be different. For example, maybe in another collective universe, the speed of sound is faster than the speed of light. Perhaps, there is no magic or technology in another collective universe. Even the universe was not created by the Big Bang, but split by humans. The so-called collective universe, if viewed from Liu Xing's God's perspective, is a series of different series of film and television animation works. No matter how strong Yi is, she can only travel through dimensions and check time in the universe of the Marvel series. However, the power obtained by the Liu Xing system is the power obtained from other collective universes. Interesting theory. I have benefited. Yi was silent for a moment before speaking. Protractor Master Series Quest. Defeat Yi in Dimensional Theory and obtain Superdimensional Magic. Mission completed. Chapter 26 Dimensional Magic Contract. The description of extra-dimensional magic is a bit too simple, but the effect is countless times stronger than its description. At the moment when he obtained the extra-dimensional magic, Liu Xing was self. The description of extra-dimensional magic is a bit too simple, but the effect is countless times stronger than its description. At the moment when he obtained the extra-dimensional magic, Liu Xing seemed to be free from the shackles from his soul to his body. I didn't expect you to realize it so quickly. Yi thought Liu Xing had already learned dimensional magic, and was a little surprised. It stands to reason that the most talented existence in the future, that is, strange, will also take a few days to master. Have you learned magic? Coulson was still in a fog and turned his head to look at Liu Xing with a puzzled expression. After watching it carefully for a long time, there was no change in Liu Xing. Really? Pietro's eyes lit up and his face was full of expectation. Big brother Liu Xing. Then you quickly open our eyes with the magic. Use a fart. Liu Xing knocked Pietro on the head speechlessly. Whether it is dimensional magic or extra-dimensional magic, to put it bluntly, is a method of energy acquisition. It's like the inner strength in martial arts novels. The chakra in Hokage. You can't move with only internal skills, and you can't use ninjutsu with chakra, and you can't use anything. What's more, Liu Xing has just learned the extra-dimensional magic, and hasn't used it yet. His body is the same as before, but he still has no magic at all. You can not only get magic power from one dimension, but the choice of the first dimension is best to be a gentle one. As Yi was talking, a small space door appeared again on his right. He reached in and took out a magic book and placed it in front of Liu Xing. This is the white magic contract of Emperor Waishan, and it is most suitable as a foundation. Dimension. Waishan Emperor Trinity God. The three of them were all existing on the earth, so they also treated the mages on the earth with preferential treatment. The mages of Kamar-Taj also respected Emperor Waishan very much, and many of the mages would only contract and follow Emperor Waishan throughout their lives. If Liu Xing learned ordinary dimensional magic, he would naturally choose Emperor Waishan. But with extra-dimensional magic, Liu Xing's gaze is naturally not limited to these ordinary dimensional demon gods. Is it gentle? I think I can contract a more gentle existence. Liu Xing smiled and shook his head, pushing the Waishan Emperor's magic book back. Seeing Liu Xing's movements, Yi frowned slightly and reminded, the dimensional contract is the same as interstellar travel. You must first know the dimensional coordinates. Besides, moreover, Yi experienced thousands of dimensions, and really didn't think there was an existence more suitable for novices than Emperor Waishan. So, are you going to see a whole new universe and dimension. Liu Xing smiled slightly and got up to invite several people. A brand new dimensional coordinate. Seeing Liu Xing initiated the invitation, Yi naturally understood that he must already have coordinates, and couldn't help being a little curious. She has almost all explored the dimensions close to the Earth, and the dimensions far away from the Earth cannot be detected unless those dimensions break in accidentally or actively send signals. To some extent, the relationship between some dimensions is similar to the law of the dark forest between planets. Of course, there is no dark forest law in the Marvel Universe. We are going to adventure in another world. Pietro jumped up excitedly when he heard Liu Xing's invitation, and Coulson was also a little excited at this time. After all, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Is he Coulson going to be the first agent to set foot in another world today? Coulson wished to make a call now and tell his immediate boss to show off. I want to go too. Wanda carefully pulled Liu Xing's trouser legs. Of course I won't forget my Wanda. Liu Xing Chong smiled, touched Wanda's hair, and then said to a few people, but we are not going to travel. I signed a contract in the past and will stay at most for a day. 1 day is enough. Coulson yelled suddenly, then stood up abruptly, and took out a small camera from his arms. I will definitely seize the opportunity. The curiosity and desire of human beings for the unknown are vividly manifested at this moment. Then, please wait a moment. Liu Xing nodded, dipped the water in the teacup on the table with his right hand, and drew a small fish in the palm of his left hand. Meow. Are there any fish to eat again? The magic cat Yumi, who had returned to Runeland before, slid in, was summoned by Liu Crossing. Don't worry, you can eat as much as you want, but you have to do us a favor first. Liu Xing stepped forward and grabbed Yumi's chin, and said, Meow. So comfortable. You said. Yumi stretched out and floated in the air on a magic book. Wait. This magical creature seems eight-dimensional. At the moment when Yumi appeared, Yi noticed the unfamiliar magic wave on it, immediately understood everything, and looked at Liu Xing in shock. According to the theoretical logic just now, Liu Xing is not going to any one dimension of this world, but another whole new world. Yumi, open your door to the magic book. Liu Xing nodded to Gu, then turned his head and said to Yumi. Chapter 27. Go to Runeland. Yumi blinked his eyes, and lightly jumped to the table. The magic book that had been stepped on his feet flew in front of him, flipping quickly in the air. The magic book of the door is the demon stepped on by Yumi's feet. Yumi blinked his eyes, and lightly jumped to the table. The magic book that had been stepped on his feet flew in front of him, flipping quickly in the air. The magic book of the door is the magic book that Yumi stepped on. It originally belonged to Nora, the Witch of Yordle, just like Yumi. After Nora disappeared, Yumi and Magic Book began to look for their master. And the magic of the door is not just a book for learning, but a magic item. Each page of its book corresponds to a location in Runeland, and as long as the door magic cannon is activated, it can be unconditionally transmitted. Of course, these pages are not clearly marked with the location of transmission. If they are used at all without sufficient strength, they are very likely to be transmitted to some dangerous place. The original owner of the grimoire, Nora, the Witch of Yordle, disappeared in this way. Which dimension coordinates did you get from this book? Yi stared at the magic book of the door for a while, and then understood Liu Xing's thoughts. It's just a pity that Yi didn't learn, nor could he learn extra-dimensional magic. Even if he had the dimensional coordinates of other worlds, he couldn't go there. Yes. Liu Xing nodded and placed his hand on the door magic book. I call this extra-dimensional magic, and it is no longer limited to the only multi-universe's extra-dimensional energy acquisition. Do you know the dimensional demon got in this world well? Yi hadn't forgotten that Liu Xing had said before that he was going to find an initial contractor who was more gentle than Emperor Wei Shan, and couldn't help but ask. There is a certain understanding, rest assured. Liu Xing smiled at Yi, and then asked, how about it, Master Yi? Would you like to go see it together? Dimensional demon often refers to the creator of a dimension, or the strongest and controller. Similarly, such as the Trinity God of Waishan Emperor, the dimensional demon god does not necessarily exist alone, but may be multiple. The power of the dimension demon often links the entire universe, which means that they have almost endless energy. And dimensional magic is to grab from this endless energy. I cannot leave the earth dimension easily, otherwise the dark dimension will invade. Yi frowned and shook his head. Just as when she and Liu Erxing went to the Olympus god system and the last supreme mage stayed behind on the earth dimension, Yi could not leave the earth at will now. Not even a day? Liu Erxing raised his brows and asked. More than 12 hours. Other dimensions will be aware. In fact, this time could have been extended to at least 48 hours, or 2 days. But our apprentice Cazilas has defected and converted to Damam. Originally, Damam wanted to find and confirm that it would take at least 48 hours for her to leave the Earth. But with Cazila's coordinates on the Earth, Damam could immediately know whether she was still there. 12 hours is enough. The knowledge and magic of another world. Even if you don't want it, you can bring back some insights and leave it to future generations to enrich Kamar-Taj's magic. Liu Erxing still did not give up persuading Yi to go together. After all, I don't know what is going on the other side, and it's necessary insurance to take a big guy with me. Can? Yi thought a little, nodded, then took off the necklace around his neck, and opened a small portal. But the Eye of Agamotto can't leave this universe. After all, a handful of Agamotto's eyes, which stored time gems, was placed on the shelf on the other side of the portal. As Liu Erxing said, going to different dimensions, acquiring unknown knowledge, and deepening the understanding of the universe is a huge improvement for the Supreme Master. Even if she herself has the idea of retiring, she can leave this knowledge to the next row. Liu Erxing curled his lips. He naturally knew that Yi was just unwilling to take risks. When the reversal of Reunion 4 was infinite, the time gem was borrowed by Dr. Banner. But Liu Erxing didn't care. Time gems are unique items produced after the Big Bang. In another universe, there may still be the laws of time, but they will not be so buggy. After all, you can't use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the official of this dynasty. Be prepared. Liu Erxing retracted the hand that was placed on the door magic book. He had already determined the coordinates of that dimension at this time, and he could go there at any time. What are we going to do? Do you pose? Pietro and Coulson grabbed Liu Erxing's arm nervously. Just put your hands on my shoulders. Being touched by the two men in this way, Liu Erxing couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and said in a bad tone, "Oh." The two immediately let go, and put their hands on his shoulders following Liu Erxing's instructions. Then, Liu Erxing swept his right hand and picked up Wanda, and at the same time grabbed Yi's arm with his left hand. The space oscillated slightly, and everyone in the room, with a cat and a magic book, disappeared. Chapter 28 The Conflict of Butcher's Bridge. And not far from him, a young woman with fiery red hair was playing with the loot she had just obtained, a stack of cards. And not far from him, a young woman with fiery red hair was playing with the loot she had just obtained, a stack of cards. Good fight, Captain, you finally caught me. The man who was hung up didn't seem to panic at all, and his tone was still relaxed and comfortable. Don't be passionate, I want to catch a bigger fish, your partner. The red-haired woman glanced at her pupils and chuckled lightly. This is her deal with the sea witch. Grab 2 people and exchange them for her. Boom. An accident happened. As soon as the red-haired woman's voice fell, the roof of the wooden house suddenly collapsed, and several people suddenly fell from it. Damn. I have already ordered that no one else is allowed to approach here. Seeing this scene, the red-haired woman flashed an anger in her eyebrows and subconsciously pulled out the double guns from her waist. But the next second, the red-haired woman withdrew her weapon and muttered, "A foreign mage? Thank you, Mage Yi." Coulson hid a lingering fear. He didn't expect to appear in the air, and almost thought he was about to fall to death like this. Nothing. Yi dispersed the seraphim shield in his hand and looked at the original owner in the room. Is this slimy air at the beach? Liu Erxing raised his feet in disgust, and glanced at the mildew on the ground. I was planning to find a comfortable place to start. I didn't expect to come to such a ghost place. It seems that he is another mage who uses teleportation magic indiscriminately. How are you going to treat them? The man hanging there smiled and asked the red-haired woman, not like a prisoner at all. The door is over there. The red-haired woman took a deep breath, pointed at the door, and said to Liu Xing and his party, "Is this the kindness of Empress Bilgewater? It's funny enough. Why don't you let me go too?" The hanging man taunted again, but this time the red-haired woman ignored him. "Thank you." The ancient pair of red-haired women nodded, and then looked at Liu Xing. In this world, Liu Xing must be the leader among them. Liu Xing shrugged and walked to the door. "Let's go. Find a place to let me first." Boom! Exclamation mark. The door was kicked to pieces from the outside. "Buddha, can you not bother me?" Liu Xing reluctantly patted the sawdust on his body and said. The moment Liu Xing arrived in this world, the extra-dimensional magic contract had automatically entered the preparation stage. As a result, even if the environment is bad now, there are still people to bother. Don't know if one mind and several uses will seriously interfere with efficiency, especially what Liu Xing is going to do now is still a big event that cannot be tolerated. Let him go, everyone is fine. The bearded man who broke into the door held a huge shotgun at Liu Xing in front of him, and said loudly, "You continue to fight, Jiang San gives way, we want to go out." Liu Xing patted the barrel in front of him, and said to the beard in front of him, "I'm not called Jiang San," and the extrajudicial fanatic Grey Public blocked Liu Xing's path, with a brutal look. "Don't even think about finding a helper." "Oh, Grey Volkswagen, you idiot, they are not in the same group." The dangling card master Drit covered his face helplessly. It was originally an unknown, or even at Wunan superiority game, but it suddenly became 6 on 2. If those two kids also count. "Is that right?" The Grey Public was taken aback, frowned and was about to give way. "Indeed, we are not in the same group." Miss Doom shook her red hair, suddenly turned her head and secretly winked at Liu Xing. And this scene, she deliberately let Drit who was hanging beside him see it. "Wait." Grey people stop them. Drit made up a series of events in his mind in an instant. The man in front of him must be the old friend of the Empress Bilgewater, who came to her specially after learning the teleport spell. Just now they deliberately pretended not to know each other, just to get them to leave to inform. "Wait a minute, what do I want to hear from you?" The great crowd was confused, and asked him to let him go, and then to stop him. "What do you mean?" "It's really troublesome." The starlight flashed on Liu Xing's body. A shield appeared in his hand, and his backhand hit the head of the dumbfounded Grey Volkswagen. Boom! Poor extrajudicial fanatic fell at the door without firing a shot. "A few clean rooms are not a problem as payment for the shots." Liu Xing turned his head and glanced at Miss Doom, and said, "Of course it's okay. All your spending in Bilgewater can count on me." Miss Doom took out the rope from behind and stepped forward to tie the great crowd who had fainted on the ground, and threw it aside. "If you are in a hurry to rest, there are a few dry rooms upstairs." Liu Xing immediately turned upstairs upon hearing this. The contract of extra-dimensional magic has reached the key point, especially after he became the War Protoss. The progress has been greatly improved. Soon, the control of the crown on the head of the star-casting Dragon King will be in his hands. Chapter 29. Show everyone a water spray. "Say yes, 2 for 1. Miss Doom embraced her arms and glanced at the brother-in-law who was tied up at the foot of the table. "Very good." "Say yes, 2 for 1. Miss Doom embraced her arms and glanced at the brother-in-law who was tied up at the foot of the table. "Very well. Your first officer." The Sea Witch's mossy walking stick flashed to light, and a dark-skinned Baru fell out. After completing the transaction, the Sea Witch no longer cares about other things, and concentrates on checking the two in front of her. These two people will be good sacrifices to the behemoths of the sea. Get ready to accept 1,000 years of torture. A penetrating smile appeared on the Sea Witch's face. With a wave of her dry hand in the air, The two tied up on the ground floated up and followed her. 1,000 years. No, Miss High Witch, I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. At least I can't die with this guy. Drit struggled and yelled, to no avail. The Sea Witch also ignored his call, and enough negative emotions would make the sacrifices of higher quality. You should be thankful. Soul Eater has changed my view of life. After a struggle, Misfortune drew a red card from the cards on the table and threw it in Drit's direction. Only one. I'm sorry, brother, I'll run away first. Drit glanced at the grey crowd who was still in a coma, preparing to teleport away, and many more. The Sea Witch turned her head abruptly, and Drit, who was about to cast a spell, was so frightened that the card fell to the ground. Was discovered! Exclamation mark. Several people were suddenly shocked. Miss Doom's hand also touched the pistol on her waist. There is a special smell upstairs. A better sacrifice than these two guys. Are they your crew members? The Sea Witch's three eyes looked at Miss Doom faintly, and asked, No, but it's not in our deal. Miss Doom frowned and said, The revenge with Plank made her hands stained with blood. And the Dragon Slayer eventually became an evil dragon and became a generation of emperors. And the appearance of Soul Eater made her face life again and restored her usual heart of good and evil. She was able to save Drit and Grey people who she didn't like, and naturally she didn't want the innocent Liu Xing to be involved. Yes, this is not a deal. This sacrifice is not something you can catch. You can go, little Sarah. Follow the will of the behemoth under the sea. The Sea Witch said quietly, put down the scepter in her hand, and began to chant strange spells that made her scalp numb. The sea beast sacrifice once helped me resist Night of Soul Eater, but Miss Doom closed her eyes and pulled out the pistol on her waist, raised it up, and opened her eyes suddenly. Bilgewater is still under my rule. Bang bang, the gunfire through the Sea Witch's body. Disgusting mucus poured out from it. It's too late. The behemoth under the sea has come to take its sacrifice. Even if the water in the harbor is dirty, it can't stop its desire for a wonderful sacrifice. The Sea Witch coughed up a mass of sewage and gave Miss Doom a ferocious smile. At that time, you will also return your soul to the sea. Boom! Exclamation mark. As soon as the voice fell, a huge tentacle emerged directly from the ground. The whole house was instantly shattered, and everyone fell into the sea. Fortunately, Guyi discovered the clues very early. At the moment the house was broken, he set up defenses, and at the same time he carried a child in one hand and stood on the sea as he fell. What monster is this? Coulson lay on a piece of driftwood and held his poor little pistol tightly, shivering. Puff! Choked by the sea, the comatose Grey people woke up, and when they opened their eyes, they saw a huge tentacle. My mothers, what have you done? How about, Empress, do you regret it? Drit stepped on a plank and asked Miss Doom not far away. Hold your cards. Miss Doom took out a stack of things from her pocket, threw it over, and then turned her eyes to the huge tentacles. Our dinner today is grilled octopus. Maybe the octopus is us for dinner today? Drit drew a yellow card, laughed and teased, but sweat drips on his forehead. If I can't beat it, I will run away at any time. Guyi originally planned to open the portal to help several people escape, but then discovered the problem. When they were resting in the room, they used the windows to admire the surrounding scenery and the city. And they also knew the landforms here. The surrounding area is a gathering place for human beings. If this monster is left alone, it is likely to cause more casualties. And this tentacle seemed to be attracted by Liu Xing's aura. Liu Xing seems to have reached the most critical moment at this moment. If it is not necessary, he is in deep consciousness, which is equivalent to falling into a deep sleep. Then, you can only do it. Guyi opened the portal, transferred Wanda and Pietro's two children to land, and walked slowly toward the sea. Dragon King, show everyone a water spray. Liu Xing, who was floating on the surface of the sea, suddenly opened his eyes and said, Boom! Exclamation mark. In the universe, nebulae converged, and a pure starfire fell from the sky. directly evaporating the tentacles into ashes. What followed was a painful wailing from the behemoth of the deep sea. Chapter 30 The Favor of the Female Captain. Thousands of years ago, the celestial spirits tricked mortals to wear this crown for him, thus expelling him from Runeterra, and stole his power, and he was known as a giant. Now, the gold. Thousands of years ago, the celestial spirits tricked mortals to wear this crown for him, thus expelling him from Runeterra, and stole his power, and he was known as a giant. Now, the golden crown is constantly peeling off the gold shavings following the infighting between the star spirits. I waited for 1,000 years, just to witness the fall of the giant god. Just when the star-casting dragon king Orion Sol thought he would be able to regain his freedom by waiting for another 1,000 years, a power he had never felt before entered the crown on his head. This force is not powerful, but it transcends time and space, and Orion Sol can't stop it at all. In the end, the star-casting dragon king, the dimensional demon god of this world, who had no ability to resist, was signed by Luo Crossing. And it's not an equal contract, or the master-disciple contract between Emperor Wai-Shan and the Earth Mage, and it's not even the soul contract or master-servant contract between the Hell Demon and the Believer. With that crown, Luo Xing successfully signed the dominance contract, even if it was separated by thousands of dimensions, regardless of whether the star-casting dragon king agreed or not. He could grab his power and turn it into his own magic power. In addition, when one's own strength reaches a certain level, it can even be manipulated. With Luo Xing's fledgling magic power, he naturally couldn't control the star-casting dragon king, but he still used the heavenly crown to make the star-casting dragon king launch an attack all at once. This pure star fire that spanned countless light years bombarded Bilgewater's behemoth under the sea. You succeeded. Yi dissipated the ring of Lagador in his hand and looked at Luo Xing completely. That power is the dimensional demon god of this world. Just after completing the contract, he took the initiative to help. It seems that the dimensional demon of this world is indeed gentle, as Luo Xing said. Yi couldn't possibly have guessed that Luo Xing turned against the guest as the master, and signed her own master contract with the dimension demon. This was something that no mage had ever done. Yes, it's finally done. Luo Xing easily rescued Miss Doomsera, who was thrown into the sea by a huge wave caused by the impact of the Dragon King's starfire, and returned to the shore. As for the other two brothers, they just waited for them to swim back to shore by themselves. Thank you. Are you interested in making friends? Miss Doom shook the water stains on her long burgundy hair and smiled at Luo Crossing. In a pub in Bilgewater, Miss Doomsera, who had changed into a new dress, sat at the table of Luo Xing and his party. How is it? The food here is not bad. I promised you before that all the consumption is on my head. Sarah looked at Wanda and Pietro, who were drinking the juice, especially Wanda, and felt that she saw her before, and she couldn't help showing a warm smile. It's quite exotic. Can I take some with me? Coulson said, chewing on a piece of bread. Naturally, no problem. But Sarah put her hand on the table, propped her chin and looked at Luo Xing. If you don't have a place to go, it's better to join me. I have a lot of good things on board. Ha 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 hiccup. Luo Xing did not answer yet. A drunkard in the tavern laughed when he heard it, stumbled over, and stood in front of Luo Xing. You can't agree yet. Miss Doom invites you to board her ship. Is this something that many people dream of? If you can't, then let me. The other people in the tavern did indeed see that the Queen of Bilgewater seemed to be a little interested in the man, but they never dared to laugh and tease like this drunkard. Even after the big guy finished speaking, the noisy tavern suddenly quieted down. Humphrey. Sarah glanced at the drunkard, her eyes returned to Luo Xing, waiting for his answer. No, we will leave later. Luo Xing inserted a piece of meat steak into his mouth, took a paper towel and wiped his mouth. I'll see you later, let's talk about it then. Pity. Sarah retracted her gaze, raised a glass of ale with a chuckle, drank it all, and then smashed the glass on the head of the drunk. Get out. A few men and women dressed as crew members came over and left the tavern with the drunk man covered in blood. Recommendation: these 2 guns are given to you. Liu Xing took out 2 guns that Pytro had snatched back from the system's space, and transformed them into a holy gun and a magic gun with the magic gun, and put them on the table. These 2 guns each have 6 bullets. It will disappear when used up. Good stuff. Thanks a lot. Miss Doom stared at the 2 guns for a while, sighed slightly, and accepted the present. Whether it is the power of the sacred or the power of the devil, it has an excellent effect on the creatures of the Shadow Island. This is a gift she cannot refuse. But, why do you have to go? Chapter 31 Return to Earth. Coulson yelled, drunkenly holding up his wine glass. In another world, he can completely relax and enjoy this time, without having to stick to him. Coulson yelled, drunkenly holding up his wine glass. In another world, he can completely relax and enjoy this time, no longer need to abide by his secret agent guidelines, and even start to tease his boss. Yes, continue. Liu Xing smiled and looked at Pietro next to him. Have these words been recorded? Don't worry, boss, it's totally okay. Pietro made a gesture to Liu Crossing. You never imagined that the bastard Nick Fury wanted me to negotiate with Hulk and let him join us. The flushed Coulson looked sad and indignant. You may not know what Hulk is. It is a monster produced by gamma-ray radiation. There are 2 as tall as me and 6 as strong as me. You can beat me into a pool of shit. Then he is a bit too much. Liu Xing nodded and said, if he remembers correctly, Hulk is still wanted by the military, basically tearing up the plane and stepping on the tank. Coulson went over. Probably before he had time to say a word, he was treated as a member of the military, and he was trampled to death. Coulson's negotiation skills and diplomatic skills are indeed good, but it must also be for talents. Let Coulson go to fight Hulk. That is playing the piano against the balls. The next time, Coulson, who was so drunk, began to talk nonsense. Monsters? Technology? Are they from Zuan or built off? Miss Doom smiled and watched the conversation with several people, silently analyzing in her heart, thinking that if she had time in the future, she could send someone to find them. An hour later, everyone bid farewell to Ms. Doom and left Bilgewater. Coulson was holding a big bag of Bilgewater's specialty products in his hand, rubbing his aching head. I didn't say anything strange when I was drunk. There is no Uncle Bald, don't worry, you didn't say anything. Pietro smiled slyly and stuffed the recorded memory card into his pocket. By the way, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Coulson looked at Liu Xing with some confusion, showing a man who knows how to smile. If you stay for another day or night, maybe you can have something with that hot red-haired captain. Wanda was a little unhappy when she heard Coulson say this. She originally thought that Pietro's secretly recording was not good. Now, Wanda got to Pietro and whispered a few words. No problem. I'm the best at making small reports. Pietro cast a relieved look at his sister. Are you stupid? Think about how long we have stayed. Liu Xing glanced at Coulson speechlessly, and said, stay for another 2 hours. When you go back, the Earth will be occupied by other dimensions. Time? Coulson's face changed, and he hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. 10 hours have passed. He clearly remembered that Guyi said that if it exceeds 12 hours, other dimensions will initiate an invasion. Then let's go back quickly. What should we do? Coulson picked up the souvenir from another world and looked at Liu Xing eagerly. Now know that you are in a hurry. Liu Xing shrugged with a smile, and said to everyone, there is nothing left, so be prepared. By the way, you don't need to hold me now. Seeing Coulson about to step forward, Liu Xing took a step back and said, although he has just begun to absorb magic power, it is enough for some simple applications. At least when traversing dimensions, it is not only the things in contact with one's body that can follow. There was a slight vibration in the space, and Liu Xing's figures and traces completely disappeared in this universe. Boom. This time through the dimensionality, Liu Xing and his party did not appear again in the sky. and steadily returned to the original room. It's just that now in the room, a mellow middle-aged uncle was cleaning with a feather duster, and he was stunned when he saw a few people suddenly appear. "Wang, take my guests to the room to rest." Yi took a deep breath and said to the fat uncle, "Yes, Venerable Yi." Wang put down the feather duster and made a pleased gesture to Liu Xing and his party. "It seems that you have a lot of understanding, so we won't bother." Liu Xing nodded to go and followed Wang out. In fact, there is another reason why he continues to stay in the universe where Runeterra is located. Now that two dimensions are separated, Liu Xing can gain magic power as much as he wants, but when he is in the dimension of Runeland, as long as he stays for a certain period of time, he will be detected and locked in by the star-casting Dragon King. There is no danger after being detected, but it will be forced out of the Runeland universe by it, and this certain time, because Liu Xing's extra-dimensional magic is still in its infancy, the time is exactly 12 hours. Chapter 32 What happens if the dimensional barrier becomes weaker? Except Liu Xing and Yi, everyone else bought a lot in Bilgewater. Of course, it was Miss Doom who paid last. Bilgewater is a wharf culture and a natural specialty. Except Liu Xing and Yi, everyone else bought a lot in Bilgewater. Of course, it was Miss Doom who paid last. Bilgewater is a wharf culture, and its specialties are naturally imported from all over the world in Runeland. This is why Coulson was so excited before. Although he didn't bring back any rare things, but so many different world items, enough for him to make a great achievement. In Liu Xing's room, he was sitting cross-legged on a wooden couch, with astral energy surrounding him. It seems that this is feasible. Liu Xing slowly opened his eyes. He had just successfully sensed something he had left in Runeterra. A scale, engraved with the scale for the Galakrond ritual, is embedded in the magic spear. This shows that with extra-dimensional magic, as long as there is something attached to his magic, there is no concept of time and space for him. Besides, that scale is the real gift. Compared with the 12 rounds of the holy gun and the magic gun, there is no limit to the number of times I pray for Galakrond. Moreover, the scale is no longer the same as the one given to Pietro, only the contact function. Liu Xing already has magic power, and there is no lack of magic in Runeland. Once the magic gun bullets are used up, scales will appear. At that time, as long as someone is willing to perform the prayer ceremony, then he can summon the power of Galakrond once. At the same time, more magic power will be transmitted to Liu Xing as a tribute, and will strengthen Liu Xing's next incarnation of Galakrond. Of course, the incarnation of Galakrond requires 7th order magic power. Liu Xing has just started now, and he doesn't know when he will reach it. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door suddenly. "Please come in." Liu Xing regained consciousness and replied to the outside. The wooden door opened and Yi walked in. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing Yi suddenly coming, Liu Xing asked curiously. "Your extra-dimensional magic weakens the barrier between dimensions," Yi said. "The dimensional barrier becomes weaker, so the Earth is more likely to be invaded?" Liu Xing frowned and asked. "Do not." Yi shook his head slightly. The dimensional barrier is not used to prevent the invasion of other dimensions. Just talk about it. What's the impact? Liu Xing raised his brows and said, "The dimensional barrier is like a net, and the only way to invade other dimensions is to break this net. But now, it's just that the mesh of this net has become larger. I don't know what will happen, maybe nothing will happen." Yi said that at the end. He put a hanging ring on the table. This is a necessary prop if you are going to learn the cross-space portal. To put it bluntly, there has been a little change, but in fact, there is no threat at all, Liu Xing said with one hand supporting his chin after listening. "That's what it means." Ge nodded. Liu Xing stopped talking, and finally smiled and shook his head. He could only attribute Yi's trouble-free behavior to being responsible for his own duties. "I just came to say one sentence." Yi opened the portal with one hand and left Liu Xing's room. In the early morning of the next day, Liu Xing had just woke up when the door was knocked again. Opening the door helplessly, Coulson was standing at the door with a smile on his face. "Sir, you are not going to be an ascetic here all the time, are you? Are you inviting us to New York?" Singh glanced at Pietro and Wanda behind Coulson, and he understood. It is worthy of being an expert in negotiation and diplomacy of S.H.I.E.L.D., knowing to persuade the two children first, and then come to Luo Crossing. "Yes, the director has been waiting for you over there for a long time." Coulson smiled and nodded. "Trust me, invite us to New. You will regret it." On the way to the plane, Luo Xing smiled and said he naturally had no reason to refuse. After going to the Runeterra dimension, neither he contacted Miss Doom nor Graves' order triggered the mission. This means that only the main characters in this world can trigger. At least this is the case at this stage. In the future, I don't know if his mentally handicapped system will be upgraded or changed. Regret. Are you going to become super criminals and sabotage? Coulson didn't believe it at all. He only thought Luo Xing was joking, but he didn't find that Pietro, who was standing behind him, was holding a memory card and showing a triumphant smile. Super criminal? What does that mean? Luo Xing curled his lips. If he really wanted something, he could just ask Nick Fury directly. So, why should I regret it? Coulson thought that Luo Xing was disdainful of criminal behavior, and a trace of admiration suddenly rose in his heart. At that time you will know. Luo Xing stepped on the Kuntai transport plane that had been parked here for a day and night, and stretched out in a seated position. Xiao Wangda held her share of the souvenir from another world with difficulty, put it in a side luggage cabinet, and then sat next to Luo Crossing. "By the way, this thing is for you, and I will teach you how to use it later." Luo Xing suddenly thought of something and threw the hanging ring that Guyi had given him to Wanda. "Ring?" Wanda hurriedly caught it, lowered his head and looked down. His face blushed, and he quickly hid in his pocket, not even listening to Luo Xing's words. Chapter 33. The Landing Failure. After arriving in the Americas, Luo Xing suddenly asked Coulson in the front row, I think the secretary will arrange it for you." Coulson was taken aback, then replied with a smile. After arriving in the Americas, Luo Xing suddenly asked Coulson in the front row, I think the secretary will arrange it for you." Coulson was taken aback, then replied with a smile. "That's fine." Luo Xing continued to close his eyes and rest his mind. Luo Xing has 10,000 ways to obtain property in the future, but now he just has to make sure that there is a temporary residence and arrange for Pietro and Wanda. Except for their future superpowers, they are still children. If you don't go to school at this stage when you are in your early 10, will you become illiterate in the future? Pietro and Wanda, brothers and sisters, also seemed to have guessed Luo Xing's intentions, and looked at each other with their lips together. In the outskirts of Niu, a grassy area slowly sank, revealing a flat ground. Here is a small branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., whose main function is to take charge of the ups and downs of ordinary fighters. Half an hour ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury notified the people here that the Call Center Union came back with guests. On the Kun-style fighter, Luo Xing, who was closing his eyes and rested, suddenly opened his eyes. "Such a big deal. Did you send someone to escort?" "Okay." Coulson was taken aback when he heard Luo Xing's words, and then looked outside. 3 helicopters hovered around them, still loaded with weapons. On the ground, heavily armed soldiers are constantly appearing, and even armored vehicles are coming over. "Are people from the military? How could they appear here?" Coulson murmured. Then he didn't care. The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. have cooperated not once or twice. Anyway, it does not affect their landing. There are many people below. Aren't they here to greet us? Pietro walked to Coulson's side, leaned on the glass and looked down, and couldn't help exclaiming, "This battle is too exaggerated, right? Is it a military parade? I think you'd better land in another place." Luo Xing hugged Wanda on the side seat into his arms and said, "Do you think the army will attack us? Too much worry." Coulson thought it was the first time Luo Xing came to Nuyo to be nervous, and couldn't help but smile. "I'm not talking about the army, but the guy the army is looking for." Luo Xing curled his lips. Since Coulson didn't believe him, There was nothing he could do. He could only hope that the guy would come out later. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Kunstile fighter plane that was landing shook suddenly, the entire fuselage turned over 90 degrees, and several people all fell to the side. Wanda was protected by Liu Xing, so naturally he was not injured at all. And Coulson, who was pitifully used as a mat by Pietro, sat on him. We were really attacked. Coulson lay on the ground in shock. At this time, Nick Fury eagerly shouted from his headset, "Agent Coulson, transfer immediately. The military and Hulk exchange fire at base 303. Transfer now." "You can speak a little earlier, sir." Coulson showed a dumbfounded expression and replied to the microphone. "You won't have." Boom! Exclamation mark. There was another loud noise and the call was interrupted. Standing in the Neo building, Nick Fury reluctantly turned off the communication and looked at the sky outside. "I hope you can solve it, just like the solution to Hercules at the time." Hulk. The extremely angry Hulk jumped into the air, grabbing two helicopters and slamming them together. The soldiers underneath aimed at Hulk and kept on fire, but they could only increase his anger constantly. If you are currently in an online game, you can see the damage value of 0 and the buff of anger +1 continuously jumping from Hulk. Roar! Hulk roared again, stepped on his feet, the ground shattered, and rushed to the sky again. At this time, there was only another helicopter left in the air, and the Kunstile fighter plane where the Liu Xing people were located just now. Hulk had just been born at this time, his intelligence level was less than 2 years old, and he couldn't tell the enemy from us at all, so he grabbed the helicopter's propeller and smashed it against the Kun-type fighter. At this time, in the Kun-type fighter, Coulson took a small hammer and smashed the glass, and threw a few backpacks at Liu Xing. "Parachute, hold it, and go." After all, Coulson pressed the button on the backpack, opened the parachute and jumped out. "Lend me the ring first." Liu Xing took out the hanging ring just given to her from Wanda's trouser pocket and swiped it twice in the air. Several arcs of sparks appeared, and a portal was completed. It's just. After all, Liu Xing was using it for the first time. This portal seemed a little small, and only Wanda and Pietro could lie over. Liu Xing put the hanging ring back in Wanda's pocket, threw her into the portal gently, and looked towards Pietro. "You should go too." "Yes." Pietro did not hesitate, and a sliding shovel passed through the portal. The other end of the portal was on the ground below. When Coulson, who was landing, saw that the brothers and sisters reached the ground before him in the air, he was a little confused. What made him even more stunned was that Hulk below seemed to rush over. Chapter 34 The Hulk Escape. The commander of the military was still a bit ethical, and immediately issued an attack order in an attempt to suppress the Hulk. But what the military is doing now can only be said to have ideas and no brains. They have been chasing Hulk for so long, and haven't found the key to the problem. The commander of the military was still a bit ethical, and immediately issued an attack order in an attempt to suppress the Hulk. But what the military is doing now can only be said to have ideas and no brains. They have been chasing Hulk for so long, and haven't found the key to the problem. To describe Hulk in one sentence, it is: if you can't kill me, it will only make me stronger. Hulk roared, and directly lifted the airport floor of SHIELD here, broke a piece, and smashed the armored vehicle in the distance. In Hulk's limited knowledge, aircraft armored vehicles people with guns ordinary people. This is why he violently solved the 3 helicopters in the sky at the beginning, and even the passing Kun-type fighters were beaten down. "So, your chief just wants you to negotiate with it?" Pietro pointed to Hulk, who was smashing the armored vehicle, and asked Coulson, who came after landing, "Are you sure you didn't offend him? He sent you to die?" "Yes, I think so too. Wait, how do you know?" Coulson looked at Pietro with a puzzled face. He clearly remembered that he hadn't told anyone. "Isn't it? When you are drunk, I won't tell you." Pietro covered his mouth. "Well, we'll talk about this later. Let's find a safe place first." Coulson glanced at the Kunstile fighter that had crashed in the distance, and was a little puzzled. "Where is Liu Xing? Didn't he come down with you?" "No, but Pietro and Wanda looked up at the sky with their necks up. "What are you looking at?" Coulson looked confused. "Meteor." "Are you looking for meteors in broad daylight?" Coulson was speechless. "Also, don't change the subject. Where is Liu Xing?" "He won't get off the plane, right?" After all, Coulson glanced at the Kunstile fighter that was smoking black. Although it is not clear how strong his strength is, it shouldn't be solved so easily, right? "What's that in the sky?" Suddenly someone yelled. Everyone looked up, and a burning object was falling fast in their direction. "Meteor? Missile?" "You actually fired missiles without authorization?" The military commander looked at the head of SHIELD here with an angry face. "Don't throw any dirty water on us. Launching missiles is not the only thing your military can do." The person in charge of SHIELD Bureau did not fear at all, and immediately went back. "Of course we will do it, but we will admit it if we do it, but this has absolutely nothing to do with us." The military commander picked up the walkie-talkie and immediately linked his top boss, General Ross, and handed it to the head of SHIELD. "Wait, the target of that missile is the Hulk? Did you say you launched it?" The person in charge of SHIELD pointed to the distance angrily. Seeing that the military said it was so righteous, he almost believed it. "Hulk." The Hulk also seemed to perceive the threat of the falling object in the air, and after a roar, stepped on his foot, jumped up and jumped straight up. "Call your name all day long. Are you a Pokemon?" Hulk heard only one voice in the bright light, and then dizzy, and his body was out of control. Boom! From the onlooker's perspective, the Hulk leapt high, and was hit by the missile and smashed to the ground, dragging out a long tunnel. Of course, everyone now knows that it is not a missile. Have you ever seen a missile that is so small that it will not explode? At the end of the tunnel, Hulk was in a coma for nearly 10 seconds, then shook his head abruptly and woke up with his head. As soon as he woke up, Hulk roared at Liu Xing, expressing his anger. "You should be thankful that I use a shield instead of a spear." Liu Xing scattered the weapons in his hand and turned to leave. He didn't solve the idea of the Hulk. After all, the future team still needs a tank and fighter with enough flesh. Liu Xing has now transferred to become a mage, but he can't always rush to the forefront, resist damage and output. "Hulk." The Hulk didn't understand why Liu Xing would behave like this, and immediately stayed in place. "If you want to leave, go there, along the river, don't look back." "Hulk." The Hulk glanced in the direction Liu Xing was pointing, and then left obediently. It's not that Hulk has become docile, but Liu Xing's blow just now made him experience a feeling similar to that of a soul out of his body. That feeling of emptiness made Hulk, who is not very intelligent, a little scared as long as he remembered it. Of course, that feeling is indeed out of the body. Just as Guyi shot the souls of Doctor Strange and Dr. Banner in the movie, Liu Xing used the same method. It's just that Liu Xing has only a rough look at how to use it, and it's the first time it's used. Naturally, it's not very powerful, but the feeling of duality between soul and body, any creature's first experience, will definitely be unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 35 Goodbye Mum provoked Fakesir. Seeing the army chasing Hulk leaving, Coulson, who brought Wanda and Pietro, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. SHIELD also has data about Hulk, and this data has been constantly refreshed, completely. Seeing the army chasing Hulk leaving, Coulson, who brought Wanda and Pietro, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. SHIELD also has data about Hulk, and this data has been constantly refreshed, completely surpassing the limits of human beings. Coulson had to admit that even if his idol Steve Rogers was reborn, he couldn't compete with the Hulk, but Liu Xing did it, and he didn't seem to try his best. "I think you'd better remind the military not to put this large wild animal in the city in the future." Liu Xing patted the dust on his body and made suggestions. He was about to live in this city soon, and he didn't want to suddenly pop up two big men in front of his house. "Yes, it's time to warn them." Coulson withdrew his smile and nodded solemnly. "Hulk will not transform in the city for no reason. It must be caused by the military's active attack. The military knew that Hulk's transformation would cause huge damage, but they still resorted to a brainless attack. Even if don't forget, New is the economic center. Which legislator will not have any property here? I'll just mention it. By the way, is there a car to pick us up? Liu Xing helped Wanda pick up the bag in her hand, looked around, and asked. Seeing the bag in Liu Xing's hand, Coulson's face suddenly changed, and he immediately turned to look at the crashed Kun-style fighter. Not only did he lose a Kun-style fighter plane in this operation, but also all the local products he brought back from another world were gone. At the SHIELD building, Nick Fury put aside his work and asked his staff to prepare coffee and desserts in the reception room in advance. Boss, are you going to receive the Secretary General? Maria Hill put a pile of papers on the table, and vomited by the way. Just to meet a friend. How many levels of confidentiality? Hill interrupted Nick Fury directly and looked at him with his arms around him. 10 level. But you can skip the level to check. Nick Fury smiled awkwardly, tied up the corners of his clothes, walked to the door and paused. I suggest you also meet my old friend. Coulson is only qualified to be his confidant at this stage, and Maria Hill has already gained his trust, so Nick Fury is essentially more willing to let Hill contact Leo Crossing. Even if Hill hadn't been able to withdraw from a special mission in the previous 2 months, it would not have been Coulson's turn to go to Sokovia to find a trace. That's all right. Hill raised his brows slightly, followed Nick Fury, and walked to the drawing room. In the meeting room, Liu Xing and his party were drinking coffee and enjoying afternoon tea time. Of course, Coulson didn't have this treatment, so he could only stand quietly and watch. Agent Coulson, you can do your other tasks. Nick Fury entered the door, glanced at Coulson who was standing there, and said, he has just received a report that all the special products Coulson brought from another universe have been destroyed with the Kun-style fighter, and he can't wait to scold his mother directly. Nick Fury received the notice last night and directly summoned a team of scientists to prepare to conduct research on objects in another world. As a result, Coulson told him today that there was nothing. Isn't this cheating? Fortunately, Coulson mentioned that in addition to him, the 2 brothers and sisters who followed Liu Xing also bought a lot of things in another world. If you really want to study, then you can only find a way to get it from the brothers and sisters. I remember you didn't like coffee. Nick Fury opened the stool with a slightly raised mouth, and sat down. Maria Hill, who came in behind him, stood aside, looking carefully and preparing to analyze Liu Xing's behavior and personality. Oh, this is not coffee. I let them change to hot cocoa. Liu Xing took a sip and raised his head and said, open the door, I need you to join us. Nick Fury stared at Liu Xing with one eye. Quickly, then he'll be straight to the point. Liu Xing clapped. I refuse. Why? I can solve the housing problem for you. These 2 children can also be arranged to enter the best elementary school right away. Nick Fury pointed to Pietro and Wanda on the side and began the negotiation. That's something you have to do, otherwise why do you think I should come to you? Liu Xing laughed and replied, then what do you want? Nick Fury lowered his attitude and asked. It's been more than 10 years since he had the idea of forming the Avengers. His hair was all gone, and now he didn't even have a shadow. Nick Fury couldn't stand it at all now, and even the Hulk, who was wanted by the military, broke the jar and wanted to get him, let alone broke the seal of Liu Crossing. No matter what, I won't join now. Liu Xing shook his head. He is not stupid. There is no one in the Avengers now. Wouldn't he become the only toolman after he joined? But you can change the way of cooperation. Liu Xing suddenly thought of something and said, Chapter 36 Negotiations, Settlement. Nick Fury looked at Liu Xing and waited for him to speak. You can use my name to recruit people and pretend to be coercive. You only need to pay me a fee. Liu Xing knocked on the table with one hand and said to Nick Fury. Nick Fury looked at Liu Xing and waited for him to speak. You can use my name to recruit people and pretend to be coercive. You only need to pay me a fee. Liu Xing knocked on the table with one hand and said to Nick Fury, now that the turning point is not far away, Liu Xing will most likely not have to worry about things like money, so he only needs to think about the present. Go on. Nick Fury nodded slightly. Gone. Gone? Nick Fury looked at Liu Xing with a surprised look. You mean, I can only use your name, and I have to pay you? What do you think you are? Is it an international superstar? Don't you think I am more suitable to be this spokesperson than an international superstar? Liu Xing asked with a smile. Nick Fury thought about it carefully and felt that Liu Xing's words did make sense, but he was still unwilling to give in. For the time being, you are not suitable. Nick Fury folded his hands and placed it at the table. Do you think I am like a person who likes to hold someone else's name and show off pretending to be? Pretending? Okay. Liu Xing nodded. And when Nick Fury was about to speak, he raised his hand. You wait a minute, Pietro, is it your turn to play? Well, does Sister Agent have a cell phone? Let me use it. Pietro looked at Hill and asked, give. Thank you. Pietro took Hill's cell phone, inserted the storage card in, then turned on the cell phone, clicked on the playback, and adjusted the volume to maximum. You really don't know, Nick Fury. He is really the biggest pencil case I have ever seen. Isn't he tired with so many pens? The arrogant remarks recorded after Coulson was drunk echoed in the drawing room, and Nick Fury's dark face became even darker. I think Agent Coulson is more suitable to go to the Siberia branch or the African branch, and it is also suitable for him, Nick Fury said. Boss, don't be arrogant. When Hill heard Nick Fury's words, he couldn't laugh or cry. I'm kidding. Nick Fury got up, turned off the playback, and gave the phone back to Hill. It seems that Agent Coulson's trip is very enjoyable, and he has forgotten the agent's guidelines. Yes, he will be punished. Hill's expression also returned to seriousness. She didn't know if Coulson went to another universe. She thought that Coulson was drunk and relaxed and said these words in Sokovia. Let him report to the training department later. Nick Fury finalized the decision to punish Coulson. His eyes returned to Liu Xing. So, how much are you going to take? One price. 1 million. You might as well grab it. Nick Fury rolled his eyes. Liu Xing got up and walked towards the door. Why are you going? Nick Fury was taken aback, and he refused for the first time. Why did he just leave? Don't bargain, go grab it. Didn't you let me go? Liu Xing shrugged innocently, then looked at Hill. Beauty, can you tell me how to get to the bank? Sorry, I don't know. But I can take you to the prison. Hill smiled back to Liu Crossing. Forget it, it's better than this. Nick Fury took out a stack of paper from behind and put it on the table. You become our special consultant, and we pay you a salary. How about it? I'm afraid this contract has not been prepared long ago. Liu Xing raised his brows, got up and took the thick stack of contracts, and flipped through them. Which page is the salary, benefits and work content? Is it convenient to talk about it? The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched. Don't worry, special consultants are usually very idle and don't need to do anything. The salary is not very high, but it is enough for you to live in this city. Liu Xing took a pen directly from the side and signed his name. As for whether there are any pitfalls in the contract, there is no need for investigation at all. Liu Xing believes that Nick Fury will not be so stupid that he really thinks that a contract can restrain him. By the way, I have already arranged your residence, so you can pick one. Nick Fury walked aside, opened the screen on the wall, and clicked down, and a city map was projected on it. There are countless small spots on a city map, which means that these houses can be chosen by Liu Xing. And there are some remote villas among them. Queens. Liu Xing thought for a moment, and stepped forward and clicked on a house in Queens County. I thought you would choose Manhattan. Nick Fury glanced at Pietro and Wanda brothers and sisters, a little surprised at Liu Xing's choice. Manhattan is the center of the city, the real wealthy area. I don't like places that are too busy. Liu Xing scratched the screen to watch the top view of New York. But I am also afraid of trouble. So the Queens area is not biased, just right. Confirmed? Nick Fury asked. Determine. Liu Xing nodded. Naturally, he did not lie. But there is one more important point: if the future does not change, the Tri-2 army will appear on the Stark building in the center of Manhattan. Put your home on a time bomb. A fool would do it. Chapter 37 with Driver Sky. After answering a call, Nick Fury raised his head and looked at Liu Xing. Do you want the driver? Do you think I can drive? Liu Xing asked rhetorically. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Nick Fury's face. After answering a call, Nick Fury raised his head and looked at Liu Xing. Do you want the driver? Do you think I can drive? Liu Xing asked rhetorically. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Nick Fury's face. He almost forgot that Liu Xing was essentially an ancient man who had been sealed for so long before breaking the seal. How could he even drive? That's okay, I will arrange a novice agent to be your driver, and she will call you then. Halfway through, Nick Fury remembered embarrassingly that Liu Xing didn't even have a cell phone number. What am I? Nick Fury took a deep breath and turned to look at Hill. Help me get a brand new agent phone. 3. Liu Xing said. Okay. 3. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. Why? Why is there a feeling of being taken advantage of? Hill turned and left, and went directly to the logistics department to get 3 new agent phones that were factory new without any programs or monitoring installed. Since I have promised you so many requests, I also have one request. Nick Fury watched the Liu Xing trio fiddling with their mobile phones, and suddenly spoke seriously. If the Hulk is the big guy you met today, it will appear on the streets of New York again. I hope you can stop it, Ro. Liu Xing snapped his fingers and nodded in agreement. Then, Hill, you send the 3 of them to Queens first. Nick Fury was relieved when he saw Liu Xing agree. Let's go, children. Hill smiled and said to Pietro and Wanda, to be honest, I don't want to go to school. Pietro put the phone in his pocket and followed. I also want to be a special consultant. Do you have any training for awakening superpowers here? No. Hill is speechless. This is really a child's naive fantasy. If they are really capable of cultivating superpowers, will the chief worry about losing his hair? Decades ago, it took a lot of effort to come up with Steve Rogers, and there has not yet been a second person who can carry the flag. How can superheroes appear so easily? Go to school. There is always a chance. Liu Xing patted Pietro on the shoulder and said, unlike Wanda, if a Pietro is not activated by the spiritual gem, it is difficult to awaken and become a Quicksilver. As for the soul gem, it is estimated that Thanos is still in the hands of Thanos. Only when Loki, who sent the equipment, appears, Pietro estimated that he will be able to awaken his superpowers. But this is also not true. Liu Xing's abilities are changing with each passing day. Maybe tomorrow he will complete a certain task in New York, and then get the props that can awaken his superpowers. Speaking of tasks, Liu Xing suddenly got a little big head thinking about this. The Hulk series mission, the strongest armor, take away the Hulk's pants. Fortunately, it will be refreshed in a month. Otherwise Liu Xing really can't make up his mind to do such an unscrupulous thing. Among other things, the moment he snatched the Hulk's pants, he might have stitches. After he left with Liu Xing and his party, Nick Fury took Coulson, who still didn't know that he was about to be punished, to a blocked area on the negative first floor of the building. Director, are you going to recruit that person to be Liu Xing's driver and bodyguard? In the elevator, Coulson looked at his chief in a little surprise. That person, he originally valued the talents he was going to absorb into his own hands, but now he was still short of the fire, and he didn't expect his chief to cut his head directly. Yes, Nick Fury took this face and said, if it's Tony Stark, the agents we need to send must be proficient in fighting and firearms, but he doesn't need this protection, but another one. The internet. The elevator door opened slowly, and in the room outside the elevator, an Asian woman was quickly tapping on the keyboard in front of a laptop. Hearing the sound of the elevator, the Asian woman hurriedly closed the computer with a panic expression. I just hacked into the network of the NYU Police Department to check the citizens' information. Now I can almost release me. Sky held the silver-white notebook and looked at Nick Fury and Coulson warily. Girl, I need you to join us. Nick Fury spoke seriously. He is your immediate boss, the director of the Bureau of Land and Resources. Sky looked at Coulson and asked. Yes. Coulson nodded. I reject. Sky refused without hesitation. Boss, we are not short of hacker masters, otherwise let's change someone. She is right, she just simply invaded, and many people can do it. Coulson frowned slightly, and whispered to Nick Fury. He doesn't know the true identity of Liu Erxing, but he can travel to other dimensions, be friends with the leader of a certain mage power, and has the highest level of 10th secret. How can he be protected by an amateur hacker? He wanted to absorb Naskai as a subordinate, and only to see that she has such a talent at a young age, and only after a few years of training will she make a difference. You only see the surface. Nick Fury spoke suddenly, and at the same time a smile of the old fox appeared on his face. He walked to Sky. Indeed, if it was just your previous illegal act, you can leave now. I'm leaving. Sky's back was stared by Nick Fury, and he immediately hugged her notebook and prepared to leave. But Nick Fury stopped her and pointed to the computer in her arms. What were you looking at just now? Would you like me to remind you? Fishing law enforcement. Sky was taken aback when he heard the words, and then immediately, showing an expression of resentment. Chapter 38 Female Drivers. Coulson looked at Nick Fury dumbfounded, not knowing what his old boss did. Yes, 20 minutes ago, I deliberately weakened the confidentiality level of someone by half a level, and I was going to see how well you could be. I didn't expect you to catch it immediately. Coulson looked at Nick Fury dumbfounded, not knowing what his old boss did. Yes, 20 minutes ago, I deliberately weakened Sumion's confidentiality level by half a level. I was going to see how much you can get. I didn't expect you to catch the gap immediately. Nick Fury leaned against the table and turned on his pretense mode. Invaded our internal network and read level 10 confidential information. You have only two choices. Either, wanted, detained. Either, I joined you. Isn't it an agent? Sky put down his notebook bitterly and gritted his teeth. No, the second option is to become his driver and bodyguard. Nick Fury raised his phone and showed Sky a picture of Liu crossing. That person? Sky's pretty face froze, and then looked at Nick Fury with an incredible expression. You won't tell me, all the information about this person is true, right? SHHH. Nick Fury put his finger to his mouth and pointed to Coulson. That's a level 10 secret. You must seal your mouth, and then use your hacking skills to prevent others from stealing and eavesdropping on his life. Including you? Sky curled his lips. Including us. Nick Fury nodded surprisingly. Huh. Finally home. Liu Erxing was blindfolded into the brand new sofa. He thought that Nick Fury had everything ready, so he only needed to move in with a bag and start a leisurely life. The results of it. Throughout the afternoon, he spent the entire afternoon helping Pietro and Wanda to apply for admission. At the same time, Liu Erxing also discovered that this place in America really doesn't seem to be in a great eastern country. It is really difficult to move without a car. Since the matter is settled, I will leave. Please remember to receive the driver lady, she will be here soon. Hill stood at the door, saying goodbye to the crowd slightly tired. Today was also her Good Friday. A 9th level agent became a toolman, and he was regarded as Pietro and Wanda's parents by the teacher along with Liu crossing. In other words, besides the driver, should we also have a chef? Pietro pointed to the kitchen and said, the three of them don't seem to know how to cook. Just order takeaway. Liu Erxing replied casually, and stopped halfway through. It seems that the food delivery industry in the Americas is very underdeveloped, most of which require telephone ordering, which is expensive, slow and unpalatable. I remember that in my previous life, the rate of online ordering in the Great Eastern countries was 74%, while the rate in America was only 6%. In that instant, Liu Erxing suddenly had the idea of starting a food delivery company, but it was rejected in the next second. The Americas are large and sparsely populated, and they have the habit of tipping. It is estimated that starting a food delivery company will go bankrupt soon, and he has no capital now. and he runs a shit company. Canned money, why are you still safe? Liu Xing took a stack of newspapers from the table, looked at Tony Stark's Lace News, and whispered, open a food delivery company or an online shopping company to make money. How can you directly ask the wrongdoer to come quickly, stably, and risk-free? Wanda, the pizza is ready. Do you want to eat it? Pietro opened the oven and took out the quick frozen pizza he bought in the supermarket today. Well, here I am. Ding dong. When Wanda was halfway there, the doorbell rang suddenly. It's the female driver who is here. Wanda will help open the door. Liu Xing flipped through the newspaper and said, okay. Little Wanda wore SpongeBob slippers and ran out. Hello. Sky walked to the living room under the leadership of Wanda and saw Liu Xing, who was lying on the sofa reading the Misa magazine, and suddenly felt that all his original tension had disappeared. That's it. This is the highest 10-level secret record in that mysterious country organization, suspected to be a man who exterminated the Olympus god system. Now it looks like an ordinary person who has just been busy for a day after get off work. You? Liu Xing glanced at the new female driver and was taken aback. Isn't this the shockwave female Sky? You know me? Do not know. Liu Xing shook his head. He had only seen this face in a TV series, and naturally he didn't recognize it in reality. Where is my room? Sky motioned for the luggage in his hand and asked. Liu Xing turned to look at Pietro and Wanda. Where do you want to live? This house has 2 floors, with 2 bedrooms on the first floor and 4 bedrooms on the second floor. I live on the first floor. Me too. Pietro and Wanda looked at each other and replied. Although some time has passed, they still have a shadow over the attack, especially Wanda. If he hadn't been caught, he would have fallen and left with his parents. So for their brothers and sisters, the first floor is more secure. Then I want the one on the far left. Okay. Sky pointed upstairs, looked at Liu Xing and asked. No problem. The one on the far right is mine. Liu Xing helped Sky carry the luggage upstairs, and then told everyone about his room. As for the middle 2 are empty. Let's be empty. Boom. As he was about to go downstairs to eat pizza, Liu Xing suddenly heard a slight sound of falling objects, and the source seemed to be in his room. Chapter 39. The Invaders of the Night. Click. Ilgo, who was sent by Shield to clean it. The windows are not closed and the garbage is flying in. Liu Xing silently kicked a few pieces of plastic debris on the ground, picked it up, and threw it in. Click. Ilgo, who was sent by Shield to clean it. The windows are not closed and the garbage is flying in. Liu Xing silently kicked a few pieces of plastic debris on the ground, picked it up, and threw it into the trash can. After cleaning up the garbage, closing the window, Liu Xing clapped his hands, closed the bedroom door and went downstairs. What are you doing? When Liu Xing came downstairs, he saw Sky not eating, holding an electric driller and installing something at the door. Protect your privacy and safety. Sky glanced back at Liu Xing slightly, and continued his actions. These are special alarm devices that can prevent illegal intrusion to the greatest extent. And also, I will install a program in the 2 children's phones later, and if there is a problem, I will immediately send a message to our terminal. Sky installed it seriously and continued. Remember to install one for yourself. Liu Xing sat at the table, picked up a piece of pizza and stuffed it into his mouth, taking a sip of juice. I have to say that the taste of these quick frozen foods is really bad. Sky was taken aback for a moment. If something happens to you, I can also know in time and rush to rescue you. But don't get me wrong, I'm worried that the enemy will catch you, and it will be very troublesome to use your hacking skills to counterattack at that time. Liu Xing chewed the pizza and said casually, okay, I get it now. Sky curled his lips and withdrew his thoughts. Also, although she thinks she looks good, not everyone will favor her. According to the information, the person in front of me must be an antique. How could he take the initiative to care about her? But it also makes sense. If she is caught, once she is forced to confess, all the protective measures installed today will instead become a burden and a point of breach. However, Liu Xing saw Sky's small expression, and the corners of his mouth drank the juice slightly upward. Sky only saw the second floor, thinking he was on the first floor, but in fact he was on the fifth floor. The speech that seemed like a straight steel man actually gave Sky a sense of subconscious peace of mind. A certain blonde vampire Dior once said that all human pursuits, whether it is wealth or power, are for oneself to obtain the most basic sense of peace of mind. Of course, in the final analysis, Liu Xing wants to have a good relationship with this pretty little girl. As for whether he wants to get her then I don't know for the time being. By the way, do you know how to cook? Do you want to be a chef? Liu Xing took a piece of paper and wiped his mouth after eating, and walked to the side of Sky, who was still installing. Is there a salary? Sky's movement stopped slightly, and then asked. SHIELD only gave her the name of a field agent, saying that she was directly under Liu Xing, a special consultant, and her salary could only be said to be enough to survive, and her oil expenses depended on reimbursement. What will you do? Chinese food, Western food, both can be a little bit. The trial period is 1 week. If you make better than frozen pizza, then 3,000 a month. Liu Xing took out a plate of pizza from behind and put it in front of Sky. Thank you. Sky took a piece and put it in his mouth. But is 3,000 a bit too little? I think it costs at least 5,000. I will increase you when I have money. I also said I'll take care of you when I have money. Cut. Sky curled his lips, thinking that Liu Xing was unwilling to increase his salary. When I have money, what will happen? Is this unclearly a bad check? You two have a good rest, and remember to go to school on time tomorrow. After Liu Xing spoke to the brothers and sisters, he walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes. It's been a long time since I took a hot bath. To be honest, although the unyielding will of indomitable gun has won him countless battles, he doesn't like a nervous life. But for peace of mind, Liu Xing made the next plan while taking a bath. Improve one's normal strength, or increase the diversity of one's own means. This is a long-term mission set by Liu Xing for himself. In the short term, no accident is to go to the money jar to withdraw some money, and by the way, see if a new task can be triggered. After the shower, Liu Xing walked out in his pajamas. In the living room, Sky had installed all the facilities, and was sitting there with a can of Coke watching the TV series. I went to bed. Don't forget to send Wanda them to school tomorrow. Liu Xing glanced at the content of the TV series, lost his mind, and after speaking to Sky, he went upstairs. Rest. Liu Xing took out a pair of earphones and put them on, flicking his slippers at random, and jumped onto the bed. Boom, boom, click. In the middle of the night, Liu Xing, who was sleeping while listening to light music, vaguely heard noisy sounds, slowly opened his eyes and took off his headphones. Boom! A slight stepping on the floor sounded in his bedroom. Hearing the sound, Liu Xing directly turned over and rushed over, pushing the person in the dark to the ground. Chapter 40 The Invisible Woman Suddenly Appearing. You broke into my house in the middle of the night and asked who I am. Liu Xing snorted. Did the intruder pretend to be a fool or treat him as a fool? Your room. You broke into my house in the middle of the night and asked who I am. Liu Xing snorted. Did the intruder pretend to be a fool or treat him as a fool? Your house. The interloper's tone seemed a little puzzled. Then why am I here? Ask yourself, or I will find someone to help you remember it. Liu Xing pressed the intruder with his feet, and took the cell phone aside in his hand, ready to call someone to deal with it. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding in this, I said. Seeing Liu Xing's actions, the intruder seemed to care more about reputation, suddenly panicked, and hurriedly spoke. Say, it is good. The intruder saw that Liu Xing no longer wanted to call the police. He was relieved, and then immediately began to explain. You believe me, when I woke up, I found myself in your room. I just wanted to leave. You mean, someone fainted you and threw you into my room, Miss Agent? Liu Xing laughed. So you think I am a demon hunter or a blind monk? There is such a big person in the room that I didn't see it. Just went to bed. The intruder was speechless for a while. I don't know why. Why didn't you find me? Again. Liu Xing silently covered his face. Your parents haven't taught you. Don't you use question sentences to answer questions? Forget it. I'll tie you up and talk about it first. When the intruder was about to say something, the spark energy in the center of Liu Xing's palm surged, and several crimson chains were thrown at the intruder. Cetarak's scarlet necklace is another Kamar-Taj's magic. However, these chains did not bind the intruder, instead they turned into whips and beat her a few times. What? The intruder exclaimed in pain. Oh, I'm sorry, this is my first use. I'm a little unskilled. Liu Xing took advantage of the time when the intruder could not resist, walked aside quickly and turned on the light in the room. Then he was stunned. A set of women's black underwear floating in the air. Invisible girl. Ghost. Liu Xing couldn't confirm the person in front of him for a while. The ability to stealth was really bad. Maybe it was an unknown dragon set. What did you say? The invisible intruder was still a little puzzled by Liu Xing's words at first. And then he found the problem himself. I only saw that female cult black underwear floated in front of the floor-tossling mirror in Liu Xing's room, and looked into the mirror. Why did I become like this? The invisible man seemed to be shocked by his changes. You have amnesia. Liu Xing sat on the side of the bed and asked with his legs folded. According to the current situation, the intruder may not have lied. If she is still acting now, Liu Xing can only award her the Oscar for the Best Actress. I don't have memory loss. Wait, maybe I did lose a part of my memory. I really don't know how I appeared here. The black clothes and trousers slowly fell in the air. According to imagination, the invisible man should be squatting on the ground at this time, holding his head. I remember that my team and I were observing cosmic radiation at an extraterrestrial space station. And then an accident happened. The invisible man squatted on the ground, seeming to try his best to remember. But what happened later? I have no memory at all. Wait, what's your name? Hearing this familiar plot, Liu Xing was taken aback and asked, Susan Stone. You can check my name on the internet. Trust me, I really am not a criminal. And I don't know why I am here. The invisible woman Susan seems to be a little emotional. I don't think you should be able to find your name. Liu Xing threw his cell phone to her. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Impossible. The phone floated out of thin air. The browser software was opened, and the search interface was entered. Susan Stone, search. There were 13,214 entries of the same name. But none of them were about her. The invisible girl did not believe in evil, and continued to input the names of several other people, but there was no accident. None of them. How could it be that the official erasure of our information? Susan's completely transparent face was full of shocking expressions. But their group is just studying cosmic rays, and they are not doing anything against humanity. Why did the government erase their data? Your imagination is too rich. Can't you guess something reliable? Liu Xing said with a smile. For example, maybe you have reached another parallel universe? Chapter 41. The fish leaking through the dimensional barrier. The invisible woman Susan was startled when she heard Liu Xing's words, then she chuckled and stood up. Sorry, I interrupted you. I will come to apologize to you after I find out what happened. The black clothes floated towards Liu O. The invisible woman Susan was startled when she heard Liu Xing's words, then she chuckled and stood up. Sorry, I interrupted you. I will come to apologize to you after I find out what happened. The black underwear floated towards Liu Xing's bedroom door, and the invisible woman was about to leave. Do you know Tony Stark, heir to the famous Stark Industries? Do you know Steve Rogers, a superhero from World War II? Liu Xing threw the phone over again. If you don't believe it, you can check the names of these people again. The Fantastic Four movie world is independent of the Marvel movie world. They don't even have SHIELD, so naturally there can be no members of the Avengers. It is true. After Susan checked the letter suspiciously, She held her mobile phone and suddenly became confused. This world is almost the same as the world in her original memory, but there are a few more people, and the reputation and influence of these people are not low. Could it be caused by the energy produced by cosmic rays? My current invisible form is also because of cosmic rays. Susan stood there, clutching her hair in confusion. It is impossible for anyone to come to another world suddenly without any preparation. By the way, my friends, will they also come into this world? Susan suddenly remembered the other 3 people in the space station, shoving Liu Erxing's mobile phone into his pants and opening the door to leave. Liu Erxing, there are other people in your room. As soon as the door opened, Sky, who was holding a thermal imaging alarm, was standing outside, facing Liu Erxing's bedroom with a puzzled look. Coincidentally, at this time the invisible female Susan's superpowers were invalidated. A beautiful blonde woman wearing only underwear stood at the door of Liu Erxing's bedroom, with his mobile phone still in front of his pants. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Sky immediately turned around and ran back to the room. You made me misunderstood. Are you still going to leave? Seeing the little girl running away, Liu Erxing didn't care, smiled at Susan, and asked, "Lend me a piece of clothing." Susan lowered her head and glanced at her dress, thinking that if she walked out directly like this, she would probably be treated as a street girl. No need, come here, I can tell you if your friend is in this world, and if you can go back. Liu Erxing leaned on the lazy couch by the side and beckoned to Susan. What do you want to do? Susan took a step back warily. The man in front of him had very strong fighting skills, and he had captured her without any effort in the dark before. Introduce myself, I can travel through all dimensions, skillful and experienced, and the guardian of the dimensions of the earth is still my friend. Liu Erxing snapped his fingers and said, "What do you want me to do?" Although she was skeptical of Liu Erxing's words, Susan now has Lushan Wazoo. Hearing his words, Susan subconsciously pinned her hopes in the past and obeyed Liu Erxing's orders. Come here and stand in front of me, Liu Erxing ordered. Then, Susan walked to Liu Erxing and shrank her neck with some discomfort. She is a scientific researcher, not a underwear model, which is so strange now. Wait. Liu Erxing took out his phone, recorded a video, and then sent it to Guyi in the friend column. It didn't take long for Guyi to reply. Guyi, she is the only fish that slips through the net for the time being. Liu Erxing, okay, received it. So, you asked me to come here just to make a video to ask others? Susan watched Liu Erxing chatting over there, and suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. She thought Liu Erxing said so much. What kind of magic he wanted to use? She is the dimensional guardian of this world. She has already told me about your situation. You are the only one who has come to our world for the time being. Liu Erxing locked the screen of the phone, threw it aside, looked up at Susan, and said. Susan was a little disappointed, but breathed a sigh of relief. Then can you send me back? You said you were in the space station before you appeared in my room, right? Liu Erxing asked. That's right, and we were hit by a strong cosmic ray. It's probably the energy. Then you can't go back. Liu Erxing was blunt and interrupted Susan. Why? Susan was taken aback. Then her eyes widened and asked. The shuttle dimension requires specific coordinates, and the only coordinate in your world is yourself. Before you left, you were at the space station and suffered a cosmic ray attack. The space station has a high probability of being destroyed. Liu Erxing spread both hands. So, if we go to your world, we will be exposed to space immediately, and then wait a few seconds, and we will die immediately. Of course, in fact, only the invisible woman was killed violently, and Liu Erxing would not die. Then what should I do? Susan fell on her knees, tears slowly streaming from the corner of her eyes. Life's ups and downs are so fast. I thought I could decrypt human DNA, but I didn't expect an accident and came to a parallel universe. Either wait for your universe to be thrown over by another person, but the probability is lower than if you start buying lottery tickets today and win the lottery every day until you die. Either. Liu Erxing pointed to the outside, There is a room next door. You can choose to start a new life in this world without any difference. Chapter 42 The Disappearance of Tony Stark. When Liu Erxing got up and went downstairs, everyone else had already left, and only one invisible woman, Susan, who had not fallen asleep all night, was frying eggs in the kitchen. Tangled all night with rules. When Liu Erxing got up and went downstairs, everyone else had already left, and only one invisible woman, Susan, who had not fallen asleep all night, was frying eggs in the kitchen. Have you planned for a night after tangling? Are you planning to find a high-tech company as a researcher in this world? Liu Erxing took out a carton of milk from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa in the living room. No, my ability is not stable yet. Susan, who was frying eggs, shook her head with her back to Liu Crossing. Now that she is going to be a researcher in this situation, is she going to study others, or others to study her? A sample with stealthy DNA will definitely attract those researchers. Thinking of this, Susan couldn't help being a little afraid, especially when she couldn't sleep to look up the history of the world last night, and she saw many cases. Then you are going to have sex here? Niuayu City's prices are not low. Liu Erxing raised his eyebrows and said, I can be your chef. Susan still thinks it is too dangerous to go out to work now, and the best way is to stay here. Sorry, the girl who opened the door yesterday serves as our chef and driver. Liu Erxing spread his hands and said, I can clean the room and help you wash your clothes. Susan gritted her teeth and spoke. To be honest, at first, your ability is very suitable for acting as an agent, and I happen to know a special agent organization. Liu Erxing tilted his legs and looked at Susan with a humiliating look. But I know that the organization is messed up. After all, I am a good person for the time being, so I won't introduce you. That's really thank you. You are welcome. Liu Erxing took a look at the phone and looked up at Susan. Your identity has been resolved, but you have to be careful too. Why? Susan frowned and asked. As I said, the organization is messy, a bunch of ghosts, comparable to a winery, and the information you entered is probably not hidden from those people. So, you'd better not leave this house until you are fully in control of your abilities. Liu Erxing's words were half-truth and half-truth. If Hydra within SHIELD knew about the special existence of the Invisible Woman, it would indeed take away the thought of research. But Nick Fury had already classified all objects and people in other universes related to Liu Erxing into the same 10th level secret. The Invisible Woman Susan, who made Nick Fury responsible for creating the identity, is naturally among them. But you don't have to worry. Your ability is not weak at all when you develop it. Then you can form a team to fight Purple Sweet Potato Essence and so on. Liu Erxing looked at Susan's worried look and comforted him. What can be developed for the ability of stealth? And I have to take it off completely. When Liu Erxing said that, Susan's mood really recovered a bit, but when she thought that she was almost dead, the DNA sequence was likely to change, and the ability she obtained was only optical invisibility. She was very frustrated. Don't belittle yourself, take it slowly, just step by step. Liu Erxing couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. The invisible girl, hearing her name, seems to be a superhero who can only become invisible. But actually, according to the official statistics of the invisible girl, the ability level of energy launch, like Wanda the Scarlet Witch, is the 7th highest level capable of releasing a variety of energy forms almost infinitely. Alright, I promised. Susan sighed slightly and nodded in agreement. She thought about plans for the future all night yesterday. Indeed, since there is a high probability that she cannot go back, she must find a way to survive in this world. And Liu Erxing, to be honest, was someone she met in this world. The first impression is very good. Rather than gamble on your luck to take risks, you might as well just stay here. At least ... it feels like home here, so I don't have to be so tired. Thinking of this, Susan sat down beside Liu Erxing with a smile on her face, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV screen. Manhattan Express, emergency broadcast, Stark Industry head Tony Stark was hijacked by terrorists in the Middle East. He has now been confirmed to be missing and no blackmail information has been received. New Noon report, Tony Stark disappeared. Stark Industrial stock plummeted. What will happen in the future? Brooklyn News. It seems that he is a big man, and all the radio stations report the incident. Susan switched TV stations, and the news was all about Tony Stark's disappearance. You are right, he is really important. Liu Xing patted a piggy bank on the coffee table. He is ours. Ding dong. The doorbell was rang. Susan glanced at Liu Xing subconsciously, then remembered her identity, got up and went out to open the door. What's the matter? Why don't you call? Seeing Hill, who followed Susan in, Liu Xing asked. Chapter 43, SHIELDS Help. Hill sat on the sofa opposite Liu Xing ably and gracefully, put down the files in his hand, and glanced at the TV that was broadcasting news next to him. It seems you already know that Tony Stark was attacked. Hill sat on the sofa opposite Liu Xing ably and gracefully, put down the files in his hand, and glanced at the TV that was broadcasting news next to him. It seems that you already know that Tony Stark has been attacked. There is no news. Life and death are unknown. This attack was not an accident, but a premeditated kidnapping. There are only two possibilities. One is that there is a problem at the top of Stark Industries. The second. When Hill said this, he glanced at Susan, and after confirming that she was the person who Nick Fury entered yesterday, he whispered, Nick Fury suspects that a spy has been inserted in SHIELD. Howard Stark is one of the founders of SHIELD. His son's security SHIELD will naturally not sit idly by. So Nick Fury had long asked SHIELD field agents to record Tony Stark's daily itinerary to avoid accidents. But as a result, Tony Stark was directly attacked within half a day after he arrived in the Middle East. This kind of execution and efficiency definitely revealed Tony's specific itinerary. He should be more confident and remove the word doubt. Liu Xing smiled and said, do you also think that a spy appeared inside us, exposing Stark's itinerary? Hill frowned slightly and asked, no, but I think it would be good for you to take this opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Liu Xing naturally knew that the Hydra undercover in SHIELD had inexplicably carried a pot this time. The only people who know Stark's whereabouts are senior industrial leaders, SHIELD, and the military. Hill flipped through the information on the table and said to Liu Crossing, why don't you doubt the military? Susan sat down curiously and asked. She knew that the female agent in front of her didn't let her leave. She was someone who had already regarded her as Liu Xing, that is, her own. That being the case, she didn't need to pretend to be outsiders anymore. She just had to speak directly if she had any doubts. The military can't wait to recognize Stark as his father. They have no reason to do so. Hill shook his head and said, the first beneficiary of the various new weapons developed by Tony Stark is the military. They are now in a long-term cooperative relationship. What's the point of doing it with their partners? It can even be said that if the current military has to make a choice, they will destroy Stark Industry, not Tony Stark. Okay. How long has he been missing? It's been reported on TV. It shouldn't be short, right? Liu Xing glanced at the TV screen and said, he naturally wouldn't ask Hill why Nick Fury didn't ask him for help in the first place. Only 2 days have passed since Coulson found Liu Xing, who had left the seal. With Nick Fury's old and cunning methods, he would naturally meet Liu Xing's requirements first, and then slowly put forward his own ideas. It's been nearly half a month, and now the military is putting pressure on it, hoping that we will dispatch level 9 and level 10 agents to find Stark. Hill said in a deep voice, I can help you, but I have a request. A simple request for you. This house may not be enough to live in the future. You help me take down this street. Liu Xing tapped his finger on the table and looked at Hill and said, I think you can discuss things like money with Stark. He must be very willing to pay for his own life. Hill directly tactfully refused. Buying a street, still in the economic center of America, she did not dare to agree to this kind of expenditure. Of course, I'm not going to let you pay. Liu Xing smiled at Hill, with a very generous look. What I need is that you put this street completely under my name, and no one else can interfere with anything on this street. After learning extra-dimensional magic and having the precedent of the invisible girl coming from other worlds, Liu Xing already had new ideas. And first, there must be an ordinary base area. This requirement. Then why didn't you choose those villain areas yesterday? Hill was a little depressed. Liu Xing's request was a lot of trouble. After all, this place was considered the center of New York, and there were too many ordinary people. If it were changed to the villain area with few people, Liu Xing could handle it even if he wanted to demolish the villa and build a septic tank on the spot. When I am ready for retirement, maybe I will go to live in a villa. Liu Xing shrugged and said. Hill had no choice but to take out the contact device and notify Nick Fury. Within a few seconds, she received a reply and looked up at Liu Xing. He agreed. Happy cooperation. Liu Xing stretched out his hand to Hill. When are you going to leave? What auxiliary materials are needed can be mentioned to me at any time. Hill and Liu Xing shook hands and said, wait a minute, I will find out Stark's exact location first. Liu Xing reached into his pants pocket and took it out. Can you know where Stark is? Hill's eyes widened. To know that the hardest part of their rescue mission is this. If they know where Stark is, wouldn't their agents break down those terrorists with worn-out guns every minute? And what is he going to take out? Is the pathfinding equipment in the myth Heimdall's horn, Captain Jack's compass, or is it a magical weapon of the mysterious East? Hill stared nervously at Liu Xing's hand in his pocket, watching him hold something, and slowly took it out. That thing is dark all over, shimmering with metal luster, and has a sense of artistic beauty. Well, it's the mobile phone sent to him by SHIELD agent. That's it. Hill felt for a moment that he was being tricked. What are you doing with your phone? Call to find Tathagata Buddha or Jesus. Chapter 44. Do you believe in magic? Although I have been looking for a year like this, there is a feeling of using her as a tool person. But who is the position of Supreme Master comes with GPS navigation. In order to protect the dimension of the Earth, everyone and every place on the Earth is. Although I have been looking for a year like this, there is a feeling of using her as a tool person. But who is the position of Supreme Master comes with GPS navigation. In order to protect the dimension of the Earth, everyone and every place on the Earth are the coordinates of the Supreme Master. Liu Xing. Yes, Toolman. After sending out the message, Liu Xing put the phone in his pocket, waiting for Gui's reply. That. Are you releasing any spell? Hill looked at Liu Xing with a bloody face, and Susan next to him was also full of curiosity. What? Liu Xing was taken aback for a moment, followed their gazes and looked down, and a circle of sparks appeared under his feet. I'm going. Is the majestic majesty so small? Goodbye. Liu Xing made a helpless expression to the two, spreading his hands. Whoosh. Liu Xing took the sofa and fell into the portal. At this time, on the roof of the new Supreme Sanctuary, Gui was lying on a recliner with sunglasses, drinking juice, and waving his fingers. At the same time, in a secret base covered by yellow sand in the Middle East, Tony Stark lay tiredly on the edge of the pool. Not long after he was out of danger, he was threatened by terrorists to make Jericho missiles. Why would Stark's weapons appear in the hands of terrorists? How can he survive? How can he escape this place? Should he give in? Countless questions filled his brain, and for a while, the pain in his brain surpassed the void in front of him. He just got out of danger. It's best to rest for a few days. Even if he doesn't rest, he can't do high-intensity work. I will help you persuade him, and he will also become your sheep, producing wool, provided that the sheep can live. On the other side, Ethan, who can speak the language here, is helping Tony try his best to defend. Tomorrow, tell him that work must start tomorrow. Otherwise you will all be finished. The terrorist leader glanced at Tony, warned Ethan, and turned away with someone. Boom! Exclamation mark. The thick iron door was directly closed and locked. Except for a little light in the dim room, only the old-fashioned camera above their heads flickered. Tony is decadent and self-defeating, while Ethan is trying his best to inspire him and regain his fighting spirit. After Ethan's unremitting efforts, Tony finally barely had the mind to resist. The two lay on the shabby wooden bed, ready to rest and wait for the arrival of tomorrow. Boom! Exclamation mark. A loud sound directly awakened the two who had just closed their eyes. What the hell? God, where did he come from? Tony and Ethan looked towards the source of the sound. A brand new sofa was violently stuck on a pile of rubbish in the corner of the cave. There was still a person sitting on the sofa. Xiot, it smells too bad here, right? Liu Xing got up from the sofa in disgust, and left the pile of garbage. Who are you? How could you suddenly appear there? Ethan asked the doubts of the two first. Liu Xing did not answer his question, but walked step by step towards Tony Stark, who was holding the battery to sustain his life. You know, I just adopted a pair of siblings. They told me that not long ago. Their parents died unexpectedly. The two of them almost died. Fortunately, the Stark Industries missile seemed to be of poor quality and did not explode. Listening to Liu Xing's statement, Tony's originally curious eyes gradually changed and flickered, and he stepped aside, not daring to look directly. Since he was attacked by a missile, he has not dared to think about how much military support his company has provided to terrorists and how many people have been killed. So, you are here to thank me? Tony pursed his mouth. His eyes flushed and raised his head to look at Liu Xing, forcing a smile. Stark. Ethan looked anxious, stepped forward and grabbed Tony's arm, and then hurriedly apologized to Liu Xing. Sorry, he was hit by a missile not long ago. It is estimated that he hurt his head. People with normal IQs can see that Liu Xing, who can suddenly appear in a completely enclosed cell, is definitely not an ordinary person. Isn't he provoking him to seek death? Do you believe in magic? The younger sister whose parents were indirectly killed by you, wants to pinch you to death in the future. It's like this easily. Liu Xing picked up a small tomato next to it, squeezed it casually, and threw it aside. So, your life is temporarily saved. See if they want it or not. Then what are you here for? Prevent me from dying prematurely? Tony walked to the side with difficulty and sat down, exhaled, and asked, what else can I do? Save you playboy out. Liu Xing walked to the table and flipped through the drawings representing the original steel suits. But before that, you must do one thing first. What's the matter? Tony asked. Answer me first. Do you believe in magic? Liu Xing glanced at the triggered task and asked. Iron Man series mission science and magic. Let Tony Stark, a technology madman, believe in magic, at least 50%. Chapter 45, a city where technology and magic coexist. Tony's expression was a little weird, then he returned to his serious face, and looked at Liu Xing and nodded. I believe it. Regardless of his 3721, let's escape first. I'm sorry, it doesn't count if you don't agree with each other. Liu Xing glanced at it. Tony's expression was a little weird, then he returned to his serious face, and looked at Liu Xing and nodded. I believe it. Regardless of his 3721, let's escape first. I'm sorry, it doesn't count if you don't agree with each other. Liu Xing glanced at the task progress bar, and it was still 0%. Oh, please. Tony covered his face helplessly. Brother, now in the 21st century, you are not a 3-year-old kid anymore. Can you stop playing with this kind of stuff? Yeah, and there are cameras here, they may spot you at any time. If you have a way to take us away, just say it. Ethan also nodded in agreement. Do you think magic is a fairy tale? Then how do you think my sofa and I appeared here? Liu Xing pointed his finger at the sofa on the garbage dump. If he really came in normally, why should he carry a sofa? When Liu Xing's voice fell, he saw that the task progress had reached 3%. But it was only 3%. And it didn't float anymore. It seems that I have to come up with some dry goods. Liu Xing knew that it was the easiest time to complete the task at this stage. Once Tony got out of trouble, he would immediately start to make the mark armor. By then, this task would basically be completed, and he could only bet on the next refresh. After all, The goal of the mission is not to simply make Tony believe in magic, but to believe in magic. If you want to change one's beliefs, you must be in a desperate predicament. What are you going to do? Show us a trick. Tony took a step back, sat down on the chair, and made a please gesture. Meow. Where are you going this time? A cute cat lay on the book and floated out from behind Liu Crossing. Turn a page casually. Liu Xing waved his hand, and the magic book of the door was quickly flipped, and then the extra-dimensional magic was activated, covering the entire room. The two had no time to say anything. They had been successfully brought to Runeland by Liu Crossing. The three appeared in a dark alley. Unexpectedly, I came here. It seems that I have good luck. Liu Xing glanced at a flying vehicle flying past in the sky, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. You used magic to take us away from that ghost place? Thank you so much. After the transmission, he found that he had already left the cave. Ethan happily stepped forward and held Liu Xing's hand, full of gratitude. You wait a moment. Holding the battery that sustains his life, Tony took 2 steps out of the alley and looked up to the outside with a sense of technology, but it was definitely not a building that should be on Earth. Not only the buildings, but the clothes on the pedestrians are also different from those on the Earth, and many people even have mechanical prostheses on their bodies. This is cyberpunk. As a technological madman, Tony has naturally understood this fantasy world setting, and all of this in front of him has a taste of cyberpunk. It's kind of that, but Liu Xing walked to Tona's side, patted him on the shoulder, and pointed him in another direction. This is a city where magic and technology coexist. Piltworth. In a workshop not far away, a mage was sending magic power to a machine with a tired face. That magical fluctuation visible to the naked eye shakes Tonis' original belief in science. And the combination of magic and technology, this unknown knowledge suddenly made Tony curious. Noisy. A harsh sound like a knife sliding through the glass sounded deep in the alley where Liu Xing was just now, causing him to turn his head back with a slightly frowned brow. A masked woman subdued another woman with short white hair and tied her hands with a rope. On the side, there are a dozen men who are holding weapons and having their bodies transformed. And the sound just now was the sound made by the white-haired woman who was caught rubbing her legs against the ground after being attacked. Why do the legs and the ground make this sound? Because, rather than 2 legs, they are 2 sharp knives. I'm sorry, the patriarch is very old and can't wait any longer. Your hex heart will be the proof of the prosperity of the Philos family. After confirming that Camille had been completely restrained, Afi took out a knife and prepared to take out the gleaming hex heart that represented strength and immortality from her Hun's mouth. You should tie my legs, not my hands. At this time, Camille's voice suddenly rang in Afi's ear. Do not. When Afi reacted, his body had been divided into 2 halves by the sharp leg blades. This idiot messed up your plan. The others were frightened by Camille's sudden uprising. They knew that today, only one of them could get out alive. Damn it, try this. One of the male reformers raised the giant firearm with blue light in his hand, gritted his teeth and stuffed it with a gem, and aimed it at Camille, who had just killed Afi. Seeing this scene, Camille's eyes shrank, his waist hooked and shot towards the corner, eagerly trying to dodge. Laugh. As a ray of light flashed, in an instant, a spear gleaming with stars passed through the male transformed man's body, and all his accomplices were nailed to the wall without any sound. Hello, we need a shopping guide, lady, can you help? Liu Xing walked to the meat skewers, pulled out his spear, and turned to ask. Chapter 46. Brother, your XP is so strange. You have gained my friendship, but I still have something to do. You can go to the Philos family to find me in 10 minutes with your poor servant. Finished talking, the chain around Camille's waist. You have gained my friendship, but I still have something to do. You can go to the Philos family to find me in 10 minutes with your poor servant. After speaking, the chain around Camille's waist took her away. This is the first time I have been called a poor ghost, or by a woman. Tony glanced at the pile of corpses at Liu Xing's feet, and walked over to the wall. Noble, powerful, and cold, That woman is terrible. Ethan looked at the direction of Camille's departure and said with emotion, compared with Liu Xing's long spear that killed dozens of people, Camille's splitting a woman in half with 1 foot had more visual impact. Yes, it's a pity that those legs. She may be 80 or 90 years old, and maintaining her looks depends on what she has spoken of. Seeing that Tony was about to commit an occupational disease, Liu Xing immediately interrupted him. What you said is true. Tony looked suspicious. I still believe that genetic modification can slow down aging. The thing just now is obviously a product of energy and machinery. How can it be related to human lifespan? This is the power of combining magic and technology. Liu Xing spread his hands and said, it can only be said that the door book is very powerful, appearing in the only place where large-scale technology exists in Runeland Piltwith and Zuan areas. It's all here. Then Liu Xing is already 90% sure that he can complete the task. Let Tony believe in magic 50%. In the final analysis, it is to let Tony put magic and science on equal positions. So, are you going to help me install that heart? Tony touched the device in front of him to prevent shrapnel from entering the heart, looked at Liu Xing and asked, do you think that's possible? Liu Xing rolled his eyes angrily. Are you deaf or blind just now? Didn't hear those people? There is only one thing, and it's with them. There are some low-level devices that can save him from life-threatening. There are still some here, right? Ethan patted Tony on the shoulder and looked at Liu Xing. Yes. Liu Xing walked out of the alley and waved to the two of them. Go and ask someone for directions. Where is the Philo's family? So, you want hex energy just to save your weak servant? Camille received Liu Xing and his party, stood beside the new owner, his former niece, and asked questions. Almost before sitting down at the table below, Liu Xing glanced at several servants who were cleaning the blood on the ground with mops, and imagined what kind of slaughter had happened here just now. Really ridiculous decision. Camille shook his head slightly, then put a hand on the shoulder of his former niece. But I like working with powerful people. What can you give? The so-called new patriarch can't even say a word, but now it's just the thread puppet of Mrs. Grey. Camille. This one. Liu Xing took out a scale and threw it at Camille. This is? Camille's 2 fingers clamped the scales and placed them in front of his eyes. The altered eyes glowed with golden light and began to scan the scales. The scales of Galakrond, the father of dragons. You can pray to him at any price to gain his power. Liu Xing introduced with a smile. Father of dragons? A name that has never been heard before, but this kind of transaction is like a demon who defrauds souls, and most people don't dare to touch. Camille grabbed the scales and showed a cold smile. Unfortunately, my soul has long been lost for Piltoff's evolution. After sensing how to pray in the scales, Camille did the praying ceremony without saying a word. Efficiency is what she seeks. I wish to be your scale armor, Lord of the Dragon. After chanting the prayer lines, Camille only felt that something was missing suddenly in her heart, and then a violent force filled her whole body in an instant. Click. Camille walked aside, crushed the head of her lingering brother, then moved her palm and looked at Liu Xing. Nice thing, the deal is done. 5 minutes later, at the order of Camille, the servant held a hex energy core emitting a blue light and placed it in front of Liu Xing. Mrs. Grey, goodbye by chance. Friendly reminder, if you don't want the future family to have no heirs, it's best not to make any more transformations. After completing the purpose, Liu Xing would naturally not stay for long. After leaving a sentence, he immediately said goodbye and left the residence of the Philo's family. The 3 returned to the alley again. Hey, aren't you afraid that she will cut you off with a pair of scissors while sleeping? Tony remembered a series of scenes during the meal just now, and couldn't help but vomit. Tony Stark is a flower, a wave, but also a separate person. At least Camille's 2 legs are 2 swords, and he is totally uninterested in a woman whose whole body has been transformed. But why? He swears by Tony Stark's countless experience in reading people, he actually felt a little ambiguity between Liu Xing and the Grey Lady. Oh my god, brother, Your XP is so weird. Tony felt more horrible the more he thought about it, and he couldn't help covering his face. You think too much. Liu Xing glanced at Tony silently. He naturally knew what was going on. It was because when Camille tried to pray to Galakrond, perhaps it was to make himself more cruel and ruthless, so that he could judge everything calmly, and he chose to sacrifice only what he had left. Part contains the soul of feelings. By the way, I bought this thing. Remember to return it to me. Liu Xing knocked on Tony Hung's installed Hex Energy Core and reminded him. Oh no! Tony exclaimed, this thing is amazing. Let me study it. I will return you 100 after mass production. Do you usually do business like this? Liu Xing glanced at the task progress and smiled. Iron Man Series Mission Science and Magic. Let the technological madman Iron Man believe in magic. At least 50% at this stage. 39%. Chapter 47. Pietro is attacked. Oh, shit. Why are we back to this ghost place again? Tony covered his nose and kicked the trash on the ground with a look of disgust. To be honest, Tony, your taste is not different from here. Oh, shit. Why are we back to this ghost place again? Tony covered his nose and kicked the trash on the ground with a look of disgust. To be honest, Tony, your taste is similar to here, Ethan said with a faceless smile. Really? It's no wonder that the maid before approached me with pain on her face. Tony raised his hand and sniffed, suddenly tangled. Well, you continue to strike. I will go out first. Liu Xing clapped his hands and walked towards the gate. Wait, won't you take us with you? Tony shouted suspiciously. You still don't believe in magic. I can't make a move. Liu Xing spread his hands together, expressing helplessness. Oh, please. Are you a missionary? Why do I have to believe in magic? When Tony heard Liu Xing say this again, he suddenly had a headache. He has only heard of people who believe in religion, and he has never heard of people who believe in magic. You can think so. Liu Xing was too lazy to make up other explanations, and directly admitted, if you can put science and magic at the same level at any time, then find a way to send a signal, and I will do it immediately. After that, a magic spear burning with crimson flames appeared in Liu Xing's hand, and he fired a shot at the door. Boom! The lock was broken. Liu Xing opened the door and was about to go out. Suddenly he thought of something and looked back at the two people in the cave, being beaten into a sieve. Moreover, you better pray. No one noticed during the time we disappeared. After speaking, Liu Xing walked out and closed the iron gate with a bang. Then we don't need you. I will leave on my own strength. Tony yelled at the door unconvinced. That's what you said. Liu Xing glanced at the two people in the cave and turned to leave. Iron Man Missions Science and Magic. Mission progress, 43%. There are still 6 minutes. It should be enough. After leaving the cave, Liu Xing estimated the time before the end of the Incarnation War Protoss, and then turned into a starlight and rushed out. The guard standing at the door only felt a breeze, rubbing his itchy noses, and looking at each other. Then one of the guards checked the surroundings with a gun, confirmed that there was no problem, and returned to the place. In the cave, Tony and Ethan looked at each other. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Tony walked to the table and picked up the drawing. Yes, maybe I still need to think about how to explain to them why the door was opened. Ethan put on his glasses and walked to Tony, staring at the Hex Energy Core in front of him. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? No, on the contrary. I feel energetic. Tony touched the core and replied. Magic is really a kind of magical science. Iron Man Missions Science and Magic. Mission progress, 47%. Toot. In the desert, Liu Xing was squatting halfway to leap to the sky, when suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. There are signals here. It's a professional phone from SHIELD 8848. Liu Xing took out his cell phone, spit out, and connected the phone. Hello, Wanda, what's the matter with you? Brother Liu Xing is not good. There is a strange person who wants to take Pete away. The school security is not an opponent at all. He was beaten to the ground by him. Wanda's anxious cry came from the other end of the phone. Okay, don't worry, wait 2 minutes for me. I will come right away. Liu Xing frowned slightly and hung up the phone. Someone is going to take Pytro? If it is for him, shouldn't it be taken away with wonder? Liu Xing had some doubts, but the easiest way to resolve the doubts was to ask them in person. Boom! Exclamation mark. A piece of ground sank suddenly in the desert, and Liu Xing's figure disappeared in the middle. On the playground of Manhattan Anderson College, more than a dozen security guards fell beside the football goal. Other children and teachers were hiding in the distance, looking at the brawny man full of violent aesthetics standing in the middle. Pete, listen to me, I need your help. It's about everyone's future. The strong man put his hands on Pietro's shoulders and stared at his eyes seriously. What do you want me to do? Pietro looked dumbfounded, but in order to delay time, he decided to follow the words of the madman before him. Save this world. Seeing Pietro no longer resisted, the strong man let out a sigh of relief. Save the world? But I am an ordinary person without any superpowers. Pietro cautiously looked at the man who had overturned more than a dozen security guards in front of him, and said, No, you have. The strong man squinted at Pietro. Pietro was about to refute, and then he thought of the superhero Sylvan Musketeer he had been in Sokovia for a few days before. Is the person in front of him an eyewitness at the time? Time is running out. Explain on the road and follow me quickly. The strong man grabbed Pietro's hand and walked towards the school gate. And many more. I'm really just an ordinary person now. If you really have any trouble, my sister has already contacted someone, and he will definitely be able to help you. Pietro broke away from the strong man's hand and said. For some reason, Pietro felt that the man in front of him was not like a lunatic. His eyes were full of rationality. Younger sister? The strong man glanced at Wanda, who was looking at the sky from the side, and walked over. What special abilities does your sister have? If necessary, it is best to join our team. Boom! As soon as the strong man walked in front of Wanda, he was knocked out and dragged his head on the lawn for dozens of meters. Oh, brother, you are finally here. Too slow. Seeing Liu Xing appear, Pietro finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground with a soft leg. Do you know where I came from? Still too slow? Liu Xing replied speechlessly, and then looked at the strong man in the pit. Are you still alive? Squeak. Chapter 48. The Wolverine wearing the wrong place. The brawny man who was dragged by Liu Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood, struggled to sit up, and looked at Liu Xing. Are you the one in Pate's mouth? Yes. What do you want him to do? Liu Xing frowned and looked at the person in front of him. The brawny man who was dragged by Liu Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood, struggled to sit up, and looked at Liu Xing. Are you the one in Pate's mouth? Yes. What do you want him to do? Liu Xing frowned and looked at the person in front of him and asked. He originally thought it was at least a super criminal who came to attack Pietro, but besides his body a little stronger, he didn't seem to have any superpowers. He didn't even have a knife or a gun on his body. Just want to hijack people? When is this ancient? We must stop Ruiwin. Cough. Save them. The brawny man was covered with blood, and slowly stood up from the ground. It seems that your perseverance is good. You can stand up after such a serious injury. Liu Xing raised his brows and said, I have been injured 100 times heavier than this. But so, the burly man coughed up another mouthful of blood, already falling down. So, the riven in your mouth is the blade of exile of Noxus, or the barren Rivendell of the Scourge. Liu Xing took a step back, avoided the spurting blood, and asked, Neither, she is a mutant just like you. After speaking, the strong man fell to the ground feebly. Am not a mutant, Liu Xing murmured, and then waved to the shield agent who came from behind. Go and treat him. Don't let him die. Mutant, this is a familiar and unfamiliar term. Although Liu Xing is not sure, there is a high probability that there are no mutants in this world. After all, even the invisible girl of the Fantastic Four had passed through the parallel universe next door. Then this person ... isn't he also an old hapless person, right? What? The female doctor who was treating the strongman screamed and stood up. "What's happening?" An agent drew a pistol, pointed it at the strongman, and asked. He snatched the adrenaline and injected it all. The female doctor looked at the brawny man in fear and said loudly, "Every extra minute wasted, the future will be more dangerous." After the adrenaline injection, the strong man exhaled deeply, walked to Liu Xing and said, "I can help you, but can you tell me your name first?" Liu Xing narrowed his eyes and asked, "Logan. I'm from 50 years later." 50 years from now? Are you sure it's not the universe next door? After Liu Xing determined the identity of the brawny man, he faintly smiled and asked rhetorically, "What do you mean? There are no mutants in this world." Liu Xing patted Wolverine on the shoulder. "Brother, you have worn it in the wrong place. This is not the time for joking." Wolverine frowned and said, "It's 2008. You said you are from 50 years later. Is it 2058? Liu Xing took out his cell phone and showed Wolverine the time. "No, I'm from 2023. How is it possible?" Katie, take me back." Wolverine looked anxious, and shouted the name of the phantom cat towards the surroundings. He carried the last help of the mutant, but now he came to the wrong place. Is the mutant destined to perish? Don't worry, your yelling will scare the children next to you. Ding dong. Okay. Liu Xing took out his cell phone and took a look, and received a message from Guyi. "Guyi, if you want the two children to wake up early, you can take them to the next door once." Seeing this news, Liu Xing looked back at Pietro and Wanda, and made a decision in his heart. It is only more than a month before the turning point of the Marvel movie world, that is, the birth of Iron Man, when the monsters and ghosts will jump out. Originally, the brothers and sisters were in Sokovia, and they could live under the protection of Hydra until 15 years of Ultron era, but now they are in Nuio. Liu Xing can't become a nanny on call. After all, they still need their own power. Then, well, stop screaming, I can take you back. Liu Xing slapped Wolverine, who was desperately shouting at Phantom Cat, and turned to look at the brothers and sisters Wanda and Pietro. "Do you want to have superpowers?" "Of course I want. If I had the Holy Spear and Yumi, I wouldn't be caught by this uncle today." Pietro looked at Wolverine with a bit of annoyance, and nodded. "Where is Wanda?" Liu Xing looked at Wanda. "I want to have power." Wanda's young pretty face was full of seriousness. "Then go, find a place." Liu Xing patted Pietro on the shoulder and led Wanda towards the outside of the school. "Wait for me." Seeing Liu Xing leave, Wolverine hurried to catch up. When a few people left the school, Sky just rushed over and glanced at the blood-covered Wolverine. "I heard that you were attacked. Are you okay?" "It's okay, but you happen to be here to help shield the surrounding cameras." Although Liu Xing is not afraid of exposure, he can avoid the trouble of avoiding easily, so naturally he should avoid it. "Oh, I see." Sky raised his sleeves, tapped twice on a small wristwatch, then looked at Liu Xing and blinked. "It's done. What are you going to do?" "You can go home to prepare dinner. As for us, let's go to the world of mutants." Liu Xing shook Wanda's hand, and the starlight surged on his body, and the extra-dimensional magic enveloped several people. Chapter 49: The Awakening of Wanda's Ability. Just when Liu Xing was about to use his abilities to head to the mutant world, he suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" "You failed." Wolverine looked at Liu Xing and asked anxiously. "No, I just received one suddenly." Just when Liu Xing was about to use his abilities to head to the mutant world, he suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" "You failed." Wolverine looked at Liu Xing and asked anxiously. "No, I just received a message suddenly." Liu Xing smiled and said, "The task is completed. Iron Man series mission Science and Magic. Let the technological madman Iron Man believe in magic. At least 50% at this stage. 50%, completed. Get rewards. Mortals will surpass the will of the gods, ascend and form the Emperor of the Desert. Liu Xing used the dimensional coordinates in Wolverine's consciousness retrieved to activate the extra-dimensional magic. Boom. In one bedroom, Wolverine woke up suddenly from the bed and looked at his hands. "Am I back?" "Yes, you are back. Remember to put your pants on before you come down. Wanda closed his eyes and Pietro went to open the window to let in the wind. Liu Xing, standing aside, leaned against the window, reminding everyone, "What is this place?" Wolverine picked up the trousers on the side and put it on his body, looked around suspiciously, as if recalling the past. "Maybe someone is going to help you remember." Liu Xing heard the close footsteps approaching outside, and stood in front of Wanda, quietly waiting for the door to be broken open. "Okay." Suddenly felt a touch from his waist. Liu Xing looked down and hugged him with his hands from behind. At this moment, he also felt a kind of cotton candy behind his back. "Isn't Wanda behind him?" Liu Xing was taken aback, and hurriedly looked back. "Wanda, you!" The curtains were opened by Pietro, and the sunlight from outside shone in, revealing the appearance of everyone in the room. "Sister, why did you grow up all at once?" Pietro looked at Wanda behind Liu Xing in surprise. "You too." Wanda looked at Pietro with the same expression. The two children who were just in their early 10 years of age quickly advanced to puberty in an instant, and they seemed to be at least 15 or 16 years old. "Child, you should indeed be 16 years old in this world." Wolverine was also dressed at this time, and when several people were puzzled, he explained, "I exist in this world." "What about Wanda?" Pietro asked in surprise. "Do not know." Boom! Before Wolverine finished speaking, someone kicked the door behind him. Several men with pistols and clubs walked in. "Your task is to protect the Elder's daughter, not to sleep with her." The headed man glanced at the sleeping woman on the bed with an angry expression on his face and walked to Wolverine. "Not to mention that you are bringing other people together. Are you playing multiplayer sports, bastard?" "Oh, if you don't mention it, I haven't noticed that there is another person here. Are we going to avoid it?" Pietro followed the man's gaze and hurriedly covered his eyes. "Shut up, brat." The man was very angry. What's more, he had already determined that Wolverine had taken Liu Xing and his party to participate in a multiplayer sport with the boss daughter, and directly pulled the trigger on Pietro. According to the ending of Quicksilver in the Age of Ultron, Pietro ended his life with a bullet. But this is the mutant world. Boom! A bright red energy impact directly blasted on several people, and several people flew out together with the walls of the house. Another silver flash flashed, Quicksilver snatched the man's pistol, and at the same time there was a bullet in the center of his palm. "This is my superpower. It's so cool." Pietro ran around the room in surprise, shouting excitedly, "Don't forget the business, boy." Finding the right time, Wolverine stretched out his hand to catch Pietro who had hit him, and said. The three of them walked out of the room, passing by the people who were bombed by Wanda. Wolverine couldn't help but sighed. Formidable ability. It's a pity that we need our brains, not guns this time. Have you never heard the phrase "the truth is within the range of the cannon"? Liu Xing retorted with a smile. Then I hope you can use cannon to help me persuade those two people to get in the car. Wolverine didn't say much. After he went downstairs, he took out the car keys that had just taken the sheep from those people, opened the car door, and got in. On the way to Xavier Genius Youth Academy, Liu Xing got acquainted with the form of the Desert Emperor ascended just now. This is not the same transformation ability as Western Demon Shadow and Galakrond. Liu Xing, who possessed the magical power from the star-casting Dragon King, had the capital to become an ascended. In other words, Liu Xing can use all related abilities under normal conditions, and after entering the ascended form, the power of these abilities will be greatly increased. Okay. After mastering his abilities, Liu Xing suddenly discovered that he seemed to have a few more tasks. Mutant World Mission. Choose any one of these characters, open and complete its mission, and you will receive a double reward after completing the mission. Wolverine series missions. Who is more afraid of death? Stabbing yourself with a knife in a match with Wolverine, until one party admits defeat because of pain or fear. Professor X's series of tasks asking you to peek around. After Professor X recovers, let him watch the images in his brain, and at the same time imagine philosophical wrestling images in his brain, so that Professor X will have a psychological shadow. Magnetic King Series Mission Gambling Monster. Play a coin toss game with Magneto and win 3 in a row. The Witchcraft Series Mission Source of the Century. Let the witchcraft disappear completely, and completely solve the future threats for the mutants. Chapter 50. It's just a kitten. Fortunately, he only needs to complete one task to get double rewards. Boom boom boom. Several people came to a large villa and Wolverine stepped forward. Fortunately, he only needs to complete one task to get double rewards. Boom boom boom. Several people came to a large villa. Wolverine came forward and knocked on the door. Hello, who are you looking for? Hank McCoy opened the door. We are looking for a professor. There is no professor here. Hank McCoy was about to close the door as soon as he finished. However, Wolverine didn't give him a chance, kicked open the door, and rushed in with Leo crossing. Professor, Professor. Wolverine rushed to the second floor of the villa. When a stranger broke in, Hank McCoy felt a rage in his heart, his complexion gradually turning blue and becoming more savage. My God, what kind of monster is this guy? It's the same type as that Hulk. Seeing Hank McCoy transforming into a beast, Hydra couldn't help taking a small step back in fright. Don't be afraid, compared to Hulk, he is just a kitten. Liu Xing patted Wanda's arm and stood in front of her. No matter whether they are strong or weak after awakening, psychologically they are still the 10-year-old child who just lost his parents. The fear of terrible things is an instinct. Then the cat will catch you mice. Roar. The beast Hank let out a roar and rushed towards Liu crossing. A pier. Liu Xing raised his right hand, and a sand soldier holding a shield condensed in front of him. Immediately, Liu Xing waved his hand forward, and Shabing raised his shield and rushed towards Hank the beast, and directly knocked him out. Stop it, Hank, you don't have to be so grumpy. Just as the beast roared and stood up to fight again, a voice came from upstairs. Then Wolverine walked down with a drunk man with a decadent face. Well, several people, I am very busy now, you can leave now. Charles Xavier took the wine glass and staggered down the stairs. I'm afraid not, because someone asked me to come to you. Wolverine spoke. Then tell the person who sent you and let him eat shit, Charles said with a drunken smile. It's a bit difficult, but it's not impossible, because Wolverine looked at Charles with a strange expression. You are the one who called me. Okay. You in 50 years. Wolverine added. So you came to me through time and space. Charles glanced at Liu Xing and Wanda brothers and sisters, and raised his eyebrows. I am, but they are not. They are the aboriginal helpers you just looked for? No, they are from another universe. It is good. Charles nodded in satisfaction and looked at Wolverine with a smile. Fuck you. Wolverine was not surprised by Charles' disbelief, and went straight up and pointed to his head. You can use your abilities to know if my words are true. My ability? Huh. Charles sneered, then froze. How do you know me? Later, Wolverine relied on his future advantage to repeat the story of when Charles was awakened and when he was a child. I have never told anyone about this. Charles' eyes swept across Liu Xing's group in shock, and he took the stair railing up the stairs. You come up. It seems that I need to wake up first. If all of this is true, then this impact on him may be no less than when he had just awakened his abilities when he was a child. Traveling through time and space, traveling to another universe, are these things that can be done casually? Moreover, what will happen in the future that has to travel through time and space to solve it? Perhaps because of too much thinking, Charles clutched his head and wailed in pain. Charles, don't worry, I am coming. Hank McCoy ran over with a tube of oily yellow liquid and injected it into Charles' body. What is this? Tranquilizer? Pietro couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the needle. This is a medicine to treat his spine, but while the medicine repairs his spine, it also repairs his genes. So Hank McCoy stopped in the middle of talking, but everyone else knew that this potion wiped out Charles' superpowers. Yes, as you can see, I am just an ordinary person and cannot help you. There was a hint of bitterness in Charles' smile. No, There is only one key point for the doomsday in the future, and that is Ruiwin. We can stop the doomsday in the future as long as we stop her. Wolverine looked at Charles seriously. Only you and Magneto can do this task. Magneto? Eric? Charles sneered, took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Yes, you should go find him. Remember, he is locked in the 100th floor of the Pentagon. In fact, there is another way to solve the future crisis without persuading the witch. Liu Xing suddenly spoke. Any solution? Wolverine turned to look at Liu Xing and asked. It's very simple. Use Wanda's ability to wipe out the magical girl and her genes from this world.